I hate that this is like a football thing. I don't think it should be a football thing. I don't care about football. It's just kind of like a hype. It's just kind of hype, you know? Um, like in general, I mean. Ah, well. If my face looks laggy, it's because I'm also opening Elden Ring, because we're gonna get interviewed soon. What's up? I'm in a crazy good mood today. How y'all doing? Of course, Cheshi. Refresh rates are useful. Um, Genocide Ukraine. All right, chat. You're coming at me with info. Hello, hello. How about we calm it down a bit? Just like we'll get the game to calm down a bit. Calm down. Thank you. Let's chill out. I've spent all day today running around doing housework. This is the least online I've been for an entire day. It's crazy. Um, so anyway, we're going to be getting interviewed. I don't know that much about the parameters of the interview to begin with. Let me sleep here. Hold on. I don't know that much about the parameters of the interview. For those of you who don't know, we got unbanned from Twitch, which is fantastic. Because, you know, sort of like in an equivalent exchange sense. You know, like the alchemists, right? Like Destiny gets banned, I get unbanned. It's the cosmic forces, you know, maintaining. You know how it is. You show our place reinforcements. But okay, I think the our place thing on Reddit is really cute, and I'm really glad you guys are super into it. But you can't get me that into it. Your enthusiasm is not infectious. I know you're warring with DGG or whatever. I got some DMs on Discord from an enterprising member of both communities. And right now, listen, okay, I'll tell you this much, okay? There is nothing I can say to you guys that will get you to match the psychotic obsession demonstrated by DGG when it comes to disliking me, okay? Like, the attitude from you guys is like, let's make a funny face on the Reddit thing. And their attitude is like, this is how we're going to get him back. He fucking betrayed Destiny. Fucking piece of shit. Stupid fucking commie. Fucking piece of shit. Stupid rapist. Piece of shit. Pedophile. Fuck. Like, there's nothing I can do to get you to match that energy. And that's okay. I love you guys. Have fun with it, though. Found DGG broke Reddit rules to brigade us. Yeah, they've been brigading our server for, like, years. Like, yeah, absolutely, of course. Anyway, I'm glad you're having fun. Keep it up, though. Make a funny face of me. Like, keep it up. I believe in you. Anyway, we're gonna get interviewed. We have a debate about NATO, I think at 8, and maybe we'll do other stuff as well. I love you guys. What else? What else did I want to talk about? My car broke down. That was annoying. I had to get that repaired. That was a bit cringe. Let me think. I did work today. I feel like something else meaningful happened that I just don't remember right now. I couldn't tell you. What type of work? Housework. I've been doing housework. Cleaned a bunch of stuff up. I think I looked in my pantry. I think I threw out like 50 pounds. Like actually about 50 imperial pounds of like expired food and supplements and medicine and spices and everything, you know? There was so much shit that I just had for years and years that I just like never cleared out. Food waste is evil. Trust me, okay? I eat a lot of food. A lot of this food waste is literally from like 2020, you know? Like this isn't like I waste most of the food that I buy. It's more like this was the food waste of multiple years saved up. So, anyway, I just hadn't cleaned through it. Yeah. I should call in. Yeah, hold on. To the interview.
You announced early.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell them that we saw a woodpecker?
Oh yeah, we saw a woodpecker today, guys.
The roof.
Yeah, they're trying to break into my studio.
Extreme.
Just as I was about to game to the extreme.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Pretty good. Yeah, we solved all of our tech issues.
Nice.
By the way, Bosch, this is Rena.
Rena,
this is Bosch.
A pleasure to meet you, Rena.
And you too.
I am live right now, just to let you know, in case there was anything especially spicy you wanted to share right off the bat. But yeah, no, I'm happy to be talking.
Excellent. Thanks for dealing with all my emails, by the way.
Oh, no worries. Not at all.
I started emailing him like a long time ago, sometime in the middle of last year, and then I was so happy that you responded and stuck with it. So thank you very much.
Yes, I remember this started originally with a potential debate with Cenk Uygur.
I was trying to do that.
It's okay. One day, maybe I'll just show up outside of his office one day and throw rocks at the window, and that's the traditional way of getting debates orchestrated.
Yeah. Well, I remember we had a hard time finding out what things that you might that you guys might disagree on, though. That was one of the issues we had.
I've seen him. We would have plenty of disagreements, especially with like liberals, though. I usually have to I have to find that that axis of disagreement, something like meaningful that's happening right now, because the whole like capitalism versus socialism debate for me is super played out, because it always goes the exact same way. Liberals will always agree with the principles you're trying to achieve through socialism, and then they'll say, well, I just don't think it's realistic, and then all you can really do is get them to agree maybe to the selective implementation of a couple of means-tested policies that would bring us closer to that point. It always turns out the same way, so I try not to harp on that too much.
Oh, well, I'm not sure if he was going to do it anyway. I was really trying, because I had an in, and I really wanted to talk to you, and I thought, wow, that would be a really cool debate. And so I was really trying, but I was going to warn him that he would get crushed, and I figured his ego would then be like, oh, yeah? Well, don't tell me who I can't debate. That's what I was going to try to do.
The man does have at least something of an ego. You could definitely play off that. Hey, me too, no hate.
You kind of have to be streaming.
Oh, God, yes. I mean, certainly to do debates, right? Otherwise, you'll believe people when they tell you you've lost, even if you haven't.
Oh, yeah. Well, you've talked a lot about things like that. Like one of the things I thought was interesting one day, you said something about sometimes just being a good debater is really all you need. You don't really need to be right. You probably, I don't know if you remember saying it, but and not necessarily talking about yourself, but
oh no, it's 100% true. Oh yeah, 100%. Being technically correct, like being accurate, has very little to do with being perceived to have won a debate. Rhetorical skills are by far more important. I mean, you can see that all over the place with the rise of people like Ben Shapiro, who, I mean, the points they make, like if you actually sit them down and break these points apart, like they're very, very dumb, very wrong, but he's still considered to be one of the preeminent voices of debate and political engagement in the entire Western world, which is insane, but like, that's the state of things.
Yeah, well, he talks very fast.
That does help.
You sped him up once on 2 times, and it was probably the most hilarious thing I've ever seen.
So it's like training yourself in the gravity chamber. If you can defeat Ben Shapiro when he's on 1.5 times speed, you can do anything.
Exactly. Rena, I do not like. I hate uncomfortable silences, so you need to just jump in if you wanted to ask something. Because I'm, so you know.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Whatever.
I love uncomfortable silences, so actually don't. Prolong the silences for as long as you can, just to make him uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm also fine with uncomfortable silences too. So.
Sounds like that's a 2-on-1 right there. Sounds like we could make this hell for him if we wanted to.
Are you playing Elden Ring?
I am. It keeps my brain sharp to get my ass kicked while talking to people.
I understand completely. Well, all right. Well, one of the first questions, if I have this correct, Rena, do you have it up?
Yeah, we've got a whole list for you, Bosch.
Oh, please.
Yeah. So, all right. So I guess we'll kind of dive in with.
Oh, actually,
you know,
wait, just one moment. Before we get started with that, you should probably introduce yourselves to my audience in a fuller way.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Rena. You're good at that.
Great idea. Yeah. So we're brand new to this. Jason and I were previously working on other projects, and became friends, and now we're doing this project together. So we are Human Happy Hour, and the goal is to have lots of interesting conversations with interesting people, and get some different perspectives, share cool things that people are doing. Maybe some activism, maybe some some other types of work, and some people will have bigger profiles like what you do, Vosh, and then other people will be just everyday people doing really awesome things, or particularly interesting work.
Nice. Happy to hear it. Happy to be a person with a bigger platform as well. Makes me feel very valid to be referred to that way.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, you're the maiden voyage.
I'm happy to be here. Anyway, hit me up.
All right, Rena.
So, all right. So, we'll just dive right in with how you kind of got started, and so how did you get your online name, and do you ever give out your real name?
Yes, my name is Ian. It's well known enough that it's not really considered a secret. But pretty much everyone calls me Vosh. In terms of how I got my start here, I was a prominent chatter in another online edgy debate lords community, a guy called Destiny. And after gaining some notoriety in his community by arguing aggressively for left-leaning political positions, I made my own Twitch channel. And after that, things just kind of blew up and never really stopped blowing up, I guess. So that's nice. As for the name itself, you asked how I got my name, and I choose to interpret that answer in both ways. It is the name of an OC that I made when I was quite a bit younger and drew more often. And I just decided arbitrarily to choose that for my channel name.
OC, what's that?
Original character. Like, when you go on Tumblr and all of the 14-year-old artists are, like, drawing the if Sephiroth and Cloud had a kid, and they give it a name. Like, that's an OC.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Yeah, I have a gamer channel, and I'm named Kranos, and that is from a D&D campaign from one of my first D&D campaigns when I was 13. There you go.
That's an OC right there. That's D&D characters are absolutely OCs, original characters.
That's hilarious.
I have no OCs, so I'm very far into the whole gaming universe and all that. So you started with gaming and everything. So did you set out to talk about politics? Was that part of it, or did that just organically happen?
The politics was always the thrust of my online engagement. I would argue politics. I mean, I've always been into games, of course. Back in those days, Twitch.tv was exclusively a gaming space. Sometimes, like way back when, like in 2015, when I would try to stream, sometimes I would get distracted. I would stop playing whatever game I was playing at the time, like FTL or Binding of Isaac, and I would talk politics for a bit. And like a Twitch, the site was small enough back then. A Twitch admin would actually show up in my chat with a stream with like 8 people in it and say like, "Hey, you have to be playing a game," and I'd go like, "Oh, okay," and I'd have to keep going with it. Yeah, no, it was way smaller back then.
Oh my god, you have to be playing a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did not allow you. Had to be. It was gaming only. And now, of course, you can do whatever on Twitch. So
yeah, except say Cracker.
Except say Cracker. I got unbanned yesterday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, there's our first video.
Yeah, right there. Your good luck, it seems. But yeah, I got unbanned just the other day.
Congratulations.
I'll just keep streaming on YouTube though. For now at least. It's a little bit too easy to get banned from there at the moment, I think. Doing political content at least. So I'll probably just enjoy the fact that I'm able to talk to people from that space without actually streaming there.
Have you thought about streaming anywhere else? Like what's that? Not Curiosity Stream. What's the other one there that the Legal Eagle guy is doing?
That's just a content hosting place. I don't think they do live streams. I think they just host videos.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that makes sense. Cool.
Nebula, I think.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I'm actually curious about when you used to be in Destiny's. Are we not supposed to say his name? I can't remember.
You could say his name. And yes, I
Okay.
was.
You're in Destiny's community. Um, how did you become known in the community enough to start streaming and people knew to go to watch you? Like, how does that work? Just in Discord, or were you at comments, or?
I would try to argue with him on his stream. Successfully sometimes. As in successfully as in I was able to get on his stream. Whether or not the debates themselves went in my favor is, of course, a matter of opinion. But I was mostly arguing pro-feminist positions. He was more right-leaning at the time.
Okay, and have you ever actually debated or talked to Hassan?
I've talked to him, yeah. I mean, I've talked to him, like, off-stream a decent number of times since we're adjacent in the industry. But in terms of, like, doing stuff on stream, I think we talked briefly along with H-Bomber Guy. Back in, I want to say, late 2018, and that conversation was actually what inspired me to get serious about making a YouTube channel.
Oh, okay, well. Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't talked to you on screen yet, but...
I was watching, so in preparation for our conversation, I've been watching a good amount of your stuff, Vosh, and I was watching the current, I guess, falling out, or I don't know what you want to refer between whatever's going on with Hassan, and so it seems like there's not a lot of friendliness, I guess, going on at the moment.
I definitely think he's died on a couple of really stupid hills in the recent past. Unfortunately, it just seems like in some issues he defers to a very aesthetic understanding of socialism, and he gets very angry when he's called out for it. So, God willing, we'll get him over one day, but, you know, can't hold my breath.
Who do you think is your nemesis online? Because you have to have a nemesis.
I don't really think so. I know there are
Really?
people who want to think they're my nemesis, but I don't really think anyone has, like, given me enough trouble to warrant my recognition to that sort, you know? There are people who are more annoying or more aggressively pursuant of my interest than others, but there are probably like a dozen people who think of themselves that way. I don't want to, you know what I mean? I feel like I feel like that means a lot to them and very little to me. So
You probably have a thick skin, so you can't really have a nemesis, I guess.
listen, I'm my own nemesis. Okay, that's the closest we're getting. I am consistently my own worst enemy.
Of course, aren't we all really?
Oh yeah.
So who then, if you don't have a nemesis, who do you really like watching? Like, do you have anybody that you admire in this streaming space?
There are many people I respect, that's for sure. In terms of admiration, well, personal disagreements aside, I think that I think ContraPoints has a remarkable script writing ability. I think that there's an aesthetic and rhetorical conciseness that's really worthwhile and valuable there. In terms of formidability, I think Keffels on Twitter has been dealing with an ungodly amount of harassment and has been weathering it with admirable tenacity. In terms of researchability, there's a content creator called Soaked on Left, and another called Rose Wrist as well. They're both quite good at this, though Soaked on Left interacts with me publicly more often. They're both very, let's say, fastidious nerds. They're very big into research. They love it. And that's pretty admirable, I think. There are a lot of people that I respect in this space. I'm not sure about admiration necessarily, but I think you can learn from all of them.
I was looking up your channel on Social Blade. And I noticed in June and July of 2020, you gained 100,000 subs. What on earth happened?
Oh, that would have been because of the primaries for sure. Yeah, back during the the big beefs with Buttigieg, Biden, Bernie. Like I nearly said Warren Ellis. Oh God, wait, I'm having a brain fart right now.
You just made it's something Warren. She knows. She is
Elizabeth Warren. Thank
Elizabeth.
God. Oh, okay. Whew, it's okay. Yeah. Warren Ellis. So it's like E is the other name. It begins with E. Yeah, okay. That and BLM. I think my channel did a particularly good job handling those issues in particular. So I'm pretty proud of that in retrospect. I think those were definitely well-earned subs. So I'm happy looking back on that.
Nice. How do you prepare to? I mean, you always say you don't have a good memory. I do not agree with you at all. Or maybe I'm just comparing you to me, because mine's horrifying. But how do you prepare for that stuff? Is it just in your brain, and because you read a lot, or do you do any preparation? Like, where do you go to get your information that you feel comfortable sharing with your audience?
No, I never do any preparation beforehand. I mean, I read studies, of course. I watch videos when I'm off stream, but I don't ever prepare for a stream. One of the reasons being that I've always held the position that I think it should be evident that most of the arguments we deal with are so bad that you don't really need to prepare to defeat them. You can usually just, like, a Wikipedia level knowledge of any subject along with basic rhetorical skills is usually enough to handle, like, almost any confrontation you're going to have with people who disagree with you. Obviously, it helps to go further than that, of course, you know. And if I was debating like a professor who I really disagreed with, I'd try to learn more. But for the most part, I think it's important to reinforce the idea that it's very accessible, the ability to, disagree with people and come out on top.
That is the lack of preparation and just diving in. Jason and I were talking about that before, is like sort of nerve-wracking. Like I had to I'm like, we have to have a list of questions going in.
I know.
So yeah.
Oh no, it's way better to not prepare for anything at all. No expectations. Yeah.
This list is totally distracting me. I keep looking at it.
just go, Jason. I guess.
Well, I mean, like one of the things I wanted to ask you about is, and you know, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I am interested in, well, do you get any death threats?
Oh yeah, all the time.
And how do you deal with that? Like actually, like, you know, in real life and also in your brain and with emotions and like.
Oh, I just ignore them.
Really?
Yeah, there's not really much else to do with them. I mean, if you want to look at it like logistically or whatever, the type of people who make errant death threats online and the type of people who will risk their life actually enacting them are not the same group of people. They're two completely different groups. You can go online and see this from like lefty circles if you don't want to like get in with the right. Most of the people on left Twitter making death threats at like public figures they don't like are 14-year-olds who like have to stave off suicidal thoughts every evening. They're not in a great place themselves. They lash out at others. I'm not afraid of them. At most, they're annoying. If anything, I feel bad for a lot of them. They're clearly not in a great place themselves. The same is the case for the right. These are not exactly the pinnacle of like mental well-being. You know, these folks. No, I don't pay it any mind. You know, you can stay concerned over that kind of stuff if you want, but at the end of the day, the point of those threats is to silence people they don't like, and all you're really doing is letting them win if you give in to that. I mean, because if you gave in to that, then like every person in the online space would have to give in to that, right? By that standard, and then like the person who throws the most death threats would always win.
That's, I guess, sort of like the don't read the comments thread in your own videos and, you know, things like that, because people just say terrible things, and why give them weight, you know, or pay attention.
Yeah, if reading comments bothers someone, don't read them. You're not going to learn anything. Like, no one, listen, okay? If you actually feel like you could stand to benefit from public criticism, which often is just not the case at all, don't read them yourself. Get a friend who you trust to go through negative comments, cultivate them, and sort the actual points being made, not the comments themselves, but the sentiment of those comments, the content, the stuff you're looking for. Sort them out, and get them to give you a summary. That way you can deal with the worthwhile criticism, or at least the raw information, without subjecting yourself to all the negativity. There's just no reason to ever like torture yourself by looking through a bunch of negativity online.
Yeah, I have really thick skin. Definitely, I don't care what people say about me, to be honest. But and I'll prove it right now. One of the things I wanted to ask you about was autism. My son is autistic, and through learning about him, I learned that I must have been or am, and just my childhood's so similar. He's nonverbal still, and he's 5. But I wanted to know, clearly your brand or you on the spectrum of autism is definitely high functioning. So, I mean, because you said you were
Thank you.
autistic in a screen. Well, obviously. What was your childhood like? Were you nonverbal at any point, or did you just excel and start reading books at like 2? Or
I have never in my life been nonverbal. No, actually, I've never actually been able to focus much on reading either. Hyperfixation has always been my most predominant autistic characteristic, I suppose, like dropping everything to hyperfixate on something. For me, it was public speaking, which I obviously enjoy very much and now get to do for a living, so, you know, that worked out pretty well in my favor. You know, I don't like to talk about the autism stuff too much because, you know, I got it pretty easy, all things told. There are people who have it worse, and I was able to essentially, like, build a life to perfectly accommodate my, you know, idiosyncrasies? Idiosyncrasies? I always forget how many. Is it syncrasies? There's one. Okay, I added one too many syllables. Idiosyncrasies.
I mean, I'm saying it, so it could be wrong, but
I'll go with that. One fewer syllable is that much easier to pronounce. But, you know, I was able to build a life around that, which was startlingly convenient. For me, I think ADHD was always the stronger force in terms of my neurodivergence. When it comes to, like, when I was younger or whatever, I mean, I didn't have the best social life when I was young, but it also didn't bother me that much. I guess, like, if you look back throughout history as well, you know, like, we have a very strict archetype for what a successful social life is, and it's kind of a dumb and arbitrary one, especially in high school. Like, people in high school, they care so much about, you know, like, you have to have this many friends or go to the parties or whatever. Like, you know, I just, like, talked 40K with my nerdy-ass friends and left it at that, and that was fine. And I was happy with that. And now that I'm older and I have a bit more control over myself, I can pretty much do whatever I want socially, so I feel like I waited it out, which is nice.
Yeah, I think a successful social life is if you're happy, right? Who cares what the societal definition?
yeah, we're both introverts, big time.
Yeah, I
Rena
just
and
think the one thing that I never got over is I really dislike verbal ambiguity. When a person is talking, there's so much like etiquette when it comes to like, okay, well, is that like if you're flirting, for example, like there's so much like nuance to the way people phrase stuff about what they actually mean, and it varies person to person. It's not like you can just learn one standard and then be done with it. You know, every person has their own weird, arbitrary set of rules for interpreting how they speak. And so in my experience, I thought, and I still feel, that it was always best to just throw shame to the wind and just be aggressively upfront with every element of the conversation. Hey, do you mean this? Just to be clear, do you mean this? And if they find that annoying, like, okay, then things wouldn't have worked out anyway. The point's to not be ashamed of it.
Wow. How do you do that? How does that work with relationships?
Always worked for me. If it ever didn't work with a person, I probably wouldn't have been good, like, partners with them anyway, so... You know, I just dislike the ambiguity. I feel like I'm generally pretty upfront and direct when I speak. I don't leave people guessing as to what it is I mean, especially interpersonally when I'm trying to, like, you know, get to know a person. But that's a skill, and I'm pretty good at speaking. So maybe some people are just ambiguous because they aren't as practiced with being deliberate with their speech, and that's fine. That's not, like, an insult to me or whatever. But I think it's acceptable for me in response to one, you know, to get clarifications from them. And if they have a problem with that, then, you know, that's on them.
Sorry, Rena, I cut you off.
No, so it's interesting to hear you say that because I have a brother on the autism spectrum, and I think my father is as well. And I think I have adapted by speaking very bluntly and directly. You know, I think because often that's not understood if you're speaking, you know, with a more, you know, ambiguous tone. And so I will sometimes get dinged by people, you know, for being so like upfront and direct. I don't stop, you know, I still do it anyway, but yeah, it's because I prefer it. So, but it's interesting to hear you know, talk about that.
I think it's generally better to go about it that way anyway. You know, there's enough ambiguity in people's day-to-day lives I've noticed that even a lot of neurotypical people, people who I don't consider to have any issues generally understanding people, they're constantly fraught with anxiety over, well, what did this person mean? It's like a trope, right? Well, what did she mean with this text, Fucking ask. Just ask. Like, if there's an issue with asking, then you probably shouldn't be talking to that person anyway, because they're not adult enough to handle, like, mature conversation about their intentions. Clearly, we all struggle with this, so maybe if we were all a bit more upfront, not only would it make life a little easier for autistic people, I think it would make life easier for everyone.
Yeah, now you recently started Adderall, correct?
Yeah, like 4 or 5 months ago, which has helped tremendously with ADHD stuff.
Yeah, do you find that your outward, immediate, just saying whatever you want to say has diminished at all, or does it keep you in check at all?
No, I don't think it limits my personality in any way. I feel like that was always the thing I was always worried about with medication of any kind, the idea that it would somehow limit my personality. That hasn't been the case so far. Maybe it is for some medications. I don't want to speak for all of them, but for me, it has not been the case.
That's good. Yeah, it did for me. I take Adderall as well, and I find that in the morning when I first wake up, I have these amazing ideas. I take an Adderall, and they weren't really that interesting, actually. The ideas.
Really?
It's like, yeah. It took a while for it to get there, though.
I find for me it's quite the opposite, actually. That I tend to be a little bit more muddled before, if I haven't had, Adderall or whatever for a while. And I'm able to concentrate a little bit more after I have, and that's generally to my benefit. But, it varies.
Yeah, I'm sure it depends on the person and, how your mind is interacting, with the medication. So totally makes sense.
There's a lot of nuance to how those particular medications function with individuals. It's usually best to get follow-up consults, especially because you can have partial successes sometimes. Where it seems as though the negative symptoms that are being treated have been addressed, but there are like side effects that could be ameliorated if you took a slightly different medication, something like that.
Do you guys hear like a little scratchy sound from someone? I'm not sure who.
I'm afraid I don't. Chat, do you hear any scratchy noises? I'll get my my external verification from them.
Oh, okay.
People in chat are saying no.
Okay, so I don't know what that is then.
I don't have, and
it's once in a while, so it's no big deal. So what did you end up raising for Ukraine? Was it over 300K?
It was just under 1/3
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
That's amazing. Wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of my community. I'm really not the one who should be praised here, of course. I just played video games during that time. They were the ones who actually donated.
Right. In your opinion, I mean, I'm sure you did a little bit of research before you decided who you're going to donate to, but what do you think that the money will be used for?
It's for providing mostly medical and hygienic supplies to Ukrainian refugees that have been brought through the humanitarian corridor off to the west. So helping refugees who make it over to, Romania or Poland. The difficulty in choosing which charity to donate to was primarily that this is one of those situations where it's actually really, really difficult for charities to get involved at all. I mean, it's an active war zone. It's not like any old charity is just going to march on into Kyiv, like dodge rocket shells and try to make the people there safer. It takes a lot of on-the-ground investment to even be able to do anything. So Project Hope is a larger charity, and for that reason, I think they have like the operational support to be able to manage something like that.
Oh my God! Someone called me Rogan on chat. Whatever. It's ridiculous. Just shave your head and you're Rogan or Picard.
They're face blind for white people. I wouldn't feel too bad. They do this to me all the time.
Who are you normally?
Seth Rogen, or literally any white guy with a beard.
Seth Rogen. I don't see that.
I weighed 80 pounds more last year, so there was a bit more of a resemblance then. He's lost a bunch of weight though, I think.
Yes, you have. As someone that watches you quite a bit, I've watched the progression, and you have.
Oh, we both have then. Me and Seth Rogen. So I guess we're like keeping
Oh.
pace with each other. But yeah, either way, face blind for white people. Very racist of them.
What one of the things that I was going to ask you when we were with Wolfpack, when I wanted you to come on the show there, was about corruption. What if you were a wizard and you could gain power over something and you could
I'm
make
interested.
yourself, I thought so. You could make yourself have the ability to control enough people so that you could make anything happen. What would you change in our country that would make corruption without hurting anybody, of course? What do you think it would do to get for the people to get the power back? Like if you could influence.
Corruption's
Make
a
an
really
influence.
a very broad term. Do we mean illegal behavior, or are you just talking about like
Political.
collusion between corporations and? Well, at the end of the day, the issue is that what you're referring to is corruption, and I guess what I also consider corruption is also a necessary product of any modern democracy. You know, politicians have to listen to the people in an explicit sense. Obviously, we vote for them. But if a politician, or if politicians broadly, if they were unwilling to listen to corporate needs, this sounds bad, but it's true. If they were unwilling to listen to corporations, our country would suffer tremendously for it. You know, our economy, especially here in the States, it is, after all, the backbone of this country, and the only reason we're able to maintain that, along with our relatively high standard of living, is because corporations have the ability to petition their needs to politicians. So for me, it's not about the collaboration between the two that really bugs me. It's the nature of that collaboration. And I think the solution to that, functionally, would be to make the interests of those corporations parallel to the interests of the people who vote for the politicians. Essentially, worker democracy. That way you can maintain the processes that allow a modern economy to function, but you can make it so that the needs of the corporation aren't that different from what people would vote for anyway. At least in theory. You can make them better.
So you would what would your plan be to actually implement?
Worker democracy. You know, full-on seizure of the means of production. If you'd like, you know, worker cooperatives could be mandated. Every business in the United States could be a worker democracy to some effect or another. However that could be implemented, I think that would be a significant step up.
Sorry, I'm hearing a scratchy sound. Are you, Rena? Are you hearing a scratchy sound when he's talking?
I just did.
When I'm talking, and wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Are you hearing? I don't know how this would be the case. Are you hearing my game audio? Wait, I'm just one moment. Here, I'm gonna. Okay. Do you hear anything?
No, it's definitely only when you're talking. It's like you have a scratch sound. I just asked chat if they can hear it.
Yeah, it's like
through.
a tiny bit of static.
That is
or something.
interesting.
really
Let me
weird.
make sure that the mic settings are correct. One moment. It can't be the game. There's no possible way.
It's not the game. I would recognize that.
Okay.
I played the game too.
Oh, wonderful.
I would hear it.
Just one moment. Select a speaker. Focusrite USB. Let me reset this.
Yeah, it almost sounds like your microphone cable. It's like either your gain, possibly. This is just one possibility. Your gain could be too high, or you could have a cable possibly. No, it wouldn't be loose because that would make no sense.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Scratchy.
Yeah.
Scratchy.
Oh yeah, big time.
That is.
I mean, for me, anybody,
Interesting.
Rena?
Yeah, I wasn't hearing it before, but now I'm
Oh,
hearing
great.
it.
Sorry.
let me
Should've left
let me rejoin the
Okay.
Zoom call. One moment.
Okay.
No, it's a Zoom call, not Discord. I've never had a Zoom call have audio issues before. Let's see.
It was weird that
All right.
Hello,
Let's-
hello.
Oh, there's a little poppy sound.
A little pop. That is.
Oh, it's getting better. I
Is
think.
it getting better? That is
not here. It's
No.
really bad here. I mean,
that is really strange. I have to assume that this is a an internet or a connection issue. I don't know. Let me see. Suppress background noise, auto, low, medium, high. Let me see if changing this does anything. Does this perhaps change anything at all?
No, it's like super scratchy and poppy. It's really bizarre.
Mute my microphone or join a meeting. Audio test microphone. Let me listen to myself. Hello, hello? Hello, hello? Okay, I heard myself, and wow, that is really bad. That is interesting. Well, the only thing that I can think of is that somehow it's being disrupted by the game that I'm playing. I have no idea why. Let me just close the game, and I'll just see if that does anything.
Yeah, for me, it sounds like an electrical cable issue for me. But
Now, if that was the case, would affect my live stream as well. I know that everything on my end is fine. This has to be a Zoom connection thing. Let me just close this. It's possible that somehow it's using a similar channel. I'm not much of a tech person. Anyway, I closed it. Does it sound better?
You close it now?
I closed it now.
No, you can play again. It's same sound.
That is weird.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. We can fix this.
Did
Could
you
it
do a
just be Zoom?
Zoom test for your voice? Possibly?
I did, and I heard it played back, and it was quite bad. Hearing myself through Zoom. Maybe I need to run Zoom in admin mode. Just a minute.
We'll make a tech video on how to fix scratchy sounds out of this. That'd be cool.
Just one moment. It's always something, isn't it, chat? It's always an audio issue, even on Zoom as well. Let's try running it as an administrator. It's possible they're somehow just using here. Using like a bad channel or something? I can't really say. We're going to try running as an administrator to see if that is the issue. Hello, hello?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay. Interesting. That is super annoying. Select speaker, focus for USB.
I feel like my money is on Zoom whenever.
Well, it's definitely Zoom because everything's working just fine on my stream end. I don't know why that would be though, as I've used Zoom plenty of times while streaming and not had that issue. Mosh, check your sound mixer. What does that even mean? Here, my tech support is on the case.
Your sound what?
Hold on. That was the wrong button. Chat is on the case. Let me see.
Yeah, that was one thing I noticed about your community is really helpful and friendly.
Oh yeah, sometimes. From time to time. Okay, let me hear myself again. Testing.
Oh,
testing. Wow, that is miserable.
Oh, wait a minute. That got better.
For a sec.
Okay,
Yeah.
how do I sound right now?
Same, pretty much.
Okay.
And also, like, speak louder. Speak like louder.
Hello?
Yeah, I think it's a gain thing. Because the louder you are, the worse it is. It
Okay.
seems.
I don't see a gain option in the audio settings. Let me see if they just like automatically defaulted to a very high setting for some reason.
Are you using OBS?
Yes.
You might have a gain filter on your microphone.
Well, that would just be for OBS though.
Oh, and it would also go to the stream too. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's got to be Zoom. It's so bizarre.
Let's see. Input. I could just try turning my volume down and see if there's here.
We could switch to Discord.
Possibly. Wait, it's not actually letting me adjust the microphone input volume. Now, why is that? Hold on. Okay, how do I sound right now?
Same.
Interesting. I notice also that when I speak into the microphone, the little bar that tells me, like, what my input level is at, it's lagging. Here, let me check my, Control-Alt-Delete, Task Manager. Is there something wrong with this program? I missed an update? Zoom meetings. 4% GPU on a Zoom call. Hmm.
That's not much.
No, that's not much. Why?
Yeah, that is weird.
Maybe we should, Yeah, I suppose we should switch to Discord then. My apologies for the inconvenience. I'm not sure what the issue is.
No problem.
All right, well, I'll see you there. Are you in my
All right,
Discord server?
Yep.
Wonderful. Send me over.
Okay. Let me see here.
I've never had a problem with Zoom before. Well, such is life. We'll wait for them to hop in on Discord. Thank God it's not Elden Ring. Whew! Ah. Could have been so much worse. Who cares about the noise? That was pretty bad, though. The noise when I heard it from myself, that was pretty bad. That is not like an acceptable level of audio jank. If that's what they're hearing, I do not blame them for wanting that changed. I wonder if it's been that bad the entire time. The lady said at first that she didn't hear it, so I think it's getting worse with time. I have no idea. It's probably from the sound card. What the fuck is a sound card? What is this? 2011? A sound card? Jesus. Ah, yes, the floppy disk that we input must have had a scratch. Yeah. Do you not use an audio interface? Everything on my end has to be functioning, because otherwise you guys would hear issues. It is definitely a Zoom-specific issue. My guess right now is that it has to do somehow with, like, the connection. Like an internet thing, basically. I think it has to be that. I don't know what else it could be. Because there were no, like, settings in the back end that were bad. Very dumb. Very cringe. You know, as one says. Could be electrical interference? Yeah, maybe. Well, I know that my internet's also fine, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to stream. Okay, hold on. We'll just wait for an email or a Discord DM or anything like that. So how y'all doing? Hello, Voosh. Hello. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well. Fairly adequate. Well, that's nice. How are you? I feel great today, actually. Did I eat today? Yes, I ate today. How's the car? Being repaired. Had a cracked radiator. Can you further elaborate on your point on corporations? As long as corporate entities are a thing that exist, as long as, like, the business world is this separate, distinct entity, from the people as a group and the government as an institution, the government and business will need to collaborate. This can be problematic as long as businesses have a different set of interests from the people. The people's interests are the ones that have to be represented most, after all. So the goal would be to make it so that businesses are lobbying for their interests in a way which matches the betterment of the people. That would be the goal. Oh, no, I know Seth lost a lot of, wait. How long do you plan on streaming tonight? As long as I choose to. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Now, please tell me I sound fine now.
Yes, you are, and I just have to switch everything over. I'm gonna ditch Zoom, and Rena, I'll send you a friend request from him.
Yes.
Okay.
Bring her in, and we'll get going.
Okay. All right. Ending that. I'm gonna do the be right back thing, and now I'm going to switch over my speakers. I had that on something else. So.
Yes, my apologies for the inconvenience. I have no idea what the issue
God,
was.
no problem. I was telling Rena, I go, some of my favorite times doing anything is when things go wrong. To me, it's the most fun. I think, anyway.
Oh,
it's a blast.
No wonder you like my stream.
Exactly. Okay, and now that that's off, I can now switch over camera so that my OBS does not freeze. I wish OBS could figure out how to use a camera on 2 different things at once. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, it can be pretty annoying. The
Oh shit, I
the
can hear it again.
exclusivity.
Your sound. All right, turning on camera. And video. Okay, so there we go. Turn on
Let me
camera.
know when it's all good. I'll start video on my end.
All right, and I will have to figure out how to send something. How do I send her this invite? Oh, so I'll put this over here. Go back to.
You add them to the group chat, and then they can just join with video.
Okay, and yeah, it's the same sound though. That's the sucky thing. Okay.
Wait, you can still hear scratching?
Yeah, it's definitely scratchy. So it's not Zoom.
Okay,
I
wait,
actually
that
think-
definitely has to be your end then.
Really?
Yeah, I have no idea what that would be though.
Well, I want to get Rena in here so that if she can hear it, then if she can't hear it, then it's definitely my end, because we're not connected through Discord in that way.
Gotcha.
Let's see here. What is wrong with my brain? How do I do it? Let's see.
Try
Here.
Discord audio self-check and settings. Yeah, just one moment. Let me listen to myself real quick. It's always
Okay.
something. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, hello?
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 Sounds
Sounds-
fine. That doesn't
That
sound
doesn't
fine.
Where is it?
Huh. No, I think it's me actually. It is me.
Huh.
Oh
wow.
It seems like my programs that are pulling from my audio that aren't my OBS are getting the short end of the stick, though that hasn't been the case before. Why on earth? It's not a physical defect, is there? No, I don't think so. Why is that? CPU usage, probably? It's not CPU usage. Huh. You probably have 2 microphones activated. Discord and Focusrite does that shit? No, that can't be the case. It says it right here. Let me see. Voice and video input device. Focusrite, right there. Focusrite is the correct audio input device. That is weird. You checked all your cables? It's not a cable thing. But make sure the other ones are disabled. They don't need to be disabled. It's chosen Focusrite USB. I'm using a Focusrite microphone. Yeah, it's like OBS is getting the first... Oh, I think I know why this is happening right now. It's because I'm running OBS on admin mode. I'm running OBS on admin mode, which means it's taking priority channels for every single part of my computer and all the info that runs through it. I started doing this while playing Elden Ring because Elden Ring takes up so many fucking system resources that I felt like I needed to prioritize it. Yeah, that might actually be it. I wonder then, if I open Discord, in admin mode, they should share resources correctly then. Just a moment.
Okay.
Whoop. just cut him off there. Sorry. Oh, it's a goddamn mystery, people. Control delete. Admin mode shouldn't really do that. Listen, I'm just testing theories here. Did you just try that before? Yeah, I did. But you know what? Anything worth doing is worth doing twice. Okay, now we're going to properly end Discord because it doesn't actually close when you tell it to close. Discord, open, run as admin. Da-da-da.
I don't know how to do it, so I'm
Hello,
trying to figure
hello?
it out.
Hello?
Let's see here.
Hello, hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It
But-
sounds, I think it's still that sound though, unfortunately.
Okay,
I mean-
yeah. Huh.
That is really weird. By the way, don't worry about it. If I end up fixing your tech issue, if it's your tech issue, I'll feel like a hero. So
No.
I'm here for it.
Well, it must actually be mine though, because OBS is getting it properly. Okay, task manager detail. All right, we're gonna try some. We have some tech oriented people in my community.
Nice.
Okay, let's see. Okay, task manager details. OBS right click priority low. Well, that seems like it would have some negative consequences for my stream, but okay. What do I have? OBS 64? 27.1 point. Yeah, there we go. Okay, run that. Set priority low. Okay. The program that I'm using for streaming is now set to low priority. And let me close the call and rejoin. Any change to the audio?
Say a little more.
Any change to the audio at all?
No, same.
Gotcha. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with admin mode? Well, if it's on admin mode, then even if the priority was set low, it would probably stay the same. Restart that computer. I'm not restarting my goddamn computer. Jesus Christ.
How dare they?
Huh. Oh, this is actually a serious issue. If it's
Yeah. Well, it's not going to, but well, yeah, because you're gonna need to talk to people.
I do talk to people. Restarting
You
would
do.
fix it probably. Restarting probably would fix it. I'm live streaming though. All right.
Do you have a buffer?
I have no idea what that means. All right, hold on. Listen, everyone, to you and everyone watching, it's time for me to restart. I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't leave. Goodbye. Close Elden Ring. I just want to live. You guys know that, right? I try the same stream. We're not making a new stream. I'll keep this one up. A sad day in Vosh history. True. Hold the line. Okay, I'll see you in a second, okay? Swear to God. Okay. Well, oh yeah, I forgot that I hit the go live button. Hello. Okay, now I open this. Recently closed my streaming tabs. Recently closed my non-streaming tabs. Okay. Got that. Okay. We now have OBS running in non-admin mode at low priority. So this will determine whether or not that was actually the issue. Now I'm going to call. Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Oh wow, that's good.
Really?
Yeah. What happened?
I restarted my computer and I'm running OBS in non-administrative mode.
Oh well, it's good. It's
Okay.
damn good.
I'm happy to hear that. I don't know if that was the restart or if it was the deprioritization. I don't know. Anyway, here we are. Hello.
Hello. Could you friend request Rena, because I can't figure out how to get her into this chat, because I think it's all up you, because you are it's your call and I just have no clue how to do it.
What's her Discord name?
In your Discord, she's under @Rena in your verification required channel.
Oh.
We both popped in.
Right. All right, sent a friend request.
Nice. Cool.
DM. Arena.
All right.
Okay, group DM.
Discord sounds so much nicer all the time anyway.
Well, there shouldn't have been issues anyway here. Okay. And then you, and your name is Jason.
Yep.
There we go.
All right.
Did we do it?
I think we did. I think we're tech geniuses.
Thank God.
Rena just has to figure out her camera now.
Wait,
Rena, you
what-
have to go. Oh, you did it. Good job.
Did I?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And then Vosh, you'd have to go. I think I don't know if you have your camera set on Discord.
I can do
or
that.
not.
Here.
Nice.
Hello.
Fan freaking
All right.
Uh-oh. Not like this.
Oh, now there's latency, but I don't care. We'll just all be max headrooms.
So
Okay.
what was this streaming audience saying the whole time?
Oh my God! Now her sound sucks.
Okay. I have a crazy proposition. Okay, are you ready
Sure.
for it?
I'm ready.
What if we tried Zoom again and hoped that the thing that I did worked for both programs?
Okay, I like it.
Okay. I've never put in this much work for anything in my life before.
I appreciate it. Thank you. We'll see you at Zoom. Same link. Well, I'll send you another link in case that one doesn't work.
It should still work. I'll just join that one.
Okay.
All right. Chad, I know this must be riveting for you. Oh no, he does have to create a new one. Okay, you do have to make a new one. Just send here when ready. This is ridiculous. I can't really complain though, because this is on me, right? Like this is literally just like my shit not working properly. It really makes me wonder how many times this has been a problem before, and the person I was talking to was just like too nervous to tell me, you know, like to let me know that it was happening. That kind of sucks to think about. Imposing presence, yeah. Gas keep gate girl boss light or something like that. Booting up Elden Ring, booting up Elden Ring, booting up Elden Ring because it's a fun game and I'm taking forever to beat it because I just really like exploring the world. Yeah, maybe. Maybe every convo I've ever had, on my stream, the other person has just been like desperately trying to hear me through this fog of crackling static. Okay, we got an email. Oh God, let this work. Please, God, let this work. I can't handle it again. I can't keep doing this.
Hell yeah.
Don't
All right.
say that yet.
All right.
How do I
that was
sound?
Pretty good.
Oh. Okay.
All right. And I sent, did the first link didn't work, so I had to send another one to you guys, which you probably
Okay.
figured that out.
All right, we did
lived
it. We learned a lot about ourselves, about technology. We grew as people.
I feel it grows, definitely. Oh wait, that sounded weird.
Ah, that sounded good.
I feel it grows. Oh, here she comes. Yeehaw. All right.
Hello.
Fantastic. All right, I'm gonna rearrange everybody back to where they were. There we go.
Is it working?
Yes,
It is.
Everything is fantastic again. Let me just make sure OBS is still going. Everything's good in OBS. Yes, it is. Good.
Remarkably.
All right, excellent. So one of my questions to you was, do you ever have any tech issues?
It's been known to happen from time to time, you know? It's a pretty volatile medium, unfortunately. There's always potential for some shenanigans to take place.
It's absolutely true. Sometimes the people in my house will be watching something, and that causes absolute havoc. It's horrifying.
Yeah,
But,
computers just ain't that great, you know. There's always going to be some compatibility issue here or there. I'm not a huge tech guy. I mostly rely on my community to fix any problems I encounter.
I couldn't figure out how to share the with Rena. I'm just like, how do I do this? I have no idea, and I'm usually pretty good at all this stuff.
All that matters is we made it happen.
Well, I have a bunch of questions that are that Rena decided were called fun and random, which is her way of saying that I'm random.
I categorized all of the questions.
I'm not. Yeah, we're like Mulder and Scully for organization. I had a question. I don't know if you remember me asking you or telling you about it in email, but you say to someone that's not up on the dialect that you use a lot of acronyms and words that are pop culture, and I'm just like, what all the time. So I started, when I was watching you, I started writing them down, and I could have looked them up, but I decided that I would rather get your interpretation of it.
Uh-huh.
What in the world is a Chad?
So basically, a couple of years ago, a group of people, which came to be known as incels, which stands for involuntary celibate, they became very, I don't know, prominent online, very culturally relevant online. And the basic gist of it is that these are people who are upset with their lot in life and feel as though they're having trouble getting laid, or finding relationships, due in large part to inviolate genetic characteristics that they can't change, like their height, their bone structure, stuff like that. A very sad group of people, but they're very prominent, or at the very least discourse about them is very prominent. You know, it comes up a lot. And they separate the people in the world into a kind of set of hierarchies, the top of which are chads, or I guess alpha males, basically just very attractive, very socially successful men who don't have to put that much effort into finding relationships and are usually in relationships with one or multiple women at any given point in time.
Okay. All right. So, like,
it's a very matter-of-fact answer right there, but of course it's been colloquialized 1,000 times over, you know, since then, so.
So like attractive alpha frat boys kind of thing?
Basically, yeah. I think that's the archetype that gets brought up. Now, the incels as a group aren't taken that seriously, I don't think, so I think a lot of people use Chad in, like, an unironically affirmative way. Like, if somebody's behavior is really brave or inspiring, they'll say, like, you know, oh, that's very Chad behavior or something, and I think that's kind of nice, turning it into a positive mantra.
All right. I also challenge your chat to come up with words that you've always wondered what in the hell he's talking about when he says the word so flippantly and you just don't know what it is, but I've got a few more. I know what LARPing is, but you say that people are LARPing in a sort of, I think you're kind of joking a little bit because they're definitely not like actually LARPing. So, but what do you mean when people are LARPing if they're not actually LARPing?
Well, I think, especially when we're talking about online politics, you know, I think there are people who affect an unnecessary and counterproductive degree of seriousness. And sometimes this manifests as people who are acting like they're like the vanguard of some revolutionary movement. And in reality, they're like a Twitter poster. You know what I mean? So, like, an example of someone who could be considered to be LARPing is, you know, if you look at the far right online, you'll find Twitter users whose, like, avatars and profile pictures are Roman statues, and they'll be talking about, like, the glory of the white race and, like, the blood of the nation and how the day of the rope is coming and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, they're LARPing. Like, they're acting like they're the vanguard of some glorious political uprising, but in reality, like, they're a cashier at, like, the dollar store.
So a poser, kind of.
Yeah, yeah, like a poser. Like, they're being pretentious. They're pretending they are involved in a much more serious degree of political engagement than they actually are. Something like that.
Okay. What is a Giga Chad?
A Chad but Giga, basically. No other way to put it. It actually refers to a specific guy. A Chad, like, there's just an image that goes with it, like a Wojak, like a drawing that people think of when they say Chad, but Giga Chad refers to an actual male model. He's this really, really muscular guy. Basically, his girlfriend is a photographer. God damn it. His girlfriend is a photographer who takes photos of her very muscular and very handsome boyfriend and makes him more muscular and more handsome. Not even really handsome, more like inhumanly masculine. I mean, it's deliberately pushed up to like beyond parody, basically. And that specific guy, just, you know, his girlfriend takes photos of him like flexing and, you know, looking ridiculously vascular and so on.
Okay.
You know, it's pretty good. It's fun.
All right. And I know what the game Roblox is, but what does it mean to be Robloxed?
To die.
Why?
People who made... so it used to be the case that when people would make thinly veiled threats online, they would say in Minecraft afterwards. Because it was a way of jokingly circumventing the terms of service agreement for the website they were on.
I understand.
Only jokingly. It doesn't... I don't think it actually does anything, really. You know, but it's just like a meme. However, there was I think it was the FBI had a document leaked where they acknowledged that people would say stuff like in Minecraft after making serious threats as a way of navigating around the terms of service. So after that document was leaked, people were like, oh, they're onto us. Okay, now we'll use Roblox. So now in Roblox, or getting Robloxed is the nomenclature.
I see. So yeah, I would call it DayZ'd.
Oh yeah, yeah, anything like that, right?
Right,
It's
I get it.
the sentiment is maintained, yeah.
I understand now. Okay, good. You sometimes will say this, and I've heard a lot of people say this. I think I know what it means, but I deliberately did not look it up.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just go, based. What is that?
I think I don't know if there's a consistent definition. I think when people say based, what they mean is good because it serves my political ideology. So usually when I see people say based, it's never just because the thing is good. Like, people don't tend to say, like, this is some based coffee, or like, this is a based restaurant. I mean, they can sometimes, but usually when people say based, they mean like good, comma, because it supports my political ideology. Okay. That's the way I see it used most often.
Okay. Yeah, I've noticed that there's a lot of words that you hear somebody say it, and then for long, I always like to know where it came from, which is hard sometimes, but you start seeing everybody, like everyone says, let's go now. It's like super common, like, let's go. And
yeah, the baby really kicked that one off.
Oh, okay. That's what that was?
Oh, he did the let's go thing with that song, and I think it just kind of went off from there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that I don't think that was even internet culture at first. I think that was, if I'm not mistaken, like an AAVE queer culture thing, and then it got like roped into mainstream, the way everything queer AAVE culture ends up going, you know, so very consistently.
I understand. A lot of these I've actually learned, but there might be people out there that were like me about a month ago.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll say, I mean, I know what it is now, but what is your definition of a tanky?
Well, historically, it was a term used to refer to people who defended the Soviet Union's rolling tanks into, I think it was Hungary, right? Because Hungary was having protests, and the Soviet Union was like, actually, you don't get to choose whether or not you're our ally. You know, we're going to send our army in to quash these protests. And tanky was the term for people who were like, okay, you're not really a communist. Like, you're an authoritarian. You just like the color red. And I basically feel the same way about that today. I think that, like, definition pretty much still holds true, you know? So, like, you have a lot of people right now who I would call tankies who are defending Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And it's like, well, this has nothing to do with socialism. You just like Russia more than you like other countries. You just have that, like, you know, national bias.
Okay. I won't do too many more.
I love these.
Oh, well, good. I have a few. TERFs.
Trans exclusionary radical feminist. A term for...
Oh, it's an acronym.
Yes, like J.K. Rowling types, basically. The basic gist is like people who will use feminist terminology as a front to attack trans people. So most people who hate trans people, you know, will, like conservative types, they'll just be transphobic openly, but the TERF manifesto is instead to attack trans people by fronting phony defenses for the rights of like biological females. So the idea would be like, oh, we don't hate trans people, we just think that uncritical acceptance of trans people is destructive and damaging to the rights of, biological females, because they never use the term cis women. Stuff like that. It's a pretty phony movement. I think the vast majority of the TERF movement is just like conservatives who don't give a fuck about women's rights or feminism propping up TERFs like J.K. Rowling because they're politically expedient, It's kind of like how there are very few like super conservative black people in the United States, but if you watch Republican media, you would get the impression they're everywhere, and you'll have like black Republicans like make YouTube careers with millions of white people who sub to them, where they're like, I just think black culture is the issue, and I grew up and I got out of the hood, and if all the other kids had gotten over their black culture, they could have gotten out of the hood. And it's like you look at that and you look at their support, but the way they make you want to think is that like all that support is coming from black people who agree with them, but like not really, right? Like the overwhelming support they get there is just white conservatives who agree with them. And that's how I feel about TERFs, basically. It's kind of like a front of a movement.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, feel free to. I know I can tell Rena's like ask questions. And
You're doing a great job going through these terms. This is a fun exercise.
Yeah, I feel like I'm really flexing my ability to interact with human beings who don't spend 18 hours a day online. It's it's a good wake up call for me.
I just want someone else to tell me what things mean. Postmodernism.
Okay, wow. So that one means a lot of things. The basic gist of it, I think the most consistent definition you're going to find is that postmodernism refers to a philosophical and artistic tendency of rejecting singular narratives. In the most technical sense, it's a critique of modernism. So whatever modernism is in a given field, you're going to find postmodernism as a critique to it. If you look at postmodernist architecture, it's a critique of modernist architectural trends. If you look at postmodernist like literature and philosophy, same to modernist tendencies in those fields, stuff like that. Postmodernism is usually used in reference to philosophy, and postmodernist philosophy is essentially the rejection of one coherent single truth. The idea that a single narrative can describe the entire human experience. That's the main thing that it's arguing against. In that respect, I agree very much with many of the postmodern arguments that I have seen.
Okay. Reptile person?
It really depends on which political group you're talking to.
Yeah.
I think that radicals on the right and the left both use like lizard people, reptile person, stuff like that to refer to the nefarious elites, referring to their perceived inhumanity. Left-leaning people will do this because like they imagine like a bunch of corporate boardroom executives who have no soul, who only care about making money. Right-leaning people often do it imagining like Jews, so very, very much one of those ambiguous terms with regards to how much of a dog whistle it's being used as. It's one of the reasons why I've always I don't like using the elites as a kind of catch-all term that much, not because I think it's wrong. If I were to say something like, I think the elites are destroying our society, I would be correct. I mean, I believe that, but when people are listening to me, what are the elites in their head, right? Like, do they think I mean, like, capitalism? Or do they think I mean, like, Jewish people? Like, that ambiguity. Well, like I said, I don't like ambiguity.
Okay, so this probably goes right into this. They're probably related. Ivory Tower, that's where the reptile people probably live, I'm assuming.
That usually refers to academic elitism. The ivory tower stuff, I think, is mostly used by conservatives who dislike the fact that people in academia overwhelmingly disagree with them. It is something that I've heard left-leaning people use sometimes to critique academic elitism in their own spaces. But for the most part, I find it's people who are just kind of angry at the idea of the experts disagreeing with them.
Okay. Why don't you go get in your ivory tower? Like, what is that? Is that the saying, or am I getting that wrong?
Yeah, no. It's like the idea is like these ivory tower, like pharmaceutical experts who believe you really do need to get the vaccine. They don't listen to the people, like that kind of stuff. It's
okay.
Basically a way of smearing the academic an intellectual elite by pointing out that they're sort of sheltered from the needs of regular people, which is generally not true. Because, like, if you take a look at, like, the academic elite, like, these people sew patches onto their elbows for the most part. Like, not every, like, academic elitist is like a Yale grad law student or like an economist who gets invited to the White House for consults, you know. Most academic elites make less than me and are listened to less than me. So I don't distrust them that much. But ivory tower criticisms, I think, can be selectively worthwhile, because there are definitely some people in society we listen to way the fuck too much, who are like completely sheltered from everyone else, you know.
Okay. God, it's hard to pick the right one. I'm gonna go with. You say I looked it up, but I really want to hear your definition. Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect. It refers to a psychological tendency for people to overestimate their skill in a given field if they have a little bit of knowledge in it. The colloquial understanding of this term is a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. Most people misunderstand that saying. Most people understand that to mean that if you, like, knowing stuff can be dangerous, but in reality, it's knowing only a little can be dangerous. People tend to be very, very, very confident in their knowledge on a subject if they only know a bit about it, because they read, like, a summary, like some highlight stuff, and they think, like, oh, it's that simple, huh? You know? But, of course, obviously, it's because all the nuance has been stripped from whatever summary they've read. You see this all the time with conservatives and trans issues when they talk about biology 101, you know, like, you know, trans people aren't real, read a biology textbook. And it's like, well, the biological institutions in the US agree with the existence of trans people, like, overwhelmingly. So unless you think that the biological experts of the Western world haven't read Bio 101 textbooks, you know, like, clearly there's a bit more going on here, but, you know, people get very, very confident. I think it's important to push back against that.
Okay. Tell me what I only have like a few more, but tell me if you get bored with this.
I'm not.
Okay. Your definition of Marxism.
That encompasses a lot. So, you know, obviously Marxism, Marxism is predominantly a set of economic and philosophical theories which deal with the critiques of capitalism. Marx mostly wrote on critiquing capitalism, not so much on constructing socialism, though obviously his critiques came from an economic and moral foundation that informed socialism. The basic gist of it is to... Okay, there are a bunch of components here. I don't want to do anyone who's listening dirty. I'll summarize it as this. Basically, understand history and human society as an ongoing conflict between people of different economic classes, and the different needs of those different groups of people are what determines not only the allocation of resources in our society, but the people who fight for them and why they fight. That's one. And two, to understand capitalism in a number of ways, largely along the lines through which it entails the exploitation of the working class. Those are, like, I think, the basic elements of Marxism. The former that I referred to being dialectical materialism, and the second that I referred to being sort of a generalization of his critiques of capitalism.
Okay. I'm so happy I'm recording this. I have to listen to it again.
Notes for down the line.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here.
Oh, for what it's worth, by the way, Marx was a modernist philosopher, one of the most prominent ones, actually. So postmodernists, even if they're socialists, tend to disagree strongly with one of the things that he believed, namely his belief that essentially communism was inevitable. It's not quite that simple, but he was of the opinion, damn it, he was of the opinion that all the human social and historical experience could be described as that ongoing conflict between people of different classes. He wanted essentially to frame everything through that lens, and postmodernists really dislike that.
Okay. Cucked.
Ha! Well, you know, historically, being made a cuckold means that somebody, usually a guy, has slept with your wife. Now, contemporarily, being cucked basically just means that you've been bested. So it can mean a couple of things. It can mean that you've been bested, or it can mean that you've been humiliated or usurped. Basically, all of the emotions that you imagine would run through the mind of a person who has actually been cuckolded. Just imagine any scenario which would elicit those emotions in a person under any circumstances, whether it be actually being cuckolded or like losing a video game tournament to like your ex, or just literally like anything like that. You could say,
They're so the same.
cucked. If a person is cucked, like that's an adjective describing their state of being, you would mean that to say that they're compromised. Like basically they're letting other people's ideologies or values run rampant over theirs. They're not standing up for what they actually believe in.
Oh, okay. That's how you use it usually.
Right. Well, far-right people use the term cuck-servative to refer to neocons, or more, I guess you'd call them moderate conservatives, because they think that the neocons are cucked in that they are betraying their conservative traditional values in favor of globalist, capitalist, realism. So there's a lot of context there. There's a heavily racialized element. If you go to any porn site and look for cuckold porn, for example, you will find that it is overwhelmingly racialized. Not saying you have to, just saying if you did, you'd find out that's the case. And for that reason, oftentimes when people use the term cucked online, especially in a political context, they're doing it in a way which kind of broadly refers to racial antagonism. Not always. It's a very broad term.
Okay. I'll leave you with this one, and I find this one to be the reason I leave this one to last is because I feel like you use this word probably. I'd like you to guess which word it is. Actually, a word that you use probably more often than, and not like the and a, not an article or anything. You use more than I think just about anything, and I always wonder exactly what you mean when you say it. Do you have any guesses on? Damn it.
Unironically, it has to be
Right.
Is that it?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't. It's my SoCal brain rot. It's like me saying like all the time.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what it means. It's a filler word, honestly. Because obviously we're like 3 layers in. Because like unironically before would mean sincerely, but now it's like an emphasis thing, right? Like now would just mean like, well, I really mean this. But now oftentimes when I say unironically, I mean it the opposite way. Like I'm deliberately overplaying the perceived sincerity of a statement in order to indicate that it's not sincere. So I would say it's pretty much just a filler word at this point.
Okay, that's cool. Thanks. I wish I would have made more. I thought you'd be bored with those. That's why I stopped. I was like, I can't do 30 of them. Like,
Not at all.
Go ahead, Rena, if you have something to say.
That was an impressive collection. And some of them I knew from the traditional definitions, but it's interesting to see how things have evolved in the online space,
it moves quickly. Yeah, it all changes pretty often, I'd say. I'm sure that a year from now I'll be using an entirely different set of terminology. So, yeah.
Cool. I have another one, Rena, unless you have a question.
You have more of them?
No, none of those, but I'm sure I'll have some more of those at some point in my life. Well, I have a question about gender pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
I have a 17-year-old daughter, and she will have a friend that is transgender, and I've noticed that through conversations with her, sometimes I'll think she's getting a ride from her friend, and then she'll say they, them, and then I think for some reason her friend's parents are coming over, because it's confusing at that point. Because she'll say, my, so and so is bringing me home. They'll probably bring me in a few hours or something, and I'm like, what? Her parents are coming over, or so and so's parents are coming over?
Uh-huh.
Do you think it's too confusing to use they and them, or would do you prefer any of the words that are used, that are kind of more that we've never used before, that are like their own words, or do you think it's fine?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I adapted it into my lexicon pretty easily. It's probably just a familiarity thing. Like, the problem here is that the only, like, person-affiliated, non-gendered pronoun that we had was also the one we used for plurals. So that's just kind of a flaw in the English language, you know? I can understand the ambiguity. There are other languages, of course, that do this as well. Like, they'll have pronouns that can be singular or plural depending on their usage, and you have to infer through context what they are. For the most part, I just use they to refer to people because in the spaces that I'm in, there are just so many trans and non-binary. Well, non-binary people are trans, but there are so many trans people that I just don't want to assume for the most part. And when I say that, I feel like, to use some of my old terminology there, it feels like I should feel cucked, you know? Like, oh God, let me walk on eggshells to avoid offending people with my language. But, like, honestly, it doesn't bother me at all. It's pretty easy. On reflection, I think I kind of always did that because I usually talk ahead of my thoughts anyway. So ever since I was young, I've always kind of just used they in a singular sense anyway, because I often don't know how to structure the sentence right before it actually comes out, if that makes any sense. Basically, the less thought that I have to put in to the semantic construction of a sentence, the easier for me. And they is almost never wrong. So it works for me.
Okay, excellent.
I think it's a familiarity thing, Jason, because like I've been a health writer and editor for way before a lot of this became mainstream. We switched from using like he, she to just saying they in text, and so you just get used to it, you know, basically. So
yeah, I never got the he, she thing. The people who before to use plural, they would go like the he, she for ambiguity or for plural or whatever. That always seemed way more awkward to me than just using they. I have no idea how that came to be like standard practice in some publications.
Interesting. Yeah, how I finally came to terms with it was I realized that I have a very small obstacle to get over with my confusion, whereas someone that is transgender has way more to worry about and way more to deal with. So I was like, you know what? I need to chill out, and I figured it out. So
I don't really mind the ambiguity from a political perspective as well, because I feel like it can be kind of I think it's interesting how people's minds work when they form assumptions based off of the gendered pronouns that you use if you don't use any. Like if you just use they, them. So for example, if you just use they, them to refer to people who are like, you know, at a sporting match, or like you met X or Y person at the bar, you know, I feel like people have a lot of pre-existing assumptions when it comes to like which genders are doing what. And when you use they, I feel like that arbitrarity is kind of thrown into sharp focus, which I think is a little bit interesting just from an introspective perspective.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm pausing for you, Rena, if you want to say something, because I don't shut up.
So I heard SoCal in there, right? You grew up in SoCal, so what was that like?
In LA. I grew up in Beverly Hills, actually. And that was nice.
So what was that like?
Well, I wasn't in the obscenely rich portion. I was just in the portion where you didn't have to worry about crime, which is still really, really nice. I definitely enjoyed that. No, I enjoyed my time there, at least in the sense that it afforded me a very high-quality education. I'm not going to complain about that at all. I will say that it is an area completely devoid of culture, and that Los Angeles is a uniquely ugly city. I truly despise driving around Los Angeles, not just because of the traffic. The traffic to me is secondary. It's just that the city is incomprehensibly hideous. For the amount of money that's there, and LA has so much money that runs through it, there really are no excuses. They could have built a much prettier city.
And funny enough, that's where I am located now in LA, actually.
In Beverly Hills?
No, not in Beverly Hills, in West Hollywood.
Oh, actually. Based. You're next to Hassan. Yeah, I know. I was pretty near West Hollywood. I would go there every Halloween for the big parade that they do with all the gays. They roll out in their outfits, which was nice. West Hollywood is nice. It's just that it's very expensive. You know, I didn't have much disposable income back then. You know, the nightclubs are great and all, but if you can't afford to spend any time there. You know, it's kind of wasted.
Yeah, I mean, I don't go to the night. You're right; it is very pricey, but there's a lot of walking around and looking at things, you know. and, yeah, but
Yeah, I'm in the opposite of that. I'm in Vermont.
That is the opposite of Los Angeles in almost every imaginable way.
Yeah, it really is.
It is beautiful up there, though.
Oh yeah, it's wonderful.
Prettier than
People
LA,
complain
that's for
about
sure.
people complain about the how expensive it is to live here, and I'm just like, well, you know, there's a reason it's expensive. We have to pay more taxes because they stop things like billboards. You can't have billboards. I mean, there's a reason things are so. Our school system's amazing. There's a reason why it's expensive to live here.
I didn't know they didn't allow for billboards.
Yeah, they stop on the border.
That's actually really cool. I like that a
Yeah.
lot. The thing is, like, listen, I think billboards are nice if there's an aesthetic, a consistency to them. So, for example, like Times Square. Is Times Square choked with advertisement? Yes. But, like, you know that if you're going to Times Square, right? Like, that's fine. I think there's a consistency in its appearance that I appreciate.
Yeah, you expect it.
You expect it, and also, like, they lean into it, you know? Likewise, the Sunset Strip in Los Angeles. I am totally okay with how many billboards there are there. Again, it feels consistent. It looks fine. I like it. I've been to Tokyo. Tokyo the same. I think that a lot of Japanese cities, well, I don't think they always nail it. I think that some of their boulevards, you know, they lean into advertisements in a way that feels like it contributes aesthetically to the city. But like a lot of advertisement in the United States is just god-awful ugly, just like miserable, wretched, like every Midwestern town, like highway exit overpass, you know, gas stop that turned into a town somehow, just has like this wall of like casino billboards and like anti-advertisement billboards that you have to swim through to even like see the sky. It's disgusting. So, you know, clearly it has to be done well to be worthwhile.
Nice. Rena? I'm terrible at guessing when, like, I'm terrible at volleyball because I think I'm supposed to get the ball, you know, and then somebody else is supposed to. So I get in their way. So
It's a 2v1. You have to dominate me here. You got to be crushing me.
That's right.
we're still working out our flow, but it's going, you know.
Oh, I could just not shut up. I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
just
having
trying to
fun.
be fair to you.
Sometimes I just let you go because you spend probably more time in the internet spaces than
What are
I
you
do.
saying?
So
Yeah, you're saying he doesn't go outside? How could
I
you?
don't.
he does. Yeah, he does.
I'm
Okay, well,
cursed
me
with an
either, that's
autistic
fine.
child that loves the outside. He's just like, come on. I'm like,
Oh,
all
that,
right.
that has not been my autistic experience. Good to know there's so much diversity in the autist you know, palette of entertainment.
Oh yeah, he adores outside. Well, I mean, because I have some great questions. I think that will provide you with lots of content because there'll be little snippets for you. But I just really want to know what you think about it.
Hit me.
What is your opinion on ghosts?
As a metaphysical phenomena,
As if they're real or not.
I'm afraid I don't think they're real. I do think I think so. I'm a metaphysical anti-realist in the sense that I don't think it's possible for us to make comments on non-empirical things because all of the means by which we would analyze those things have to be empirical. You know, like I don't think you can disprove the existence of ghosts, for example. Same with God or a bunch of other stuff. It's pretty fun to imagine. In terms of like ghosts as like a component of media, I think that they're done so boring and they could be so much more interesting. Like all ghosts in media, like horror movies or whatever, are the same bullshit over and over and over again. It's like, okay, so like a ghost is mad here because like 5 centuries ago someone did the bad thing happen. It's like, holy shit, fucking Snoozeville, you know? Ghosts never have a personality either. They're always just stupid and vengeful. Where are the
God.
horror movies where ghosts have a personality beyond just being like angry and easily lured by like ghost hunting traps, you know? Like why isn't there like a ghost horror movie of like some kind of sadistic like Satan wheeling and dealing ghost where they'll try to like trick you out of things? Like really though, like imagine a haunting movie where like You know like the stereotypical beginning where they move into a house and like the kid discovers the ghost first, you know? Like the mom will come upstairs and she'll be like, who are you talking to, Timmy? And Timmy will be like, I'm talking to my new friend. And then, you know, she'll be like, and the mom will roll her eyes, be like, oh yeah, who? And then Timmy is like, oh, Mr. Jameson, who died here in 1927. And she'll like frantically look through the newspaper and there was someone who died there in 19 blah 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 blah, right? But like, imagine if instead of that bullshit, and then you know how it plays out after that, right? Imagine if the ghost talked to the parents as well, you know, like, hey, your house is a little run down, I can fix it up for you. Hey, you're having problems with your marriage, I can fix it up for you. You know, it'll cost a bit, just a little, and bit by bit, like you sell little bits of yourself to them until eventually, when you're in too deep, you realize the problem and you try to break the deal. You know, and at that point, then you have a goddamn thriller because that ghost owns your ass. I think
it's either a thriller or an Adam Sandler movie.
Well, keep him out of it. Listen, I'm just saying. I think that you could. There's just so. I'm just saying, like, you know, the vast majority of horror movies that involve ghosts are like the same shit. There are people in my chat who are idiots and honestly, frankly, don't even deserve to be in my community, who are pointing out that, if you can believe it, the thing that I'm describing has been done before. Incredibly, they don't seem to understand that, yes, everything has been done before. I'm only pointing out that it's an underrepresented trope that I'd like to see done more. You know, I just, there's so much interesting stuff that you can do, but it's always the same. It's always, you know, when they do possessions, they'll like stand at the end of a hallway going like, you know, and they'll turn around, they'll be spooky. It's the same. It's snoozeville. I hate horror films. They're so boring. They're so predictable.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I could ramble on that for
for Ghosts
really
though. What
time.
about Sixth Sense? What did you think of that? I mean, I thought that was a neat take on it.
Yeah, I liked Sixth Sense a lot. Right. I mean, it wasn't really a horror film. It was you know more of a how would you even describe, like, just a drama,
suspense drama horror.
Yeah, suspense drama. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it was a really really good you know, movie. I just think that as a narrative device, they're underutilized because you can do anything with ghosts, anything at all. I guess I've noticed this broader pattern where it seems like people like to get a lot of nostalgia kicks out of bringing back horror tropes. So, you know, we have vampires, you know, we had like Amy Rice and Twilight and all that crap, you know, and werewolves kind of parallel to that, you know, and maybe we'll get mummies sometime or another, who knows. But it feels like so rarely are people willing to experiment. Did I say Anne Rice? Is it Amy Rice? Amy Rice, yeah. With the you know, the Vampire Diaries and crap. Whatever.
I thought it was Anne Rice too.
Yeah, I think I'm mixing up a few people, and they fuck, what was I saying? Oh, they need to experiment more, you know? The best piece of vampire media that came out in the past, like, 2 decades, in my opinion, was Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which was a video game adaptation of a tabletop game and a broader universe that the tabletop game is set in. And it was pretty subversive, I think, of a lot of vampire tropes. So yeah, I think they just need to experiment more, in my opinion.
So while we're on the topic of Sixth Sense, Bruce Willis, what do you think about that news?
I wasn't surprised. It's funny, I was actually talking with my chat about how I remember the days when he used to know how to act, and then they told me like an hour ago he announced that he had like a debilitating condition and he was retiring from acting. It wasn't timed. Like, they just that just happened to be the same day that I randomly brought him up with stream. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, you know. Honest to God, I kind of wish he'd done it a long time ago, because I feel like he used to be a really talented actor and he's soured his reputation a bit with a lot of really bad performances. I know he was trying to like get some dosh before quitting, and I understand that. I don't think he did anything like morally wrong or whatever, but it's a little bit frustrating that now it seems like a bunch of people are just going to have a memory of Bruce Willis as just being like the guy who will act in any movie, act in like big finger quotes, you know, and not like all of his amazing work that he did, like, I don't know, 2005 beforehand. Yeah, I don't know.
Some of what I read, it almost made me think that he might have been dealing with dementia for some time.
Maybe. I mean, it hits you, right? You know, it's really unfortunate. You know, all the money in the world can't protect you from stuff like that. You know, at least not perfectly. I mean, he has better health care than you know we would. But yeah,
Hmm.
it does suck. I feel bad for him. I know he doesn't want people to feel bad for him, but I do anyway. You know, I really did like Sixth Sense. You know, I really did like Unbreakable. Obviously, those are the movies everyone remembers with him. But you know, it's just hard not to think of that.
Okay, probably similar answer, but maybe not. UFOs and aliens. Your opinion?
I don't think we've ever been visited by aliens. So yeah, I don't believe that. Oh jeez. I don't believe that. I mean I do think there are aliens out there, I guess. It seems pretty statistically likely that there would be. I don't know if we'll ever meet them though. It seems like there are a lot of physical barriers to in the great scope of the universe, you know, to finding other intelligent life. My hope with like aliens or intelligent life is that it's us eventually, you know? Like give it 10,000 years, right? You know, maybe humans colonize the stars a little bit, solar system first and then maybe a little farther out. Maybe not, you know, it's nice to imagine. And if we're able to get that far, you know, we can reflect on that. And, well, think about how many differences there are between, like, English and French people. Like, they're right next to each other. Think of how many differences there are between Indians and Pakistani people. They're right next to each other. Now imagine, like, parallel human development over centuries on Mars and Earth. As far as I'm concerned, they would be aliens to us. And I think that could be nice to look forward to, because that would lead to a level of cultural diversity that is just unparalleled on Earth.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think the barriers are? Like, do you have a reason why you think aliens would never visit?
I think they would if they could. I don't know about their intentions, but you know, I think they would. I think they would if they were able to. To me, it's more like I don't know. I mean, I'm not a scientist. I don't want to speak out of my field or whatever. It seems like strong arguments have been made that because there's a temporal problem as well, right? With regards to this, like, you know, life bloomed on our planet so and so long ago, but humans could have arisen 10,000 years in the past, 10,000 years in the future. We were here 10,000 years ago. I just mean like in terms of modern human civilization. We're growing so quickly now. Who knows chronologically if we're in line with other civilizations? Maybe there are others in our relative like galactic area, except they rose and fell a million years ago or will in a million years. Maybe we'll be gone by the time they rise. It's just really hard to say. So I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a good thing to
that's
hope
what
for.
I think too. The universe has been here for so long, and we've only been able to, been where we are now in such a small amount of time. What's the odds that there's anything out there that's lined up with us? So somebody could have been able to visit us a couple million years ago or a billion years ago.
Could be wrong, of course. These are all
Could be.
predictions, right? They're not even models, really, because a model needs pre-existing data to form a pattern. We basically just have like theories that we're plugging in to see like which makes the most sense, which describes what we've already seen. It could be that one day we get visited by like a full-on Galactic Federation type deal, and we're like, oh, okay, I guess we were totally fucking wrong. New model, you know? Like, it could happen. That's happened to humans before, so... not that exact thing, but that general thing.
The exact thing. Go ahead, Rena.
I was just laughing.
All right. Are we in a simulation?
Metaphysical anti-realism. I don't think there's any point in talking about it. I think we should live as though we're not. I will say, however, that I find the arguments that we are to be incredibly unconvincing. Because the arguments that it is more likely we are in a simulation than not presuppose the idea that it's possible for a computer to simulate everything, and it presupposes the idea that a computer, which up to this point we only know of computers that can process empirical things, could process a metaphysical thing, like our consciousness. I feel like some people have a very, very, very high opinion of what computers are capable of doing, when at the moment we know that they can't even do a fraction of what we're capable of with our meaty flesh brains. and even we can't like create consciousnesses in our imagination, right? Like when we think of a person and imagine them, it's not like that person exists just in a limited capacity. They only exist in our thoughts. You can get philosophical about it, but no, I don't really think so. I think a lot of people, I think to a lot of people, and this may come off as like really cynical, but I think to a lot of people, the pontification here, you know, like, are we in a simulation? Are we not? Serves a similar social function that religion used to. And kind of still does, you know. Historically, religion has often been used as a way of delaying one's rewards for good behavior in life, where, you know, you work your entire life for your Lord, and it's like, okay, well, don't have a revolution or whatever, because if you die and you were good and pious in life, then you'll get your eternal reward in heaven, which is worth way more than decent pay in, like, the mortal life. And with the simulation stuff, I feel like we're training people for a kind of Rick and Morty tier political apathy, where there are people out there who get disconnected from real world politics and social engagement because they're just so obsessed with the idea that there's some scientific truth that invalidates all of this political or social work. I've talked to people like that before. It always really frustrated me. That's not the case for everyone. It's just something I've noticed.
Okay. It's funny when you said that, because I up until the point where you said that it's, you know, predisposed about being in a simulation, is that you have to believe that a computers will eventually be able to make Sims 100 million, and that will be the perfect society, so that everybody in the Sims, all the characters in the Sims now are in a simulation, but they're all sentient. And I thought to myself, yeah, computers will eventually do that, but that also assumes that we would exist long enough for computers to be able to be built that well, and it's too much assuming. And I guess
we don't even know what a consciousness is yet. Like, we don't even we have no idea what it actually is. There's no answer to that. No matter how many times people have tried, we don't have any explanation for what consciousnesses are. So to that end, I mean, if we can't answer that, I don't know how we could even begin to answer other questions.
Well, you kind of touched on it a little. What about what are your feelings on religion, and specifically good or bad for society nowadays?
I'm not a big fan. I'm a fan of religion in the Durkheimian sense, where you have social rituals that reinforce the distinction between the sacred and the profane. The idea,
a new word for my list now. What Durkheim?
Emil Durkheim. He was a sociologist in the 19th century who wrote on, amid other things, religion.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm very fond of his definition of religion because it doesn't involve anything supernatural. It's just rituals that people engage in to distinguish between the sacred and the profane. To that effect, a football game is a kind of religion, or football broadly, because, you know, people engage in ritualistic behavior with it, and they certainly distinguish between the sacred and the profane. You would call it, I suppose, acceptable or unacceptable sportsmanship, following the rules of the game, you know. We do this for lots of stuff. I think those things are great. I think people need that rallying cry. I think people need that that symbol to work around. What I don't like is superstition, which unfortunately is just an inseparable part of most religion. I'm very much not a fan of that. I think it disrupts people's ability to think critically.
Yeah, I would agree with that point. There is something even to, like, when people are praying, like that act of chanting together, you know, and so some of those acts, there's a lot to that can be good, but I agree with the superstition.
Yeah, because going to a political protest is a ritual that you use to reinforce the distinctions between the sacred and the profane, you know, and I've done that. That's fine. Going to a concert, a festival, like, these things can be fun. And I think they elicit sometimes really positive emotions in people. It seems to be something we need, or at least something we want a lot, because we keep building these structures over and over between civilizations and time periods. We keep doing this over and over. We find excuses to get people together into stadiums and to collectively engage in behavior to distinguish between things we do and don't like. Obviously, we like doing this, you know, whatever. But yeah, superstition.
I noticed the other day you couldn't think of Lando Calrissian's name in Star Wars.
That's it.
And also, not long ago, you didn't quite understand something about the holodeck on Star Trek. And I had a question because I think I prejudged you and assumed you were a huge sci-fi fan, and particularly Star Trek and Star Wars. I was going to ask you. Star Trek versus Star Wars. What are your opinions? But how much are you into them actually?
I don't care about Star Wars. I mean, I've watched, I think, all of the movies except for Rise of Skywalker because I heard that it was a trash fire, and I don't care. I don't care. I'm not giving them my money. You know, they would have to pay me to see that one, judging from what I've heard. So that's one. In terms of Star Trek, the only Star Trek media that I've really consumed has been The Next Generation, which I watched a lot back in high school, like the whole show, some episodes multiple times. It's been a while since I've watched it, but I was very, very fond of that show, so I would definitely prefer Star Trek.
I actually do too, and it switched for me. I used to love Star Wars more, and just as I got older and smarter, Star Trek just totally took over.
It's a lot of fun.
Oh, it's amazing. What I personally am not a fan of anime. I can't get into it, and I'm dying for someone that maybe can explain to me why I might be able to get into it. So what do you like about anime?
First of all, I like animation broadly. Whether it be anime or like Western animation, just drawing cool things happening. It's just because for the longest time, animation was pretty much exclusively considered like a, you know, like a kid's game, basically. And to an extent, it still is, but there's a lot of potential there. I think that anime jumped on that market earlier, the idea of taking animation seriously. And for that reason, there are more anime studios and anime directors and, well, animators in Japan, or at least that work with Japanese studios, willing to engage in that kind of stuff than there are over here in the West. But I think the gap is closing.
Interesting. And you talk about anime a lot, though. Is there any reason? So what's it, something that is not anime that you like?
Like Western animation.
Okay. Like
oh, do you mean like a
Tunes?
specific property within that field, or
Like Looney Tunes, or like a actual what kind of like what cartoon? Or I'll use that word.
oh, Looney Tunes is good.
Yeah, it is.
Anime the last Jesus, Avatar: The Last Airbender is a really good anime inspired. I would consider it anime. That was made by a Western studio that was put out by Nickelodeon. There are plenty of, I think, really, really good Western animations that are coming out these days. The two big fields that they're in are like all ages but young accessible shows like Adventure Time or Gravity Falls or Star vs. the Forces of Evil or Aquaria or oh god, that's the one with Loop? The Owl House. You have that stuff, and then you have like adult comedy. The best of which in like recent past, I think, has been Smiling Friends. You know, where you know, animation is used to sell like kind of edgy adult comedic beats. And I think there are like standout hits in both of those fields that I really, really enjoy. I just like what animation can do. There's just stuff you can do with animation that you absolutely cannot do with other types of mediums. And I just wish that we invested more time into it. Japan just puts more of it out. There are significant problems with anime, though. So it's by no means do I have you know, like an undying and essential need for Japan to be the producer of this particular medium.
It won't be very long until we can all just make any animation on our phone, like perfectly, and make our own shows like we all do on YouTube for other stuff.
Good.
I think anyway.
The more accessible the medium gets, the better for everyone. Well, not for big studios, but fuck them.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, they're not doing a good job with movies anyway, so they need to. Yeah, like what's your opinion between film and shows?
I feel like shows have been rising lately. In terms of their relative prominence, like prestige television and stuff. I don't watch movies that much. Honest, I don't watch like shows that much either. I probably shouldn't front as though I do. It's I don't know. Maybe I feel like people are getting more mature. No, that's the wrong take. Let me think here. Okay, I will say this. I feel like movies have been affected negatively by prestige television. Because television shows will give you more time to explore a character than you'll ever be able to get with a movie. Like my favorite character exploration is Walter White in Breaking Bad, of course. That's over the course of like what 35 50-minute long episodes. I mean, like you're never ever going to get that with a movie. And I think a lot of people who make movies look at that and they have their movie making tendencies negatively affected by the depth of some of this prestige television. I think if anything, what movie makers need to learn from right now is Broadway. Because for the longest time, Broadway, I think, has been one of the premier fields for abstracting large events or like a broad range of things into a short frame of time. Like you can get like, here's your character development. Like it's a song. You know what I mean? I feel like movies need to learn more from that. Like, don't try to give me like this 2-hour arc on a character, because you're never going to be able to outdo prestige television. Like, learn how to concisely engage with all these elements and all these mediums and sell me on that and work within the limitations of a 2-hour runtime. Don't like run up against them. Don't make me feel like you wish your movie could be 5 hours, because that's how it always is these days. All these movies, the directors are like, well, the actual like tape on the cutting room floor was 7 hours long, but the studio told us to cut it down to only 3.5 hours. Release the Snyder cuts. Like, no, fuck you. Make a real movie. do it within the acceptable length of time, asshole. You know?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
now they
you're-
can too.
Yeah, and you're left, and then when they have that long version, they cut it, and then you're left feeling shortchanged as a viewer because they didn't, do it in that appropriate time.
Yeah, they didn't
So you
structure it right for the
Yeah.
actual. I felt this while watching The Batman, a movie that I liked, by the way. But like, they absolutely could have made that 30 minutes shorter without making the movie any worse. And I don't know. Like, I don't know if the editors are rebelling. I just don't know why it's going this way. Like, it's not TV. Like, treat it like a movie.
Interesting. Kind of a non-segue at all. But what do you think makes a person conservative as opposed to liberal? Like, what factors go into that to make that happen?
Fear, mostly. This has been shown in studies too. It's not just me being essentializing it, but conservatives have a naturally higher fear response. By naturally, I don't mean like inherently. Obviously socialization plays a role in this. But yeah, they have a higher fear response. Like immigration, for example, like it just sets off fear and disgust. Those are the big ones.
So are you talking about the amygdala study?
Possibly. I'd have to go back and look at it. I don't remember its name. It's been a while. But it was like a very strong correlation.
Yeah, there was a correlation between the larger amygdalas generally were conservative because of disgust and fear. Exactly.
I don't know how much of
you
it.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it is like an inherent biological thing that can't be changed, or how much of it is just is like a product of socialization that amplifies pre-existing differences in people's biology. But yeah, unfortunately, it does seem to be a pretty significant, like, yeah, it seems to be a pretty significant difference, unfortunately. I don't like to think that about people. I always like to think people's minds can be changed with a good argument, but yeah.
Well, it actually helped me because I used to get really upset at people. I couldn't understand why they were thinking what they were thinking. And I'm not saying that I think they're like mentally ill or something. I just think I can now understand why, possibly, if it's real, if it's true, why they feel the way they do, and it helped me get more tolerance towards people that think completely differently than me by knowing, oh, I have a large amygdala. I don't know. It's just, for some reason, it helped me.
Oh no, I get you. It's definitely difficult to reconcile with, no matter what. I think.
Yeah.
It's interesting to hear you say you feel like people's minds can be changed, right? Because I've talked to a lot that don't feel like that, you can have all the facts, you can go back and forth, and you're just, if you go into a conversation, you're unlikely to change somebody's mind. So what makes you feel like you're able to move somebody, and can you point that out?
Well, it's kind of the point of what I do, so I feel like I'd have to be exceptionally cynical to not feel that way. I have to hope, right? You know, when I argue with conservatives and their audiences see it, you know, I always hope that leads to a positive outcome at the end of the day.
I can help you answer this question. Rena, well, how do you feel about guns?
Uh-oh.
Oh, you mean this story that I told you from?
No. I sent you a video of Vosh about, and I said I was really opposed to guns and I wanted a lot of gun laws, and he had a really good argument, I thought, on why that wouldn't work. And I assume, since you may not have watched it, you still believe there should be gun laws. I could be wrong.
I mean, I think I've gone back and forth on that one, but I think like right now where I am is I feel like you drive a car, you should have a license and there should be some kind of accountability, you know, and responsibility around it. But I don't think everything should be banned. I think like you have things for, like I said, operating a vehicle and everything, but you don't have all that in place.
Well, that's an example where he changed my mind. So.
For me, it's mostly a matter of political capital. There are so many guns already in this country, and people feel so strongly about them, and there are so many other ways to address the negative externality of guns that the idea of, like, I feel like we could place a really strong wedge to pull conservatives and libertarians over by not being, like, super anti-gun or whatever. It just seems, like, politically inefficacious, you know? It would be like, I don't know, in a policy perspective, I feel like banning, like, high fructose corn syrup would also be really good, but in terms of political expediency, like it would be led by like the most American opposition movement in all of history, you know, like of all the you know, food companies linked arm in arm with everyone who's ever enjoyed any food sold in this fucking country, because they would, you know, they'd get all the TV ads about how liberals are taking away their tasty syrup. And, yeah, it's you know, it's just a matter of what you can actually get done. To finish your point, with changing people's minds, you know, you don't change people's minds with a better argument for the most part. Sometimes, but not always. Most of the time, in my experience, the best way to change a person's mind is to establish yourself as a reputable source of information, as somebody worth listening to, and then, you know, plant the seeds of a different perspective in their head and wait for them to bloom. You know, people are very defensive. You know, the idea of just like listening to a guy shouting online, you're going to change your mind on something you care about. Very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. But if you make yourself come off like this cool person, you know, like you're cool, you're trustworthy, you're reputable, you're funny, you know, people are more likely to open up and think like, you know, okay, maybe I disagree with him on this point, but I'll hear him out. They hear you out, and after that, you've got a way better shot at changing their mind than you ever would if you were some antagonist trying to force a new perspective down their throat.
So it does sound like you use, you know, some of the things that I've discussed with people because you're building a trust and rapport then, right? And then kind of easing your way in rather than like you're not hoping that in one moment, one interaction, you're going to change somebody's mind.
Yeah, that will very, very rarely happen unless both people are coming at something from a strictly empirical perspective, which is almost never the case. Maybe sometimes in academia this could be the case. Even if you look in academia, people like will die on a hill and burn their careers to the ground because they can't accept that their data was wrong. Like even people dealing with empirical information in an empirical field when proven empirically wrong, they still won't accept when they're wrong sometimes. It's just humans are just really bad at readjusting their perspective in line with new information. We're just like really bad at it, like borderline inherently. So
when you're talking with somebody that is very far to the you know, polar opposite of you, like say you're talking to somebody that is a white supremacist, and you're being very I would say borderline hostile at some point once they've provoked you, like I would say, yeah. I mean, you usually start out pretty cool, and then they say some stuff that's just, all right, that's it. And then it's kind of like there's a switch that goes off. Are you not hoping to change their mind, or are you doing it for the audience?
Well, sometimes, most of the time, really, it's for the audience. I mean, one person I'm talking to versus thousands that are listening. Usually it's to my betterment to focus on the larger crowd. But in terms of changing a person's mind directly, you know, in a way, if they disagree with me, they're kind of like a proxy for people listening who might disagree with me, you know? And I've noticed, especially for far-right people, that I said you have to establish yourself as a trustworthy figure. Well, one thing conservatives really, really like is strength. Posing strength is really important for them. And a lot of them, and you see this in far-right circles especially, they really get off on the idea that they're like these like aggressive uber warriors who are different than those cucked liberals and conservatives, you know, that they're strong and uncucked and they're always right and blah blah blah. They don't value introspection or like growing or learning that much. So I find it's often really effective to tear them down by being meaner than they can be, funnier than they can be, you know, unflappable. Because a lot of these people have emotional issues, right? Like, it's not as though like Klan rallies and neo-Nazi groups are full of the most emotionally upstanding people. Like, a lot of these people are desperate for some kind of role in life. Like, they're looking for validation from people, anybody, no matter how they can get it. So it's not like they're like the toughest, you know, group to crack or whatever. So anyway, you know, you posture, you know, you show you're stronger, you're funnier, you're not bothered by them, they're bothered by you, blah, blah, blah. And when you do that, you know, maybe the person you're talking to won't change their mind. That's pretty tough to guarantee. But maybe other people who are listening, they'll hear all that and they'll think like, oh, well, maybe that guy was a cucked loser, you know? Maybe I would have done better in their position. But when they grow critical of that person who represents them, they grow more critical of themselves. That's the point, you know. Everyone is an XP for everyone else, just to varying degrees. And if you can make them distrustful of people on their side, you can make them distrustful of their own positions. And that, I hope, would lead to introspection.
Do you feel like you have some people in your community now that have like come over from other spaces or from some of these conversations?
A lot of people in my community are former like alt-righters or conservatives or skeptics or libertarians. Yeah, like a lot. Usually when we poll in my chat, the answer is like around a third of them, which I think is a pretty remarkable number for like a left-leaning content creator. I don't think there are many current conservatives who watch me at the moment. Usually I think that's a pretty marginal portion of my audience because it's been a while since I've broken off and fractured another person's community like Sargon's or whatever, but it'll happen again.
So how far, like when they switch over, how dramatically do their views change? That's interesting coming from far right. And then now do they actually consider themselves on the left?
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with why they were far right. Because I've had convos with like former alt-righters in my community. And the common narrative that I see, basically, is that they were feeling frustrated by problems in the world and they misattributed it to issues that the far right would get them to see. And I helped them see that those issues were caused by other things and that their lives were being made worse by the far right. So, like, this is one of the reasons why there's, like, almost a stereotype of people who used to be far right who are now, like, trans girls, you know? Because a lot of people often who feel frustrated with their, masculinity, like their masculinity is challenged or they don't feel secure or comfortable in it, will overcompensate by participating in the politics of ultra-masculinity, of the far right, you know? But if you break that down and it's like, okay, well, are you this? Are you happy? You know, this, that, the other. Well, then it's kind of like a snowball rolling down a hill. I really do feel like a lot of far-right people at their, like, heart are good people who are just... They've just been given the wrong information on the world, given the wrong problems, and they're responding to it, of course, in the way you would expect somebody to when given all the wrong info by the wrong people. I think they can be moved over. There are people whose politics are, like, pretty much entirely based on disgust and hatred, like explicit, fervent hatred. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a mental illness. I think those people should be in fucking loony bins. You know, I don't know if those people can be moved over quite as much. Sometimes maybe, but for the most part, those people seem like lost causes. I think they're minorities, though, in the far right.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that, that if there isn't like militia behind it, you know, people just have the wrong information, you can move them. But if it's solely based on hate, you know, then that seems highly unlikely that you're going to move those folks.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's possible. I mean, you know, oftentimes I've noticed the biggest pattern for people who are super ultra hateful, at least in the modern world today, like with the alt-right or whatever, It seems to be like basically they feel like their society is being torn apart by X minority group, whether it be gays or trans people or like the Jews or whatever. You know, they feel like everything is being ruined by them. And they feel contemptuous because not only is everything being torn apart, but the like mainstream media won't like let them talk about it or whatever. And that contempt broils over into hatred, and as a product of that, you know, they become very performatively cruel. And that's really tough to break into, I think, because I think the emotional impulses that lead to that are very ugly, but it is possible. It's just, you know, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Some people are, everything's a spectrum to me. And there are people that you, on the far end of a spectrum of being able to be talked into stuff, and they're just so far over there, there's nothing you can do. But I think what you're saying, you know, when you're talking to someone that's like that, you might be helping people that are closer to the middle, seeing the 2 points and hearing your points are more logical.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always that middle, right? You know, a lot of people who are part of far-right communities are not themselves what we would consider far-right. They're more like sympathetic to the far-right. It's the same with the far-left, right? Like, I would consider myself far-left. Not every person in my community is a communist. Not even close. Probably less than half, honestly. A lot of them are like, you know, reformist socialists who are sympathetic to my ideology, or liberals who think that a lot of my arguments are on board, even if they don't agree with all of my end state prescriptions. So, you know, there's always there's always so much room to work with, you know?
Why do you think so many people on the left and you know, influencers have such an issue with you?
There are two parts to it. One is that I don't give ground. I'm a very headstrong person, you know? I talk about the left, you know, being super argumentative or hateful towards me, but like, let's be real. If I was a far-right creator, I would have already burned all those bridges too. Like, if I believed politically, like far-right stuff, I don't think that I'd be getting along with everything in that space either. You know, I'm pretty sure that a lot of this has to do with me being like a very like contentious person and headstrong. But I do think there is something particular about the left, and unfortunately, and this sounds really dumb, but I do think it's true, I think a lot of it is on the left, people are used to people like me being quiet. You know, there's kind of an expectation that people who are cis or white or men should kind of like be deferential to the voices of marginalized groups. And there is a truth behind that. I think it's valid to say that, you know, you should listen, you should be considerate, you should inform your perspective, but sometimes that sentiment is misused when the real message is something like, you know, don't speak up at all. And when there are disagreements, you know, like on the online left, if you disagree with like a black queer woman, you got to give a good goddamn argument for why. If you disagree with a white boy like me, all you have to do is say, like, you're speaking too loud, like, you need to listen to marginalized voices when they disagree with you, and that's it, you know? You can pretty much leave it at that, and that, like, overwhelmingly, people are going to agree with that perspective, you know, they're going to side with you saying that. So I think that's a little bit frustrating. I think people with privilege should use their privilege, weaponize it, to support marginalized groups, and I do my best to do that.
Couple things in the chat. Some of them are a little bit old. Alex asked about if you could go into worker cooperatives a little bit more. He was hoping you'd go on a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I'd be delighted. Yeah, a worker cooperative is, well, it's what it sounds like. You know, a business which is run, at least to some degree, democratically by the workers who work there. There are many forms of a worker cooperative. There's not just one way of doing it. But it's something I'm very in favor of politically because, you know, economically, our institutions are autocratic. You know, we don't have any way of checking the behavior of our managers. I think that collectively this leads to a lot of misery because workplaces are inhospitable to their workers. Workers have very little say and very little ability to affect their environment. It makes people unhappy. It leads to poor representation of their interests in broader business. And it means that the economy as a whole is run for the interests of a very small group of oligarchs, as opposed to through democratic processes the entire working class. And I think that should change. I think it would be good if we fix that.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, we covered a couple of other things, so
I love
never mind
covering
about
things.
those. Yeah, me too. Yeah, you it's like you looked into. Somebody wants you to know that Vermont is the only state in the country that the capital does not have a McDonald's.
Really? That's quite a claim to fame.
We've actually had 3 McDonald's close because no one was going to them in this state. It's pretty insane.
That's brilliant.
Is impressive.
That's
Yeah.
a state worthy of Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I love my state. So I have a question that is a little weird, and I always have to ask it. But I want to make sure Rena doesn't have anything first.
Well, I think I'm kind of curious. So you said that you don't mind burning bridges, and I'm noticing as the left space online space is like fractured and fractured again. And where do you kind of see yourself fitting into that, or do you? Ethan?
I probably don't. Look, I would like to think that I'm pretty principled about this stuff, When I dislike a person, I mean really dislike them, I will still recommend their content if I think their content is politically beneficial. There's a person in LeftTube who I really don't like called Sean. I will still relentlessly advocate for his videos. They are really, really good because they're video essays, edited, scripted, they're a better summary of the content included than anything I could provide in a live stream. I really value stuff like that, and I learned from his videos to get better at my own arguments. And I really hate the guy. That's something I can do, and I think I'm basically the only person who can, because it seems like as soon as a person on the left dislikes me, their ability to recognize the validity of what I do just instantly goes out the window for the majority of them, which is frustrating. So my position is this: I don't want my disruptiveness as a figure to deter people in my community from seeking out the best voices and the best arguments, I think other people on the left are doing that because they're discounting the value that I bring. Dog?
Oh, you can hear Charlie. Yeah,
Tell them I love them.
Charlie, I'm in a meeting.
I feel like the issue isn't getting along. It's, does the fact that you're not getting along meaningfully impede your ability to engage in good advocacy? And for me, the answer to that, I think it's no. And for other people on the left, I think the answer to that is yes. If they could dislike me but still understand or recognize the value of what I do, that would be fine for me. And I guess that's what I'm going to try to push for.
Yeah.
That is where I feel like Jason and I were very simpatico on that point. And I even find there are people that both of us will watch a variety of people, and I might agree with some takes, but not others, but I'll still consume, a lot of different content and hear, what people have to say about things rather than oh, I really hated this take. Now I'm totally turned off by this one person, So I like that you are still, even if you might not like somebody from a personal standpoint, you're still recognizing that they've got solid content and you're wanting your community to be open to that. I do think we need more of that across the board.
Don't get me wrong. I will recommend against certain people's content if I feel like they're harmful, or wrong or stupid or whatever. But I try to make those arguments separately from how I feel about them as a person. I'm not perfect, of course, but it's something that I make an effort to do. And I don't know. It just seems really difficult for a lot of people to manage, especially since my prominence in the online left has led so many people to engage in this really weird broad attack against debate bros or live streamers, but they always walk all those arguments back the moment they have a proper conversation about that. I remember JD Signifier doing this video on this, but then he walked it all back with Shark 300 pretty much immediately. And it's he didn't walk it all back. I shouldn't say that. Just a lot of his criticisms of debate bros or of live stream content instantly smoothed out the moment anyone challenged him. I did the same with Noah Samson. It's why make these arguments if Like, if you don't really believe it, like, if you personally dislike me, make a video calling me an asshole. Like, that's fine. I'm okay with that. That's your right. Godspeed. Just, I just leave the phony politics out of it.
You're familiar with Jimmy Dore.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel as though he switched on purpose to gain audience, or do you think that he's being genuine, or do you think that he's a person that's like just making up stuff to
I don't
get
I
an
don't think
audience?
he believes a single fucking thing. I don't
Really?
think, and yeah,
Wow.
no, I don't believe Jimmy Dore has a real belief at all. I think he is 100% like completely like he'll just say what gets him the audience. I don't feel that way about a lot of people I disagree with, but that man switches talking points on a dime effortlessly, and it's always whatever gets him like the best YouTube like monetization at the time. Like, he never ever dies on a hill to defend a point against the wishes of his audience. It's always just constantly shifting between right and left talking points, whatever his audience wants to hear. Always.
Interesting. Yeah, I was kind of a fan of him when he was on TYT, and then when he moved away, I was sort of like, okay, I guess I'll deal with this. And then he just stopped criticizing the right, like just stopped.
Yeah.
It was so weird. I just didn't understand what was going on.
Well, there's a big market for that right now. I think a lot of people on the left really hate the idea of being roped in with liberals. Like, they really hate that, like the being grouped in with them. So they'll basically, like, anything they can do or say that makes them distinct, even if it's like really stupid attacks against the Democrats or just meaningless virtue signaling, like, I think they'll go for it. It's really dumb, but whatever. It's just seems to be a disposition of the political climate.
People want to see Charlie, just so you know, Rena. That's her dog's name.
I don't know if you can.
He's right over there in the corner.
He's in the corner.
I don't think we can see him, but he's here with us in spirit, at least.
Here, I'll get him.
I guess.
Let me see here. I'm terrible at reading, but this is a long one. So how can left-leaning politicians learn from your strategy and engage it to get some of that sway? What did you write? Oh, it's supposed to be an A. Away able right folks on board. Sway. Oh, sorry. No, it is. It's sway able right folks. How can your strategy be used?
I don't think that I'm unique in this respect. Like, I think I'm in line with Bernie Sanders here, I feel like if you want to pull people over, lots of people, focus on real issues that people have had actual negative experiences with, and harp on them over and over and over again, and learn how to prioritize your talking points, I feel like Bernie Sanders did a remarkable job. Not necessarily like swaying conservatives, but at the very least being treated in better faith by them than like Biden or a lot of other left liberals or whatever get. In large part because Bernie Sanders really does seem to believe this like unite around the common issues talking point, and it doesn't come across as like phony bipartisanship, which is the vibe I always get from like Biden, for example. Oh, geez, I'm just realizing. I had a debate scheduled at 8. In 37 minutes. Because I didn't realize this would go for so long. Not that I had any apprehension against it. Only saying that I'll have to wrap up relatively soon.
Okay, if you have anything else, go ahead. I have my last question.
Yeah, I think this has been really great. By the way, thank you so much for joining us and taking a chance on our very first stream here.
No, it's been delightful. I really enjoy these questions. Also, I'm sorry that 30 minutes of it got bogged down with tech issues that actually ended up being my fault.
It'll be the most successful videos we make.
Seriously, thank you very much.
Yeah, I have one final question.
Hit me up.
So you're sitting where you are right now, and all of a sudden through the door, someone that looks exactly like you comes over to you and says, I'm from the future. Oh, and they have ripped shirt and they're dirty. You have to come with me right now. What do you do?
Jesus. They're ripped shirt and they're fuck, I think I'd shoot them. With the many guns that I own.
They look just like you.
They look just like me, right.
Yeah.
Fuck, I couldn't shoot them then.
Well, they couldn't shoot you because they're from the future.
Right, well, they couldn't shoot me, but I couldn't shoot them, you know? Shit. Fuck, I don't know. I feel like at this point, my community has trained me to see any white guy with a beard as, like, looking like me anyway. So I feel like if just any white guy with a beard in his 50s with a tattered shirt burst in, I'd think, like, oh, Vaush? Yeah, like, my mind has been completely poisoned by that. Fuck. I guess I have to go with him, you know? If it's a bit to, like, kill me, it seems like a lot of effort. So, yeah, I guess I'd have to trust them.
All right. That's pretty much, I mean, you kind of have to.
Yeah, also...
Some people say no.
Well, yeah, also, you know, like, at that point, like, live a little, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. And we would understand if, like, that happened during the stream and you were like, I gotta go. I'd be like, oh, well, duh. Yeah, of course you have to go. One of my best friends came up with an answer, and it was instantaneous, and I suggest we all decide to incorporate this into our lives. I asked that same question to him, and he immediately, without missing a beat, said I would ask him for the password.
The password?
And I said, yeah. And I said, wait, you have a password already? He was like, of course I do. I just was amazed at the timing. Like, he was just like, I would ask him for the password. So we should all make a password for ourselves so that if we ever do come from the future, we can ask for the password.
Oh, right. Yeah, probably. Shit. You have to just keep it in your head. Or you could ask, like, what am I thinking about right now? And my future self, you know, knowing sort of probabilistically what's going on in my head could answer effortlessly. Like, oh, you're thinking about Elden Ring. Like, oh, it's the 2nd of April, 2022.
Well, I would guess that.
And this is why I'd be very hesitant, you see. I wear it on my sleeve. I'm a very simple man, okay? You know, it's be very, very easy to establish, you know, like, an assassination attempt on me with this method.
Well, I tried Elden Ring. I played it for an hour and 50 minutes so I could get my money back in case I didn't like it. And I couldn't get into it because it's not my style of game. Mm-hmm. I'm not good with games that have repetition and I have to make, you know, recognize patterns. I play games like DayZ and Rust and Ark, you know, survival games. Mm-hmm. But watching you play it, I'm just like, I should rebuy the game because you've gotten much farther than I did. So,
it's one of the things that I think, one of the reasons why I think these games are so popular is because they're so incredibly different to, like, traditional gaming conventions that have been established pretty much everywhere else. And for that reason, I think the games feel very different, and their pace and their learning curve are very, 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 very different. And I think that can be off-putting at first, but I do think sticking with it is really rewarding. If it's just not your thing, of course, that's also perfectly valid.
All right, well, excellent. Who are you debating?
A person wants to debate with me on the validity of NATO as an organization. So we'll see how that goes. I actually forget if they're more pro or against it than me. I actually forget. So I'll find out as soon as I call them. I'll judge from their language to try to determine the actual the talking points that I have to bust out. You know.
Well, I want to also say thank you very much. In the beginning, I didn't think this was going to happen, and then you were just so nice on emails. I was like, you know, I think it's going to happen. He's being super, super cool. So anyone that says you're not super cool, they're wrong.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that.
Yeah.
No, it has genuinely been a delight. Thank you for sitting through the technical issues. And I'm happy we're able to get them resolved.
Excellent. And just so everyone knows, if you go to humanhappyhourpodcast.com, you can learn about all the different places you can find us. Please go to the YouTube channel and subscribe. That would be fantastic. I'm sorry I didn't ask first, but I don't really have much of a chance of getting that many people to hear me than I just did.
You never need to apologize for shouting yourself out. We'll link it in the description. Thank you very much, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.
All right,
Thank
you too.
you.
We'll stay on, Rena, because I want to...
I took slightly too long to exit, so they spoke as though I had already exited. But that's okay. Okay, that was actually a really nice interview. Has the game been lagging? That's probably because I have OBS not set on admin mode. 15 FPS? Yep, okay, I knew it. The fucking... God damn it. But now it fixed itself. We'll see if it's still an issue. Okay, guys. It's... Okay, time to address the real issue. And I'm glad we get a bit of a buffer period, because I have to use the restroom. Alright. You all are watching more Adam something. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. It's a good video. I hope Adam something doesn't mind. I love you, Adam something. I have to pee for 15 minutes.
Today we are going to take a look at a video titled How America Funded Ukraine's Neo-Palestinian Emotional
Korean murder defendants are black, even though...
Damn, dude. Look, it's lagging even with the video player. Fuck. Okay, wait. Hold on. I'm going to restart OBS in admin mode. Okay? Da, 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 da. Okay. That should fix the issue with the resource distribution. Okay. There you go.
Hello everyone, today we are going to take a look at a video titled How America Funded Ukraine's Neo-Nazis by the channel called The
Fuck
Gravel
you, I love you, Adam something.
And just who are the Gravel Institute? We're building the infrastructure to beat right-wing propaganda outlets like PragerU on their own turf. With concise 5-minute videos from authoritative presenters, from Bernie Sanders to Chelsea Manning, we're pushing non-traditional audiences to the left. And to fight a behemoth like Prager, with huge ad budgets and millions of subscribers, we need you on board. Join us. So that's nice. They're trying to be a leftist counterweight to PragerU, a massive right-wing disinformation channel. Fighting disinformation online is especially important nowadays in light of the invasion of Ukraine. Russia has been pumping out an ungodly amount of lies and misinformation, outdoing outlets even like PragerU by an order of magnitude. And PragerU is no small player either. They really put it all out there. They're aggressively pro-capitalism, anti-Palestinian, anti-big government, aka social programs for non-whites, and anti-taxing high-income earners. And they also have a few things to say about black crime, the left, Antifa, and so on and so forth. But the secret to PragerU's success is not found in their political positions. In fact, if you laid them out bare, most people would see them for the lunatics that they are. The secret to PragerU's success lies in their presentation. Lies. Pun intended, I guess. It might not come as a surprise to most of you, but Prager University is not here to educate people, contrary to their description. They are here to push a specific set of socio-economic and political agendas, and they rarely do this through outright lies. Rather, they twist information, leave out or de-emphasize inconvenient facts, overemphasize convenient facts, mislead you with disingenuous presentation of statistics, and they use loaded, emotional language to prime you for their conclusions, among other things, all in service of furthering their agenda. And YouTubers like Sean or Vosh already did a number of excellent takedowns of their lies, which you should definitely check out afterwards. Now, all this being said, PragerU doesn't have to try too hard to disseminate misinformation. This is due to their target audience, namely US conservatives, a group whose worldviews are based mostly on emotionally held positions. And then those conservatives go out looking for justifications for their feelings, which PragerU is happy to provide. So as a conservative, if you simply hate black people, let's say, you won't be looking at the history of systemic discrimination, the lingering effects of redlining, Jim Crow, slavery, and so on, to try and contextualize and perhaps eliminate your bias. Instead, you'll be watching Police Go Where the Crime Is by PragerU, which confirms your biases of black people being violent, criminal savages who don't work and abandon their children.
In the 75 largest U.S. counties, about 60% of robbery and murder defendants are black, even though blacks comprise only 15% of the population in those counties. In New York City, blacks make up 73% of all shooting victims, though they are 23% of the city's population. In Chicago in 2016, there were 4,300 shooting victims, almost all black. Among the 24 victims under the age of 12, was a 3-year-old shot on Father's Day who is now paralyzed for life, and a 10-year-old shot on Labor Day, whose pancreas and spleen were ripped apart.
In short, PragerU has it rather easy, preaching to a friendly audience, preconditioned by the conservative media industrial complex, having suppressed their critical thinking skills as much as possible, so they will accept any bogus graph, half-truth, and outright falsehood as the capital T truth in service of the conservative agenda. For PragerU, it would be much more difficult to propagandize to a leftist audience, since that group is generally more aware of history and socioeconomics, by and large have better critical thinking skills, and would be more prone to calling them out on their bullshit. If we had a Stalinist PragerU, let's say, they would need to be much more subtle, using every opportunity for plausible deniability, phrasing statements and questions neutrally but in a very leading context, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, their core audience would be made up of people with the following characteristics: the alpha and omega of their worldview being US bad, the fetishization of the Soviet Union and thinking it achieved communism or was progressing towards it despite reality, the bizarre reverence of countries that are opposed to the US like North Korea, Cuba, Syria, and so on, just because they're opposed to the US, and branding all their opponents as fascists to justify every action against them and then denying the actual fascist actions of the governments they support. In common parlance, we call these people tankies. The name comes from the Soviet Union rolling tanks into countries to crack down on anti-Soviet protests. You might have guessed, but these people aren't leftists. They are Nazis painted red, for all intents and purposes. And so, the Gravel Institute. Let's take a look at this video of theirs. In the spirit of Sean, the video is linked in the description. Feel free to check it out to make sure I'm not misrepresenting any of their points. And just to clarify, this video came out 6 days before the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
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 Ukraine. Ukraine. You've probably heard about that country a lot. For the last few years, Ukraine has been one of the most important conflict points in the world. It's the site of a proxy war between Russia and the United States.
Okay, so we're 20 seconds in and we already have a problem. Ukraine is the site of a proxy war between Russia and the United States. A proxy war is when two larger powers battle each other through smaller local forces that they control or heavily influence, all in service of their geopolitical interests. But in the case of Ukraine, this is incorrect. The Ukrainian government is supported by the US and other Western nations, but they are by no means proxies of the US. They are a democratic government that came under attack by actual Russian proxies and the Russian army itself, at which point they asked for help and they got it. Just because Ukraine defending itself against Russian imperialism coincides with Western interests of not having Russian imperialism doesn't make this conflict a proxy war. So right off the bat, this is a serious misrepresentation by the Gravel Institute. Imagine if Czechoslovakia resisted the Nazis as the latter annexed the Sudetenland and they got military equipment and training from the UK or something. Would that make it a proxy war between Germany and the UK? Of course not, that would be ridiculous. But it would be a great opportunity for Nazi propaganda to try and discredit Czechoslovakia and justify the invasion, saying how Czechs are just pawns of the English and how their resistance is bringing war to Europe for no good reason. If the Czechs just stop fighting us, there would be peace. We had a vote in the Sudeten and people do want to join us, so it's all good. Right.
Russia could launch an attack on Ukraine any day now.
We are ready and all of NATO is ready.
But it's also a place most people don't really know a lot about. So the story we hear about Ukraine's history and its conflict today has very little relationship to reality. I'm going to tell you a story about modern Ukraine, but this is also a story about America and how American money and weapons ended up in the hands of these guys, the neo-Nazis and ultranationalists of Ukraine's far right.
Wait, did you catch that? They just moved the goalposts. How America funded Ukraine's neo-Nazis versus how American money and weapons ended up in the hands of these guys. Those two statements have very different implications. The first implies a deliberate effort from the US to arm Ukrainian Nazis, while the second suggests that arming neo-Nazis wasn't the intention, only an unfortunate side effect. And slimy rhetorical tricks like these should be familiar to anyone who has ever watched Prager University.
Think about the even greater number of Palestinians who are now homeless in Gaza because Hamas choose to hide weapons in residential buildings. And when naive American and European NGOs offer millions to rebuild Gaza, who do you think will get that money? It won't be you, the people who really deserve it and need it. It will be the leaders of the Hamas gang and their friends who will add new rooms to their fancy villas, rather than rebuild homes, purchase coronavirus vaccines, or provide social services for their people. And the peace you so deserve, the peace which could have been possible when Israel withdrew entirely from the Gaza Strip in 2005, will be even further out of reach.
Well, it looks like all that aid we're sending to Palestinians is ending up in the hands of extremists. Therefore, we should stop giving money and aid to Palestinians and just let Israel invade the Gaza Strip in a special military operation where they de-Islamisticize the area in order to finally bring peace to the Middle East, one could say. Though for some reason I highly doubt Gravel Institute would agree with stopping aid to Palestinians. And funny how that works.
Let's start in 1991, when Ukraine became fully independent from the Soviet Union. And independence was tough. After the fall of communism, the economies of post-Soviet republics were falling apart.
Minor point here, but while in common parlance we do refer to the end of the Soviet Union as the fall of communism, that is incorrect. The Soviet Union was a state-capitalist oligarchy at best and never even came close to abolishing the state, currency or social classes, as in communism. I expect a channel fancying itself as leftist to be more precise with its leftist terms.
State institutions were being hollowed out. A so-called gangster capitalism was becoming dominant. So in the 1990s, Ukraine's economy and quality of life collapsed, and it's never really gotten better. Adjusted for inflation, Ukraine's GDP per capita was higher in 1990 than it was in 2020. Health outcomes are abysmal. In 2019, the life expectancy of Ukrainian men was lower than in Syria, Iraq, and North Korea.
First off, I'm glad Gravel Institute has such unwavering trust in demographic data provided by the Syrian and North Korean governments. Very noble. Second, according to the World Bank data they cite, male life expectancy in Ukraine is currently at an all-time high, even with an ongoing war inside the country where lots of men tend to die. So by their metric, male life expectancy should be a relative success story, not abysmal as they put it. What a strange inconsistency in their rhetoric. Third, the choice of countries on the ground.
What was that? Less than 10 minutes. Let's go. We're a good streamer. We're a good boy. That was the poop. It was great. Thanks for asking. I want this guy's fist. I'll do his NPC quest in a future playthrough. Show our hard work in our place. Oh, yeah. Was that currently? Alright, where are we? Good lord, they expanded it. How am I supposed to know? Amogus. Far right? Ah, fitting. Oh, how cute. It's Voosh. Here, I'll help. There we go. Sorry, my fucking computer's lagging because of Elden Ring. Yeah, we gotta look at that. We gotta look at that when we're not playing Elden Ring, okay? Whew. Is Plague Tale Innocence good? I haven't played it. Joseph Anderson has a review on it, though. How y'all doing? Probably not Wolfie Universe. What time is the debate? I don't know. It's just a convo. Can we chill? Are we good? J-Chat, I don't really get nervous when talking to people. But yeah, I think my demeanor is fine. It just seems normal to talk to people that way. I'm going to turn the volume up a little bit since we... don't have anything else going on at the moment. Ooh. These streams lately, they've been so jumbled. My god. Alright. Alright, what are we doing? Okay. I liked that big Amogus. That was a nice interview. Yeah, I thought that was fun. How are you guys doing? Oh, by the way, new meme. It's gonna be implemented soon, okay? So for the longest time, I've done content suggestions on Discord, but we're not doing that no more. We're going to do it on Reddit. We'll have like a weekly pinned post on the Reddit. Like, do you want me to cover any videos, any topics, any articles, any whatevers, you know? Post it here. And if people upvote it, you know, more, that means that people want it more. Because that way, you know, like, there's a real system for determining what's more popular and what's not. So we'll see that. That'll be interesting. No guarantees I use any of that shit. I'm just saying it'll be good to look through it. She's sleepy. Where's the fist? Where's the fist? Why not have it? Use Remembrance of the Grafted. Wait, did I already use this one? Oh my god, I totally did, didn't I? It's the one goddamn remembrance that I actually used. Oh, I'm so dumb. I should have doubled it. What are you trying to do? Don't worry about it, okay? Can you tell people to message mod mail if they have an issue on the Reddit and not my personal accounts, please? Yeah, if you have a problem on the Reddit, issue fucking mod mail. Why the fuck do people email me? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think I traded it for the, You can double it if it's spent still? Is that true? You can still dupe it? Dupe! I'm duping! I'm duping! Dupe! I'm gonna dupe! Shoop to dupe? Jesus Christ, that's an old meme. Whatever, Wolfie Universe. I'll get it. I'll get it eventually. We'll figure it out. You should put that on. Dude, Shoop the Whoop is... Shoop the Whoop was, like, old when I started, like, doing stuff online. It's been old forever. Now, how do I duplicate it? The Remembrance of the Grafted. That's the one we want. It's not here. Does it depend on which temple we're at? Or which of these cathedrals? Different mausoleum? These are only for some bosses? Which mausoleum should I go to for the goddamn South? Is there one over here? Did I already use this one? The one in Liurna? Let's just do the one in Liurna. No, wait. We tried that one. Wasn't there one over here? Did we already do this one? How the fuck do you get the bell guys to lay down like that? I'm not going to tell you. Chat, don't tell them. Should have done a better job documenting this. What did you do? I just want the fist. Get over here. Hello, Mortaray. Okay, I couldn't have used this one. The fucking doors aren't open. Do I like riding bikes? I haven't ridden a bike in so goddamn long. It's been like 10 years, maybe more. Oh. Nice! Gimme. Nice meme. It's so much fun, though. Yeah, biking is a lot of fun. I just, the issue is, like, you have to bike in an area that's accommodating for bike infrastructure, because otherwise you're gonna fucking die. You're gonna fucking die out here. $2,000. When is your debate with the What If All History guy? He has stopped responding to me on Twitter. He's wizened up. I'll keep pestering him, don't worry. Okay. I'm trying to get one of every weapon. I know I can't do all of it in one playthrough. Every claw, every fist. We have to get every whip. Okay? We have to get every whip type. Right now, I would be trying Melania. The issue is that we're going to have a convo in like 10 minutes, and I know that I'm not going to be able to beat a boss like that while I'm having a conversation. That seems quite difficult, actually. Okay, Thorned Whip. We're looking for the Thorned Whip. That's what we're looking for. Okay, we get it into snowy area. Big hammer. Found after Zamor ruins just before the long bridge. This riveting gameplay. It's almost like you guys are here to listen to me talk. What's up? Zamor ruins. Zamor ruins right before the bridge. It's this area right here. I'm pretty sure. It's what we're talking about. I think. Right? Yeah. Want to know how to get the other big dragon boss? Nope. I just want that Thorned Whip. What are you going to get from Millennia? I don't know. I just want to kill her. She seems like kind of a bitch, TBH. I looked at the lore, and I watched the lore video. Did you guys know that I was so committed to no spoilers, I didn't even watch any of the trailers? Seems like kind of an asshole, to be honest with you. What's the name of the general again? The cool guy. Radahn. Yeah. So Radahn is all like, "Hey, I'm a huge fucking dude and I love my horse, and I'm going to keep the stars in the sky. I will hold the heavens aloft, okay?" And then Melania is like, "Oh yeah, I want power, and also I'm mad that I lost, and L plus ratio plus fell off, so let me give half of the planet fucking HPV." Great, thank you. And then the first shit she says, my name is Melania, and I have never lost. The fuck? What happened in the lore trailer? Huh? The fuck was that then? You sore-ass loser? What was that, a tactical retreat? I have never lost. All we've seen you do was lose. Technically, it was a stalemate. Okay, I would say, listen, okay? If you show up to have a fist fight with somebody, and you're losing the fist fight, and in response you activate the belt of grenades you have strapped to your chest, I don't think that's a draw if both of you run away from that one scathed, okay? I think that's you lost and you're coping. That's cheating. I don't care. I actually really hate fighting this enemy. I hate fighting whip enemies. Whips are such dog shit when used by players in these games. Or when NPCs are wielding them. Oh, that wasn't a backstab? Holy shit. See, they're gonna fucking kill me. It's literally not her fault. The rod is not something she controls. It's something that festers inside her. She lost control of it. Okay, well, she made the choice to be a sore loser. And pretend that she's never lost. Cool. Nice one, dude. Nice, very nice. We're gonna get that goddamn whip. Okay, we have the silver beetle. Girl boss. You can't get 2 of the whips because you skipped quest line. Don't worry about it. Whoa! Holy shit, that scared me. Jesus Christ. Oh, you're right. The Catacombs Grace is way easier. But the phrase, I've only lost once, doesn't roll off as easily. That's true. My name is Melania, Blade of Meliqua, and I lost one fight. Mekula, I don't remember her name, okay? Misgendered? Aren't they, like, double-gendered or whatever? I've seen the final boss. It's like a chick up there, and then it's a guy. I don't know. I don't get it. It's cool. That's not them, you idiot. Okay, am I wrong for thinking there were too many M names in this one? There were a lot of M names. Mikula is Melania's brother. Mikula, Melania, Millicent, Melania, Margaret, Morgret. Fuck. It's like me and fucking S names when I'm playing D&D and hastily coming up with NPC names. And we got something. Thought it seemed intentional? Yeah, well, it's intentionally fucking confusing. First letter indicates who their father was? Yeah, I know. They did it in Dark Souls, too. Gwyn, Gwendolyn, Guinevere. Yeah, I know. All the names start with G, R, or M to reference George R.R. Martin. Oh, that's funny. Why not? What do you think of Horaloo's Chad Phase 2? I'm not gonna lie, the voice acting for the Horaloo bit felt a little awkward. I don't know if it was better in the Japanese or whatever. But, like, listen, having the second phase be fucking sumo wrestling, absolutely. I'm totally here for it. 100% good, okay? Having the, but he's like, I fight as Horaloo, and it's like, it just follows. Love the fight, though. I have no fucking idea, Mazzo. Jesus. Stop. Stop. You fall off, why don't you? You beat Radagon yet? No, I did fight that big snake god-eat man off stream, though. That was fun. That's, my second favorite gimmick fight behind, Celestial Dragon so far in a From Software game, you know? Hell of a lot better than Yorn. I'll say that much. Yorm. I forget if it's an N or an M. Give me your goddamn weapon drop, guest. Oh yeah. Are they gonna, like, email me or DM me in Discord? What are we doing? What are you doing? What's this email from them? Okay, so I said... Are you in my Discord? And they said, no, I'm banned. I'll make a new account, though. Okay, brilliant. Perfect. Oh, there they are. I think. Wait, is that them? Oh, they say it's them. Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay.
No, it's not okay.
Can't hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, good.
All right, hit me up. Name and pronouns. What's on your mind?
I'll be using, I don't know, my Bamslino. I'll just keep the screen name. I'm also there on Twitter. I was behind the anarchist Twitter discourse a few weeks ago.
Okay. I'm gonna, and this isn't a debate tactic on my part. I humbly request you say that again and 20% slower.
Sorry, I'm gonna use Bamslino as my name. So I'm also at Bamslino on Twitter.
Okay.
And I was the person, if you might recognize that, because I was the person behind the anarchist supply line drama, like the whole discourse thing. I
love discourse.
It's, I guess my claim to fame.
And pronouns?
Any, I don't care.
All right.
I'm trying to.
Well,
Okay.
hit me up. Wait, so you were the person who was arguing with Doe?
Yes, I replied. I don't know if it was an argument. I just asked a question and like a couple.
Question asking with Doe. Yeah, gotcha. All right, well, hit me up. I don't even remember what we disagreed on. The email title said NATO, so I don't know if you're pro.
The first time I messaged you, it was on I saw you said NATO was good, and I sent my arguments. But then you in the email said you have you heard my arguments, and you said those convinced you. Like you said, you might adjust some of your arguments. And the second email, the one that got the debate, was over. You mentioned you were talking about the geopolitics of Yugoslavia historically, and I had some disagreements with the way you phrase those things. You know, particularly around Western involvement in the dissolution of Yugoslavia and the bombing of Yugoslavia and Libya, which I think you were a little cavalier on.
Well, I'm happy to hear criticisms. It's not something I've done a full research stream on yet, so if you come out here, you bust me out with the dates and times, it'll be tough for me to respond. So this is like a good opportunity for you to kick my ass. I don't recall what disagreements we had over. Oh, I forgot the game. I don't remember what disagreements we had over email, because I get a lot of correspondence. If I said that my positions might be moved over by something, that's a very loose guarantee, though, because I get a lot of people who are critiquing me. I can't argue with everyone all the time on email. I don't have the time, but I always read what I get. So I did read whatever you sent me.
So, you want to start with the stuff that you just said debate, or the stuff that we already emailed over, but you said you heard the arguments, they're good arguments, and I might adjust on my arguments, because we can do that again if you want.
Hit me with the NATO stuff. I want to know.
Okay, so let's the take that I understood your take was that you said being pro NATO is fine because you said that it's not basically. Let me find the email what you just said. You said NATO is good, right? You're like pro NATO. Is that correct?
It's not necessarily that I'm pro-NATO. Well, I'm pro-NATO in the sense of, like, Ukraine and, like, containing Russian expansion. I just think that
you were being hyperbolic when you said, I'm pro-NATO. I don't even care what anyone says. Like, NATO is good. Like, don't at me, basically.
Well,
in that video.
Well, obviously that's slightly simplistic, with a degree of hyperbole. I think that, like, NATO is good insofar as it protects countries in Eastern Europe from Russian aggression. And I think that lefties online massively overstate the extent to which NATO is like the vanguard of imperialism from the West. I genuinely do not think that.
So the first thing I want to push back on is like Eastern Europe. I think Eastern Europe is being used like it's too broad, basically. Like you're saying Eastern Europe, but there's actually a lot of different countries in Eastern Europe, and the relationship with NATO is like very different depending where they are. But I think, for example, like that's one of the things I'll push back on. But I don't think like it's valid to say that like protects Eastern Europe when it actually like Eastern Europe's a bunch of countries and they have different relationships. Like to NATO and Russia, and so the impact on them is like pretty vastly different.
Well, they all ask to be in NATO, don't they?
No.
You have to ask to be in NATO to be a part of NATO.
You have to ask to be in NATO, but like it's geopolitics, So you can be like basically that's not the important step. Like if a country wants to be in NATO, they just like one official needs to ask like on the paperwork be in NATO, but it can be like relatively easy, like to depend on the country to coerce the country to join NATO.
Okay, so I want to know about that because I agree that in concept it's possible for countries to be kind of like politically pressured into joining NATO, but when looking into it, I haven't really found that much evidence to support that idea. It seems like countries that are a part of NATO want to be a part of NATO because they sincerely, obviously there are requirements to be in NATO. Political pressure is involved. they have to maintain a certain level of troop development, though a lot of countries don't anyway. And they prefer that if it means knowing Russia can't fuck with them, you know?
Okay, but that's a little. See, I guess framing is a little strange because, like, think about it, like, for example, there are countries that are not bordering Russia, so it's a little weird. Like, we agree NATO is a military alliance primarily, but there's countries that don't get much out of it because they're not bordering Russia. In fact, like, so like, I think what's the argument there? But why would they join NATO?
Like France and England or what have you?
I was thinking right now it's Montenegro, so Montenegro.
Montenegro? I have no idea.
It's being pushed towards, like, you know.
Well, I don't know. I don't know enough about that situation. You know, like, most of the people who are in NATO right now are either like legacy participants from the Cold War, back when NATO was much more relevant for people broadly in Europe. And since then, the expansions have mostly been countries that are like post-Soviet bloc states that want to avoid Russian pressure.
Post-Soviet bloc, I think Russian pressure's doing a lot of heavy lifting here because, like, it's kind of vague. Like, certain countries obviously are a direct military threat from, like, are directly threatened militarily by Russia, but other countries they're not really, like, threatened directly by Russia. So it's like it's not a very strong argument.
Well, because of NATO, right? Like, NATO guarantees that.
Well, no, they're just, like, not, like, directly under threat from Russia. Like, countries in the Balkans, for example, like, they're just like they're not like.
Well, sure, but I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Like, not every country that's going to be a part of NATO is, like, literally facing a Russian invasion right then at that moment, right? It's not about that. It's just about if these countries feel as though it's in their strategic interest to be a part of NATO, they seem to choose to be. I just don't think countries really get bullied into being a part of NATO. They seem to want it. It provides them a great degree of security.
See, but I think most countries in NATO are not, like, under direct threat from Russia militarily. Like, Ukraine is, like, relatively exceptional there. The Baltic states are also relatively exceptional there. Most countries, like, are just not under direct threat from Russia to, like, be invaded. Like, that's not the security there. They might have. Like,
well, yeah, because they're a part of NATO.
Well, no, because they're just not. They're not bordering Russia. They're not, like, Russia's not going to, you know.
Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, I think.
Yeah, the Baltics. I agree with those. There's a different situation.
Right. Well, so I guess my issue is that I don't need to make this point, you know? If those countries want to be a part of a defensive alliance, who am I to say they can't be? Like, I don't need to argue their case for them. If they think it's in their strategic interest, then that's why they asked for it. Like,
I think they're being. I think it's much more likely they're being. It's much more evident they're being pressured into being aligned with NATO as a symbol for being aligned with away from Russia, Western interests.
Is there any evidence of that?
Like in Montenegro, there were loans that were approved on the condition of NATO membership.
I'm very sorry. I don't know anything about the Montenegro situation. You could be correct. I genuinely just don't know anything about, to be real, like anything about that country's relationship with NATO.
Okay. I think like generally, like, there's just not a lot of evidence for the benefit these countries are getting out of the strategic alliance in terms of militarily. That's not like just a general, like, sign of like a symbol of geopolitical allegiance with the cost. Like, they're
I mean,
like,
they want to join it. Like, Ukraine wants to join it. Like, Turkey wants to join it. Wanted, you know, another...
Well, Turkey specifically, I think, is a good example because Turkey benefits from the military alliance in a pretty aggressive way. Like, Turkey is able to take military actions because they know that if they're retaliated against, they have the backing of NATO.
That's
engage in more aggression. And I think they're, like, so my point is, like, I think certain countries have different relationship. I'll try to speak a little slower. Sorry. Certain countries have different relationship with NATO, and I think the brush being painted doesn't apply to a lot of them. Like, the Baltic states and Ukraine have a very specific relation in terms of a direct defensive strategic interest in defending against Russia and, like, you know, Russian aggression. And Turkey benefits because it allows it to take pretty aggressive action, you know, in the Middle East without strong fear of retaliation.
What if countries just want to be part of a secure military alliance? You know, it's not just about direct invasion also. Like, Russia has lots of underhanded ways of intervening in neighboring countries. Maybe if a country is a part of NATO, they feel like they have Russia has even less of a potential pretense to engage in that kind of behavior. I guess like, again, I don't really feel like I need to make the case on behalf of these countries why they would want to be part of the strongest military alliance in the history of the world. when they clearly want to and have fought to and like made official requests for it, and there isn't like really strong evidence that they all got like bullied or cajoled into it. They can leave if they want to. France left NATO.
I think France is in a very different bargaining position than most of these countries, for sure. Smaller countries that don't have the position like to make that kind of like it's actually
they
like,
can.
It's a big security risk for a country to leave NATO. Like if a country's part of NATO, that means they're like they're aware of like NATO, information that's like military information.
Well, they probably want that, don't they?
No, but like I think it'd be very different. I think there would be a lot of pressure to prevent a country from leaving NATO if they know. Like I think there's basically no chance, like no shot that the major NATO members would be like okay with a country leaving NATO once they have access to all that information. Like if especially if like
with respect, I think that is very conspiratorial. The idea that they can't leave NATO because like it's like a mafia situation, like they know too much or whatever. I don't think.
Well, it's just true. It's not like the number one reason to leave NATO would be to align themselves with to be able to align themselves with a different geopolitical interest. Like investments from like if you being part of NATO allows pressure, like allows them to put pressures on, for example, which economic ties they can have, like with China. So like the number one reason, for example, to leave NATO, like one of the strongest reasons to leave NATO is to, as a smaller country, be allowed to have more ties with China.
Well, we already have ties. America has very strong trade relations with China. I'm pretty sure that NATO...
because they're America, they're the hegemon. But America doesn't want smaller countries in its sphere of influence to have strong ties with China because it benefits from having those ties being with Europe and America.
But NATO involvement doesn't come with a precondition that you can't trade with China.
It basically does in certain situations. These smaller, like European countries, like they were basically put under a sphere of influence as part of joining NATO.
But they chose to join that sphere of influence.
Okay, do you agree, for example, that the IMF, when countries take IMF loans, do they choose to take those loans?
I don't think these situations are even remotely comparable. The IMF deliberately goes after economically weak countries and will only give them economic assistance if they cede to a ton of neoliberal economic reforms. Whereas NATO is a voluntary military alliance that comes with benefits and drawbacks that we have, at least by all available evidence, countries willfully choosing to join. I'm not saying there's not an implicitly coercive element to it, but there is to basically all geopolitical engagement, all trade, all politics is going to involve that.
Why is one of those voluntary though, and one of those I think those are both the loans are also voluntary. They're not in a sense the same sense. They're on paper at least asking for the loans.
Because I think they're different degrees of exploitative. You realize this argument could be applied to literally all behavior all countries engage in, right? All trade deals, all agreements, all military alliances, all of it could be filtered through this analysis, and it's well, it's all exploitative, therefore it's all bad, But I think what the IMF does, by the way, keep in mind, the purpose of the IMF is hollowing out a country's natural resources to make them amenable to American business investment. Whereas the purpose of NATO is simply to form a broader geopolitical military bloc. I think that
I think that's countries, a little bit the level of shareability there could be
countries
kind of different.
Countries that cede to IMF demands are made economically weak and compliant, and countries that join NATO are made militarily strong and dependable. I think that's the difference. NATO is good for these countries.
How do a lot of these countries benefit from these, especially not the Baltics, not Ukraine, but the other countries they're not benefiting from you're saying that they benefit from the sorry. You benefit from the alliance, but I don't think that these benefits. I don't think are very I don't think there's actually a lot of evidence for these benefits. If there's a war, a major conflict, they will have to send troops to fight, and they're not really getting out of these. Most of these countries are not in very at risk of direct military conflict.
Okay, maybe they just want to be a part of the strongest military bloc in the world. Who wouldn't want to be? That seems like a really great deal. It's these countries have been clamoring for NATO membership ever since the Cold War ended.
I think it's much more likely they're clamoring for I think it's a much stronger explanation for why they want membership is because by aligning themselves with that power group, they signal membership that later becomes membership within a group that provides economic benefit later.
Okay, Sure. But they can be a part of the first of all, if they want economic benefits, they can be a part of the EU and receive full benefits of being part of the EU without joining NATO. It's not as though they are disallowed from trading with Europe before joining NATO. That is just not the case. But if they want to align with the hegemon, like, yeah, of course they would, right? Like, that makes sense.
For the smaller countries, they basically do have to join NATO or to become part of the EU and other trading blocks like that.
No, they did. No, they don't. I am not aware of any evidence of EU trading partnership being held as a condition of NATO acceptance. Like, Finland isn't a part of NATO. Like, it's
a bigger, better country. Like, it's
well,
these are not like
but you can't keep making exceptions, though, right? Like, I don't think there's any evidence of that. If there was, then I would strongly disagree with it. Like, you only get to trade with us if you join our military alliance. Like, I would disagree with that strongly. But remember, part of the protests in Ukraine with the Euromaidan was that Yanukovych had promised to align himself economically with the EU without being a part of NATO, and the EU was going to accept him. Back before all the shenanigans in 2014, like, Ukraine was poised to join with the EU fully, to be like part of that trade bloc, with no expectation that they would be a part of NATO at the time they did that.
I think because Ukraine's position, it's different than, for example, countries like Montenegro, like Croatia, Slovenia. These countries are like positioned in like basically like Romania, Hungary. I think these countries are set up that like that the setup that I think like I know for sure Montenegro. That's why I know the most, because that's like where I'm from.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm just not that familiar with Montenegro. It's unfortunate we don't have an overlap in knowledge there, but I just don't know much about that. I would have to look into it. Before
I'm like reticent to make too many I'm reticent to basically say I'm focusing on because that's where I know the most. So I'm focusing on that. I'm not trying to like focus on that you don't know. But like they basically to have a chance at EU membership, it was like NATO membership was basically like required. Like it was in order to like it's just like you said, like they were basically joining the military alliance, especially relevant there because of the long-standing cultural ties to Russia, which were displaced by when membership was used to displace.
I would have to look into it.
Okay. Like I guess I don't know. I think this
so
point, I'm not
wait,
sure
maybe with Montenegro, maybe there was some fuckery that took place there. But would you agree then that like for the rest of these countries that are a part of NATO, like they're fine?
I think the Baltics have a strong argument because they're the border with Russia. Ukraine obviously has an argument, but I think so a lot of like I think a lot of other countries aren't like directly being threatened by Russia that way. I think the argument is much weaker, especially in the.
But they still want to like. It doesn't matter what your argument in favor of them joining NATO is. If they want to join NATO, it's their right to join NATO.
I think in the Balkan countries especially, there's a strong. I think the basic EU membership and economic ties was basically conditional on NATO membership, strengthening those. So it was similar to the IMF in the way that it was like coercive in that way because there was basically economic to join. You had to join a military alliance to engage in the economic trades that benefit the country needed to benefit. As you say.
I just haven't seen evidence of that being the case. I would have to look into it more. Even if that was the case, though, I could still support like the concept of NATO or of like a military alliance that functions the way NATO does without that. Like I would simply like disavow that fuckery and then continue to support, you know, the rest of what they do. I would just say like that would be an exception to what was otherwise a worthwhile, you know, like a worthwhile thing.
I think the NATO allows I have some more generic, like or I guess more general expanded criticisms. NATO too, where like it allows the U.S. to exert a lot of influence on European politics, but I don't think it's very like good for Europe. Like it doesn't. I think NATO with U.S. as a member of it, at the very least, contributes have like is able to be used in that way to negative effect.
I agree that more autonomy within NATO on Europe's part would be good. That being said, though, I don't really take issue with that. I guess like America holds global influence anyway. We would have influence over Europe whether or not we shared a NATO, right? Because
we'd have more influence with NATO, though.
Well, sure, but it's America.
I think that's.
And also, I think for the most part, people in Europe kind of like that influence, because the influence is a product of our disproportionate investment into NATO, right? Like the fact that we spend so much money on our military, and they like that because it means we're essentially like subsidizing their low military budgets. So I don't know. They probably, to an extent, benefit from it. Yeah.
I think, for example, I think it means Europe can't act as independently because they're kind of beholden to a disproportionate amount of American influence. Like, I agree, America would have a ton of influence regardless. It's the global power, like the main global power. But I don't think this is. I think it's good for more regions to be more autonomous.
Independently in what respect, though?
Able to pursue, for example, like a less American centric, politics, including economic politics.
Well,
like able to.
How does our disproportionate investment in NATO lead to them not being able to make their own economic decisions?
It doesn't like prevent it entirely, but it gives U.S. influence over the political alignment of the area.
I don't really see how. I don't think. Like I understand we wield a tremendous amount of influence, but I feel like we're generalizing a lot here, right? Like the idea that we're like us investing in NATO means that like we're like rigging their elections or whatever.
I don't know, just like obviously in Europe there's like more pro American party, like parties that are like a different alignment, and it just gives the parties that are more aligned with NATO disproportionate, and then
yeah, that's politics. People in Europe seem to like America's investment in NATO. Like you can't treat our investment in NATO as a nefarious political scheme when the outcome of it is that people in Europe will be more pro-NATO because they like the outcome of NATO. Like, yeah, that's just...
So I guess some more specific criticisms. Sorry, I'll try to speak slower. Is that, for example, NATO creates arms reliances, in certain cases, and thus gives the U.S. Disproportionate influence over the policies those countries, the basically like the military diplomatic policies because of the arms reliances. Things like
how so?
Things like the arms being used are like America, the U.S. has strong influence over the arms being used, which influences things because of things like replacement parts, maintenance, and stuff. These are all, become tied to towards the U.S. Towards the U.S., which gives it disproportionate influence over those countries' policies.
Okay, I don't understand. What policies? Do you mean in terms of their military readiness? Shouldn't we have disproportionate influence over that since we're like the most militarily powerful country on the planet by an almost exponential factor, and they're part of our military alliance and they rely on and enjoy our military supremacy, which protects them? I wouldn't want, for example, their membership in NATO to make us rig their elections or whatever. But if their membership in NATO led to them having their military policies or readiness being dictated disproportionately by us, I think that's probably a good thing, right? Like, that seems like kind of part of the package of signing up. Like, that's a benefit to them. Like, hey, join NATO and you get like America standard arms production and training. Like that's probably a pretty good thing, right?
I think, but it creates a situation where it's like self-reinforcing. Like it makes pivoting away harder because it entrenches the America aligned situation.
Sure, but in this case, we're just talking about like if it's policies pertaining to like again, I would agree with you if these were civic policies, but if it's about military stuff specifically, like I mean, why not? Like why shouldn't their military policies be heavily influenced by us? Like we are their military.
Because not only are we our military, U.S. Not only is the U.S. the military currently, it makes it difficult to move away from it because it entrenches this the military arrangement, so that by increasing the cost of changing it.
But that would
tension
only be a
situations.
problem for me if it was like a bad thing that I cared about us moving away from. I don't really care if like America has disproportionate influence over military structure in Europe. Like you could say the same thing about like welfare.
Sure,
like,
but can we agree that like states care a lot about like military policy has an effect on like influences states, like the behavior and policies and politics of states.
well, I think it depends. Like that's a general statement that I agree with generally, but if you were to be more specific with the statement, do you think that like NATO being mostly an American-led thing influences European civic politics? Then I think my answer to that
yes, I think it makes them more aligned with the United States and
yeah,
the
but that's
the politics of the United States.
That's the point. Like that's the point of an alliance. Like
Sure,
you can't point
but
at an alliance that everyone willfully entered and go like the problem with this alliance is that it's leading to them being allies. Like, yeah, that's the point.
I think a more independent, autonomous Europe would benefit the Europeans.
Well, you
much
can't
more.
fault them for wanting to ally with us. We're the strongest country on the planet. Like that's not like I can't. Like, isn't that their right? Like, shouldn't they want that? Like don't get me wrong. I don't want America to be calling the shots from everywhere around the world, but like we have to find better ways of encouraging local autonomy than like opposing the concept of like-minded countries allying with each other.
If a country in Europe made a policy decision that you disagreed with, would that be their right too? Like I feel like this argument, like
wait, they do make policy
Hungary.
decisions. I disagree.
Sure,
with.
but is like when Hungary makes a political makes a political decision you disagree with, you might say it's their right to make that. I guess do you? I don't want to speak for you.
Well, yeah, they're an autonomous country. Though if I feel like if I disagree with that decision, then I would probably try to find ways to politically push against it within available means.
Sure, so it's the same thing. Like obviously, for some countries it's their right to join NATO. I agree there. Although I think other countries it's a lot more coercive. But we still wouldn't like say we're pro that position, even though like the same way I assume you're not pro Orban's policies, despite Hungary having a right to as an autonomous country to enact those laws.
I don't know what the relationship is between these things. I don't have a problem with NATO. I just don't have an issue with it. I don't think the existence of NATO really hurts people. I think it helps far more people than it hurts, because the people who are legitimately helped by it, like otherwise victims of Russian aggression, like in the Baltic, I always mix up Balkan and Baltic. I always mix those up. The Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Yeah. And like Ukraine and stuff. Like I think it helps vastly more people than it hurts. Like the only hurt we're talking about here is like the harm of NATO is that countries in NATO might be allied with the allies they have. It's like, well, okay, I don't know what that has to do with Hungary like wanting to kill all gay people or whatever.
I guess, do you think you need the entirety of the current arrangement of NATO to provide that defensive situation, that defensive alliance to those countries?
I don't care if we need it. It doesn't matter. I don't mind it. NATO could encompass the whole world for all I cared. It wouldn't make a difference to me. Like it's not negative. So I don't need to like start looking into like, well, how much can we reduce this system? I don't care about reducing it. I guess
then my stance is that a more autonomous Europe would have better more left better policies than one that has more the U.S. has influence over, disproportionate influence over.
But they want to have our influence over them. They ask for it. They explicitly want it.
But like
what should we pass? Like international law that disallows like countries in Western Europe from being military allies with the U.S.? Like how do we address this? Like everyone who's doing this thing wants to be like, we're talking about something where it's beneficial and everyone who's a part of it wants to be a part of it. Like given that, what system would you put in place to oppose it? Like
it's beneficial in some ways, it's not beneficial in other ways. Like the same way, I guess I don't understand how this is different from the Hungary example. Like there's not a law we could really pass to restrict the autonomy of Hungary to pass
the stuff
its laws.
that's happening in Hungary is bad, though. The laws in there are bad.
Sure.
I don't think what's happening with NATO is bad. It's good.
But the influence the U.S. has on European politics and a less autonomous Europe pushes away from better politics.
They want that alliance, though. They ask for it. They push for that alliance with us.
Isn't that the same as the Hungarians pushing for what they want?
No, because the Hungarians are pushing for something at the expense of millions of their own people. You're talking about coercive elements within an alliance where every member of that alliance wants to be a part of that alliance. I don't see the relationship with it. Like Hungary is a barely functional democracy that's like oppressing its own people more than we do. You know, we all do, but you know, them more than us. I just don't see what that has to do with like everyone in NATO wants to be a part of NATO. Like Europe wants to be a part of NATO. Like, who are you to tell them to not? Like, who's being hurt by it, right?
This is like the influence it has pushes them towards worse policies.
Like what worse policies is their presence, their willful and consensual presence in NATO pushing them towards?
It's like in some countries it pushes them towards away from, for example, Chinese investment, which would benefit them because being able to play multiple hegemons off each other is a way for smaller countries.
I don't believe this. You're not going to be able to find any evidence of like a country like NATO strong-arming countries into not trading with China. China trades with probably every single member of NATO.
And then otherwise, like America, clearly supports certain policies and certain parties through, and then that's pushed. Like, I think a more autonomous Europe would have generally.
You're not looking at chat, are you?
No, I'm not. I don't have anything open.
All right, good. Don't get distracted on me now. Look, I want Europe to be more autonomous. I just think that there should be ways of pursuing that aren't because like NATO is just like harmless, you know? And you can be a part of a military alliance. Like, the issue here is that like if you really want to tackle the influence America has over Europe, it's not NATO, it's our trade deals. Like, that's the real thing. Europe and America are like inseparable when it comes to our trade agreements. We like a breaking apart in that respect would be far more detrimental to Europe than getting rid of NATO. So we can't get rid of that economic relationship without like destroying Europe and America. So that's never going to happen. Like, the influence that you're referring to, America's influence, is an inherent part of our massive like geopolitical power that can't really be changed. NATO is like a fractional element of that, a minor one at that. If we want to encourage more European autonomy, I think we should, but I don't think we should do it in ways that are to the detriment of the countries in Europe. Like, the countries in Europe want to be a part of NATO, and they also want to be a part of our trading bloc. So I think that we should try to find ways to encourage their relative autonomy without, like, sort of destructive, you know, interference in these alliances they want to be a part of.
When you say NATO's harmless, I don't think it's harmless. Like, the way Article 5 works, if there's an attack, NATO members will send troops generally, and like that's sending citizens to be involved in, you know, military conflicts that generally they're not part of.
That is a military alliance.
That's a harm.
That's
a harm, I would say.
That's the point of a military alliance. Also, you can deny an Article 5 request. Remember what happened after 9/11? America invoked Article 5, and countries turned us down. You know, if they feel that the war isn't just, like, they can... We got really mad at France over it, and we did the whole Freedom Fries bit. But we didn't, like, attack France or whatever, you know? No, that was based of them, yeah, to not answer to that Article 5 request. But
obviously Article 5 has power, otherwise it wouldn't mean anything. Like, I think Article 5, like, would generally, like, to involve, like, if denying was costless, then it wouldn't mean anything. So obviously it's like it's relevant, I think.
Well, no, it's just a military alliance. It's not like international. It's just an alliance. Like, it doesn't mean that if you break the code that your country gets nuked or whatever. It's just, you know, we expect you to do that. And that's fine. Like, that's the point of a military alliance, right? I mean, that's the point of Article 5.
I think saying Article 5 is like it can be optional ignores that like if it was entirely optional, then it it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be meaningful. Like the whole I think
Oh wait,
there's a
chat's correcting me,
state.
sorry. Article 5 was invoked for Afghanistan after 9/11, which every NATO country participated in. The freedom fries bit with over the Iraq War. Thank you. My bad. Yeah, sorry.
Like I think that stands to. I can't believe I didn't catch that. Like sorry, I'm just like harder to keep track of multiple things at once than I thought it would be. I think, for example, that's a strong evidence in my favor. Like Article 5 was invoked and countries got involved. Like, the Iraq War was the one that wasn't really like was like relatively distinct from
yeah,
in
well,
terms
you
of
know,
just being like
if Article 5
project.
if Article 5 hadn't been invoked in Afghanistan, then maybe only the United States would have gone in, and that definitely would have changed things for Afghanistan, right?
I think that's like very likely, actually. I think.
Wait,
like,
really?
I think,
Wait, we didn't need anyone else there. They were just there for support. America could single-handedly handle. We didn't need anything other than ourselves there. They were there to like. They were like they're showing up to the ball game to like cheer us on. You know, like yeah, we're here, NATO. Let's go. Like America can do. We can do everything.
It would be better without like without like. Like it would be better if the countries weren't involved though. Like
Then
I
why?
actually think it allows them to take a more less interventionist policy, which is good. I think interventions generally cause more harm.
Then why did a bunch of NATO countries join us in Iraq, even though we didn't invoke Article 5? It's almost like even without NATO, these countries are still geopolitically aligned with us and find it politically favorable to join us in our conflicts.
Yeah, yes, but the reason NATO is relevant is because it increases the chance they will like join those countries. Like,
okay, but like that's the point of a military alliance, right? Like it seems like we're getting mad at it for, like you're mad at a military alliance for being both an alliance and military. Like that's the whole point. Like,
I think a military alliance, like by definition, I say, supports military actions. I think military actions are generally harmful and bad. Like we should minimize the amount of countries involved in military actions.
as long as there are militaries, wait, no, hold on. Military alliances prevent military actions. That's the point of NATO. When you have a bunch of countries allied in a coalition, you decrease the likelihood of warfare because fighting against that block of countries would be suicide. And also, this is a pretty unrealistic take, right? Like, abolish military involvement. Like people, as long as militaries exist, like military alliances are going to exist. I think they're a good thing. Like, can you imagine the Cold War? But if, like, there was no NATO or Warsaw Pact, like, I'm pretty sure that all of Central and Eastern Europe would have been burnt to ash in like, a million overlapping proxy wars, you know, before, like, any damage was done to the Soviet Union or to America.
I mean, Yugoslavia wasn't part of the Warsaw Pact, right?
Like
that's true. Yugoslavia was not part of the Warsaw Pact.
Was it not? I don't recall. Of what relevance is that to what I said though?
I mean, it was in Eastern Europe. It's directly in the Balkans. It was not like Nuke Dash.
Okay.
I don't know. I just like it's kind of point to your.
I don't know if it counters. Yugoslavia was a pretty. Yeah, I don't know what relevance that is to my point. Anyway,
didn't you just say that the Warsaw Pact and NATO stopped Eastern Europe from being burnt to ash in proxy wars?
Yeah, I don't think the existence of a country that wasn't in either. Wait, I'm sorry. You do realize that military alliances are just an inevitable product of countries having militaries, right? They've been around for literally all of human existence. Like why would countries not do that?
States do lots of things. I don't understand. Sorry, like I think the position here is that we should not support certain military alliances because they lots of states do things. States maintain borders by that's as long as states for most as modern states basically need to enforce borders for them to exist as modern states.
But I don't think military alliances are harmful. Also, don't play. Your position is not anti-military alliance. Your position's anti-NATO. Okay, don't don't play with me, okay? I know a lot of this, it's like, oh, well, both sides do it. Oh, then I disagree with both sides. Well, no, your issue's with NATO. So, like, with regards to military alliances here, you know, I don't think they're inherently harmful. I just don't. I don't want countries fighting, but I feel like the more countries are allied with each other and the larger these political blocs are, the more likely it is that we could prevent that kind of harmful military intervention. It seems like every time NATO does something I disagree with, it's in a situation where the outcome would have been the same with or without NATO, right? Like, you know, like if you take a look at Libya or Yugoslavia or like the, you know, the bombings or whatever, I'm pretty sure that shit would have happened whether or not NATO was there. Like NATO just happened to be the organization that did it, you know? Otherwise it would have just been Britain, France, Italy. Like it just would have been the countries that are a part of NATO. The main thing that NATO does, the explicit thing that NATO does, is it serves as a military bulwark against Russian aggression. And there are countries that genuinely benefit from that. And I just don't think
so many
the harm
countries
outweighs...
that are not bordering Russia part of it. Like I think
because they want to be a part of the hegemon.
Like that's like we should like shouldn't we not support like, you know, the strengthening hegemons? Like wouldn't it be better to have less hegemonic, you know, less hegemonic powers?
Would you have ever said this when it comes to like Bolivia siding with Russia or something? Like no, like always. No, I'm in favor of a unipolar world. I am not in favor of like a 1,000 fragmented countries, all with like no alliances or trade. I want every country to be bound to every other country. You know, I want there to be one pole.
Every country being bound to every other country is different from a bunch of countries being bound to one big country. I think those are very distinct.
I don't care. Let every country be subservient to America. If every country is subservient to America, then no one will be. Because there will no longer be an external non-hegemonic power sphere to bully in favor of our own hegemonic power sphere. I don't believe in this like multipolarity. I don't think it's been beneficial. I'm totally fine with NATO being the dominant military power. Like let's be real. NATO contains within it the combined military power to wipe out the planet and the moon and also Mars for like, you know, for good measure. With all that power, what has NATO done? Like, we intervened in Libya. There were the bombings under Clinton. Like, okay? Like it's all the power in the world. I mean, Article 5 was invoked with Afghanistan. They sent all of, like, 10 troops in with us to Afghanistan, you know? Like, it seems like if NATO was such a nefarious organization, if it was so, you know, militarily coercive, it would probably be more than what it is, which is just, like, a wall against Russia. It just doesn't seem like it's as harmful. For example, but lefties make NATO it out like it's this evil.
NATO reduces, for example, like the cost for military action, like unified military action, like military coordination has like a cost to it. And I think NATO reduces that cost, which makes it easier and more likely for coordinated military action to happen, which is, I would say, generally bad since lots of it is not defensive. And like everyone says, everyone justifies all military actions. Like I think, like Libya, for example, like that was like I think the and like coordination costs were reduced by NATO, which meant there was more.
Libya should have been a part of NATO to begin with, and it wouldn't have happened.
Libya would not have been admitted into NATO.
Yeah, it should have been a part of NATO. We should have gotten Libya into NATO way earlier. Yeah.
What? How? What? It was.
However, any means necessary. Okay, we would have found a way.
What does that mean?
It means that what happened in... First of all, if we're talking about how many people died in Libya, how much of that was because of NATO involvement and how much of that was because of the Second Revolution? If you take a look at how many people died and the reasons why they died and what led to what conditions, like, NATO involvement is like a paltry fraction of like the total harm done there, you know? Like, if Libya had been considered a component, like a part of the broader hegemon earlier, maybe we would have invested in them. See, NATO only wants to include...
We wouldn't have included NATO under the government had. Like, we wouldn't...
Yeah, but that's the point. NATO is a stabilizing force. Countries can't join NATO if they have an internal revolution, if there's civil conflict. They also have to adhere to certain civic requirements, you know? If the more countries are a part of NATO, the more there's a very basic baseline expectation of stability, which might have prevented stuff like the fucking Libyan Second Civil War, you know? The same is the case with countries that are currently in NATO, you know? Like right now, okay? Like a country, like I don't think very highly of Poland, for example, you know? Like I don't think highly of its
Yes.
politics, but I think that Poland, as long as it's a part of NATO, is going to be a stable country. I feel the same way about all the countries that are in NATO, because NATO is a stabilizing force. It's a military framework that is denied to them the moment they get too topsy-turvy to keep themselves together. And that is a benefit of unipolarity, by the way. Hey, you get this military stability, you get this defense, this safety from a mostly American-backed NATO organization. But in return, you can't have any crazy revolution bullshit going on. You know, you don't get any coup de grace. You don't get any, like, juntas, or however they're pronounced. You know, you don't get those. Because if you try for them, you lose the only thing preventing the rest of the world from fixing you out. In a way, that implicit threat is actually a really strong stabilizing force. And it's one of the reasons why I don't... I don't really take issue with, like, the concept of NATO. Coup d'etat?
Right.
Didn't I say that?
Right.
Did I say
coup de grace, right?
Did I say
Just
coup de grace? Oh, like Mardi Gras. Oh, haha. Coup d'etat. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. I just, yeah, I feel like it's
I think it's a little bit like you have to be kind of like you have to be kind of stable to join NATO in the first place. It's a little bit strange to say the stabilizing force when if you're unstable you can't join. So like kind of by definition, every country in NATO is going to be more stable because like you have to be more.
But countries can be unstable in the future, right? So maybe it stabilizes them for the future. Maybe right now they're stable, but in 20 years they wouldn't be. And the presence of NATO maybe keeps them a little bit together. You can't deny that countries that join... Like, you can't deny that NATO has been like a wave of stabilization over Eastern Europe, right? Like, as we take a look at all these countries joining NATO, like, they straighten their shit out because they want to be a part of NATO. Like, that's a huge part of it. Like, these countries have literally, like, made an effort to straighten themselves out, to resolve internal disputes, to become, like, more politically and economically decent, so they're good enough for NATO. Like they're working hard to be worthy of NATO membership.
I think apart for a few countries, it's economic alignment pushing that more than military alignment.
Well, sure. Who wouldn't want to be economically aligned with Europe?
That's I think the difference. I think it's like that's not NATO being a stabilizing force so much as, you know, the European, you know, economic trading bloc being a stabilizing force.
Sure. But they also do work for NATO membership.
But I think that the economic alignment is basically the carrot.
Well, I'm fine with that too. Shouldn't those countries get a chance to provide their citizens better lives through the wealth of the EU?
Also, when you say, I guess, stabilizing, like I think part of the issue with like that thing is like with that is that being basically backed by NATO allows you to take riskier actions because you're more backed up. Like Turkey can do more aggressive action in the Middle East because it knows it's relatively safe. It can't be retaliated against. That's like
retaliated against by who?
But by basically like okay, anyone, like it's part of NATO, like Article 5. Like if it expands, you know, if it gets too aggressive with Syria, it gets too aggressive against the Kurds and stuff. If it expands too aggressively, like if it takes too aggressive action, like there can never be any like return like threat that's significant because then they can just invoke Article 5 and it allows like that allows them to stabilize them in the sense that it like, makes them more secure in their like, you know, aggression.
I get that. It's just that like Turkey has a very large military. Like what fights are they picking that they wouldn't be able to pick without being a part of NATO?
I think like I think first of all it's like overextend more because they can focus the military more on taking aggressive action because they're basically like secure 100 like they're totally secure from defense. And I think like Turkey is a big military.
Well, hold on. You didn't answer my question there, right? Like Turkey has a very big military. I'm pretty sure the fights that Turkey picks at the moment, their involvement in the Middle East, I'm pretty sure they could handle themselves without NATO. Also, even if Turkey didn't want to be a part of NATO, NATO would want Turkey to be a part of NATO because they control access to the Black Sea.
I think Turkey wants to be part of NATO because it allows it to be more aggressive because it knows it can't be retaliated against.
Oh, right. I'm just saying that for one, like NATO would want Turkey anyway. That would be the case no matter what. But like, what fights are they picking that they wouldn't be able to pick if they weren't a part of NATO? because it's not as though NATO troops are like being deployed by Turkey to go fight their battles for them. You know, obviously they're using their own military, but like.
Sure, but the claim is that they can't be. It's like you say about the military alliances. The degree of retaliation is limited because the
But by
because
who?
any
Retaliation
severe
by who?
But like the all the conflicts engaged in the region, like I don't know, Syria for example, they were engaged there for until like
Okay, what
like,
is Syria going to do to mount an invasion on Turkey that they are now not able to do because of NATO? Like, the problem is the countries that Turkey, like, bullies are not countries that could do anything to Turkey anyway. Like, what, like, it's
right, like, it doesn't actually, like Afghanistan had Article 5 invoked, and that was, like, it's also, like it doesn't need to be...
And that was bullshit, but that proves my point, because America could have handled Afghanistan on its own. NATO was just a virtue signal. We didn't need NATO. Like, it's not like we couldn't have handled Afghanistan unless NATO was there, right? Like, we were perfectly capable of doing that one on our own. That was just like a rallying cry. In no material way did the existence of NATO contribute to the invasion or, like, lead to, lead to any problems there. And likewise with, like, like Syria. Like, I don't think... Turkey being a part of NATO increases or decreases the likelihood of Syria mounting a counteroffensive because, it's Syria, right? It's not going to happen.
I think there are both degrees of ability to. I don't think Turkey. I think Turkey is the strongest, like the strongest in the region. But I think it's like overall. I think they could benefit from NATO arms, intelligence groups if it needed to. And additionally, I think the Article 5 prevents diplomatic action. Like it was more difficult for countries to take a stance against the U.S. Invasion of Afghanistan because of the alliance. Means that even if it means that they're basically like it's difficult to take a less interventionist diplomatic stance because of the Article 5 and NATO as an alliance generally.
I don't.
Like it's hard to condemn. With Article 5, it's hard to condemn a country for as much as you would want to, necessarily potentially would want to because of the treaty in place.
I mean, that's just kind of an outcome of military alliances, isn't it? But the same thing clearly would have happened without NATO because our invasion of Iraq didn't involve an invocation of Article 5, and countries from Europe still joined in and defended us. Like, the invasion of Iraq was initially...
I think we got more pushback. I think not we, like U.S. got more pushback from countries in Iraq than Afghanistan. Obviously,
well,
other reasons
wasn't
for that.
Right after 9/11, right?
Yeah, there's other reasons. I think it's more. I don't know. They're both pretty egregious.
And countries like gin up propaganda to defend each other in a sort of like geopolitical hegemon defending way anyway. I guess the issue we're running into here is that a lot of the negative externalities you're referring to aren't really externalities. They're just an inherent part of countries having similar interests. And something like NATO, for most countries, for America, UK, Germany, France, and others, NATO is a formality. Without NATO, we would, like, all the same shit would happen. Like NATO doesn't change a goddamn thing. We're ride or die with them. They're ride or die with us. They get invaded. We're going to war. We get invaded. They're going to war. It's not changing. The only place where NATO makes a real difference is countries that border Russia or that otherwise face a threat of Russian aggression. I feel like most of the bad stuff surrounding NATO just would have happened anyway. But I do know that the fact that Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania are a part of NATO has prevented Russian aggression there. I would bet you anything that if they weren't a part of NATO, Russia would have aggressed in them much more than they have in this timeline, So in that respect, it seems like the bad stuff around NATO is stuff that would have happened anyway, and the good stuff around NATO is stuff that definitely would not have happened anyway.
What is Croatia getting out of NATO? Like, I disagree. Like, I think there are countries that are
I don't know. That's up to them.
Countries.
That's up to them. I don't have to make their arguments for them. If they wanted to join NATO, that's their right.
I guess I don't know why. Like right is relevant when aren't these like normative claims? Are we both making normative claims about? Aren't most of the claims we're making normative claims? Like, I don't know what like right has to do.
I think countries have a right to join strategic alliances that they feel benefits them. Now, if those strategic alignments are harmful, then we can make arguments against that. But in this case, I don't think it is. I think that the bad stuff surrounding NATO probably would have happened anyway, and the good stuff surrounding NATO happened specifically because of NATO. So, you know,
they have to pay into. They have to you know pay into NATO. Like they have to prepare like a certain percentage of GDP on defense spending, and they have to potentially send troops. But that's harmful. Like you said, it's harmful. I think it's harmful. Like it's.
But they choose to. That's their choice. They made the choice to. They think that's worth it if it means getting the benefit of our like incredible defensive, arc.
But like I don't know, countries choose all kinds of things. Like isn't the whole point like the most of the claims you make, for example, I assume are like
it's their choice to. If countries are going to pursue their strategic interests, and if they're willing to shell out 2% of their GDP on military spending, which is not a lot, by the way, NATO's requirements are not that high. If they're willing to do that in exchange for being a part of the strongest military alliance in the history of humanity, like that seems like a pretty it's just not that surprising to me that they would go for it. I don't think they need to be bullied into it. Like historically, countries have clamored for it. They want desperately to be a part of NATO, and who could blame them?
I mean, when the country choosing, like you can criticize the choice the country makes. This thing like that can be wrong, right? Like presumably most countries make economic decisions that you think are bad for them. Like not just like
I think it's good for them. I think being a part of NATO is a really good decision on like every possible level. Like it means that you're part of the most powerful political hegemon on Earth. It means that you are uninvadable. You cannot be invaded. If you're a part of NATO, congratulations, your borders are remaining stable for as long as NATO does. It means that countries that are as powerful as America have a direct investment in your political stability, which means that people care about stuff like your currency, the strength of your currency, the likelihood of you like continuing to invest mutually in these countries. It makes it, like there's so much built into it that's good for them. Like, it's like joining the EU, right? Like they're separate. Obviously there's an overlap between NATO and EU because like geographically, they're in the same area, but it's like, yeah, like sure, maybe it bolsters the power of some hegemons, but it's good for you. Like it's good to be a part of the EU. It's good to be a part of NATO, in my opinion.
Like I guess I don't think it's like, I think a lot of countries it's not good for them, and like you say it's not your reason to justify. Like I was confused when I say it's not your reason to justify, but I'll say it's good for them. Like I guess those feel like those contradictory. Like either you think it's good for them, or you think if they have a right to, and it doesn't matter what it is because it's a right. But I don't know how this can both be. Like I don't know how it can be good for them without having specific. Like I guess without
countries are going to pursue their geopolitical interests, and I think this is in their geopolitical interest, and I don't think it's harmful. I think both are true. Like, for example, other countries can pass laws that I disagree with, and I can simultaneously think that they're bad and also think they have a right to pass them, I don't like the UK's gun laws, but I think they have a right to have those because I believe in democracy. I don't believe that my will should just be projected to the whole world. I believe in the democratic process. If their democracy leads to those outcomes, then I think that's fine. But in this case, I don't disagree with their choice to join NATO. I want more countries to join NATO. I think that'd be good. I just don't think
other parts of it is like, for example, what about the military aid Turkey gets as part of NATO?
What about the what?
That they use the military aid Turkey receives as part of NATO that they then use pretty aggressively. Like that's a pretty unequivocal. Okay. That's in my view a pretty unequivocally bad element of NATO. Like that's a downside. Like that's a negative trait.
We sell.
Like, if more countries are part of NATO, we would give more arms to more countries to do more.
But we sell weapons to Saudi Arabia. I don't care about
NATO. That's also
bad.
Those are both bad.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know.
Wait, stop. Wait, hold on. I agree. It is bad that we give weapons to Saudi Arabia. But I'm just saying, doesn't that kind of indicate that whether or not a country is a part of NATO, American weapons are going to make their way over there if people there are buying? That's my point. Like, again, this is one of those bad things surrounding NATO that I think would happen with or without NATO. America trades weapons to people all over the world. I don't think, if you remove Turkey from NATO, I don't think they're suddenly going to, run out of equipment to conduct their military, you know, engagements with. I think that the what they get from NATO is just like a sweet bonus they're happy to make use of. But I think that they would still do it either way. I just don't think
I
we
think they
enable
would get.
them.
They would get. I think they would get less if they were not part of NATO.
I think the
that's, like,
destruction they wreak would be essentially the same as what takes place now. I don't think that we're like facilitating or allowing for their military engagement, you know? At the worst, we're enabling it, but even then, I don't think we're enabling it in a way which it wouldn't be possible at all if they weren't part of NATO.
I think being part of NATO generally gives access to countries to better weapons than they would get outside of NATO, and like
Well, that's
more
the
weapons.
point,
and I think that's better. Yeah, but better weapons. I think you don't think you don't think the quality of like the weapons, the armaments is like matters. I think it has better at least somewhat. Obviously, Turkey thinks it matters. Otherwise, they wouldn't like.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't know,
but
it's
that's
the
a
same for,
that's a
like,
military alliance. Yeah, I mean, that's just gonna happen.
I guess your claim was, I thought, didn't you just say that like it would be just it would be the same no matter what? Like it would be the same regardless.
With Turkey's military, I'm confident they could do basically whatever they want in the Middle East without without any like assistance from NATO. Yeah.
Is there any difference in your view between giving a country the more advanced versus less advanced weapons?
I don't think it matters because we give weapons to non-NATO countries. We give weapons to plenty of countries in like Asia. Like again, like I just think this would happen either way.
I think there's generally a greater number of more advanced weapons given to NATO members than non-NATO members, even when we do even when the U.S.
We give super advanced weapons to like South Korea and shit, and like Saudi Arabia too. Like they get incredibly high quality military equipment. It's not like we're only reserved. Again, like we're so many layers deep on speculation right now. Like the idea that like NATO arms are what allow for Turkey to do what they do, and that they wouldn't just do the same without them, and that also we wouldn't just sell them arms anyway because we do to countries all over the world, and like we're like so far deep. I have to ask you, like, what, like, it just seems like your like starting position is that like NATO is bad, and like everything after that is like a post hoc justification, you know? Again, keep in mind, like, I'm not ideologically pro NATO. I don't care about this gusto American bravado bullshit or whatever. I don't like America being in charge of the whole fucking developed world or whatever, you know? That's not my point. My point is, like, it's just not a big deal. Like, the shit that NATO does that's bad is so paltry and insignificant, and it's only, in my opinion, it's only because of Russian propaganda that we even pay attention to it. Like, it's really obvious when you look at the world that the IMF and the World Bank are the agents of real American imperialism. That the harm they do is, like, incalculably worse than like, this perceived harm from NATO, which I just don't think really is there at all, even if it is a big deal. Like, but for some reason, like it's like NATO aggression, like NATO imperialism, which is made up, and like who benefits from this? Only Russia. As far as I can tell, the only country that's actually hurt by NATO is Russia, and that's because Russia wants to be able to do whatever the fuck it wants with the neighboring countries. And a bit, I guess I would have less of an issue with this discussion if it didn't feel like I'm being gaslit 24/7 by lefties who are trying to convince me that NATO is like somehow secretly, in spite of all of the evidence, like secretly it's actually like the vanguard of Western imperialism or whatever, as though Western imperialism is something that's happening right now in Eastern Europe. Like that's where Western imperialism is doing its bit the most, you know? Like maybe for Russia, sure.
I mean, it's not happening there. I don't know. It's like pretty clearly like if you go there, it's like, I don't know. I think it's like
the countries there want to be a part of our, like, it's no. Eastern Europe is a part of the imperial core. We're not talking about like Bangladesh or whatever, where the IMF runs over and they're like, hey,
I think
pay
it's
everyone 3 cents a day.
To say Eastern Europe is part of the imperial core.
They're going to be. We're working on it. Like the Western Europe wants them to be. It's pretty obvious over the past couple of decades that a deliberate effort has been made to try to bring Central and Eastern Europe up to par so that they can be like part of this massive, like the most powerful trading bloc in the world, like broader Europe, you know? It's like
still not the imperial core. Like, you know, there's
No,
still
it's
make up
not
a
like
huge portion of labor
Bangladesh.
forces in other
It's not like
countries.
Cambodia. It's not like I reject that.
I feel like
they're
there are-
part of the imperial core. At least efforts are being made to raise them up, and it's like basically just because of the Soviet Union that they're not. Like let's be real. Like they got economically fucked by the Soviet Union for decades, and they were
What?
super fucking corrupt after the Cold War. ended.
Yugoslavia was like deeply like screwed over by the West.
I'm talking about Eastern Central Europe broadly. They were our enemies. Of course Yugoslavia got screwed over by us. They could have just like
Yugoslavia was
I'm
like
not
kind
sure.
of allied. It depends on the situation. Like I don't know. I think it's
They
like
play
weird.
both
Like, I
sides.
understand it's not. It's like specifically like Germany was more involved in the breakup initially, and then U.S. got involved after once it became.
I just
Well,
like
it's suppressed.
it seems like when I think of the imperial core compared to the imperial periphery, right? The imperial periphery, as I understand it, are countries where deliberate efforts are made by the imperial core to structure their economy and civics in such a way as to make them amenable for Western business investment, so that their
That happened in
labor,
Eastern Europe.
hold on,
Okay,
so their labor and raw resources can be exploited at relatively low costs by the more technologically developed Western powers. Now, it has happened, though, by the way, if you want to take a look at who's done that most in Eastern Europe, it's the Soviet Union, not us. But that has happened over there. But if you take a look at EU investment and like what's been going on in the past couple of decades, I think it's pretty clear, okay? Like the EU does not want like the Baltic countries to be like farms and like sweatshops. It's pretty obvious that an effort is being made to modernize these countries economically. Like Estonia is not like some backwater, you know, like they're not living in like these ramshackle tenements, and like the economic product of their country is some raw resource they're extracting, you know? Like an effort is being made. I think people in Western Europe want Eastern Europe to get on board, you know? And the biggest threat to that right now is fucking Russia. They're the biggest threat to that because Russia doesn't want that, because it would be to our benefit.
If you went outside like the Balkans or like in Germany, you'd see like, or like England, for example, like they clearly do use, you know, the Eastern Europe as a labor force, a cheaper labor force. They clearly did restructure the economies to be more amenable to Western interests. Like I don't know, like it's just I'll get back to my thoughts. Just a little bit. It's a little insane for me to hear someone say like the Eastern Europe is like part of the imperial core. I'm sorry.
Well, compared to countries like with sweatshops in them, yeah, I would certainly say so. I'd say there's a pretty huge difference.
There's gotta be a difference, but there's gotta be somewhere between Bangladesh and the imperial core. Like,
what are we trying to do right now with like the Eastern Europe? It seems like we're making an effort to try to make them wealthier and more economically productive. As I understand it, Estonia, a very small country, has a thriving tech hub that's growing more and more developed with every passing year. Like, as I understand it, like massive efforts at decorruption and modernization have taken place in Ukraine despite the conflict in the Donbass region. Like, as I understand it, like Poland and Hungary, like massive efforts have been made to invest, and not invest like, hey, like lower your prices so we can build sweatshops or whatever. Though keep in mind, all countries that are capitalists do that to other capitalist countries, right? Like America does that to itself, you know, like we try to depress our own wages. But generally speaking, I think that like the intent on bringing all of Europe up to par is pretty clear. It might take a while, don't get me wrong, but I don't think policymakers envision the future of Eastern Europe as being like a resources farm for Western Europe. I think the goal would be to have them both be like developed, technologically acclimated economic powerhouses.
Well, I think there's still a very strong desire to make them a labor hub. I think if say same with Ukraine. If the war goes particularly bad, it'll be the same with Russia. Like I disagree that the Western Europe doesn't have an interest in establishing a kind of like using Eastern Europe to especially the Balkans as you know, to be subservient and not part of the imperial core the same way Western Europe.
What's the evidence of that? Like, we want Ukraine to be part of the EU. Ukraine wants to be a part of NATO. Like I guess what is the evidence?
They'll be part of the EU, so they'll have visa travel. So it's like you have like You can use like Ukrainian labor, like the same way. Like it's
Well, wait,
like,
you can use labor of any people in EU like that. Wait, that's not specific to Ukraine. That's the case for any EU
yeah,
member.
you pick poorer countries though. Like obviously, like it's better economically for you to use poorer countries. The labor is the poor countries because you have more bargaining power over them.
Wait, but the opposite is the case, because oftentimes these countries benefit disproportionately from free travel. Countries like Ukraine have people who are educated there, and then they head to countries like the UK or France or Germany or whatever, where they send remittances from their relatively higher pay back over to their home country. The same thing happens with Mexico. Like the ability for them to travel freely between borders and exchange labor, like being a part of the EU, that is a massive benefit to Ukraine economically. You would never do that with a country that you wanted to remain like in the economic outskirts.
I think you can do that without wanting your country to like wanting the country to be part of the imperial core. I think it's
but we're making them. I want them to be a part of the. Well, I don't want any imperialism at all, of course, you know. But as long as we have, as long as we're talking about the well-being of Eastern Europe, like why not? Why like would it not benefit the EU to have them in that? Like, why admit them into the EU if they're just going to be like sweatshop farms? Like that's being a part of the EU seems to be like preempting a structure for broader economic development.
The EU gives like certain countries a lot of influence over other countries. Like Germany benefits like a lot from like the fact that it basically dominates the EU. Like I think it's like and in terms of like the restructuring stuff like that did happen. Like the Eastern Europe was restructured to be amenable to Western interests. Like very very directly. Like,
but it's to their interest as well. Somebody in chat is saying apparently Poland has a 95% approval of the EU because of how much the EU invests in Poland. Like these countries want to be a part of the EU. It's their way out. Being a part of like the biggest trade bloc in the world, or one of them at least, is good for these countries. Like I just don't understand. Like with the NATO, the EU, these countries want to be a part.
EU is like inherently terrible, but I just don't think it's a sign. I just don't think it means that they're they're trying to like the goal is to make those countries part of the imperial core.
Then to like what? Okay, imagine you're in like the dark room where everyone's smoking cigars of like Western hegemony. Okay, what level of development do you think they want like Ukraine to end up at?
Like some I mean the ideal state, like the one that benefited the most from was when they did the restructuring, like IMF funds, including IMF funds and stuff. Like
hold on, wait,
wait,
please, a little slower.
Sorry. I'm like very ADHD. Like the most like they benefit the most, including like the more like the obvious IMF loan, like the stuff you agree is imperialism IMF loans, is when they used like they wanted a very when they relied on an educated, they wanted the people to be extremely educated outside the country, and they can import highly educated workers without having to pay the cost of educating their citizens, like paying the. They offloaded the costs of producing educated workers onto these other countries, and it gets to import them as for cheaper labor.
But like, what relative level of development, right? Like Estonia already seems to be like pretty clearly headed towards a tech-oriented economy, and it seems like they've been pretty successful. So like, I guess if the EU wanted Estonia to just be a sweatshop farm, they failed.
And Finland, I think the Baltics and Finland are not relatively oriented, pretty heavily differently than other parts of Eastern Europe.
Wait, why? I think the Baltics should be subject to the same level of post-Soviet discrimination as Ukraine. It's not as though the Baltics were like uniquely. I mean, like if we wanted to make Ukraine economically subservient, why wouldn't we the same with them?
I guess I'm not too educated on that. I'm the Balkans is where I am. I'm like basically aware of. Like, I'm not like I don't have too much like I haven't looked into the Baltics particularly in detail. But it's pretty obvious they have a differently oriented like economy situation. Like I feel like they're kind of incomparable.
I just don't understand like why. Like you have two geopolitical powers right now, Russia and like all of NATO and the U.S. Right, and like Russia explicitly wants to invade and annex Ukraine. The Russian and USSR occupation of Ukraine has been nothing but disastrous for the past century.
The USSR occupation of Ukraine was not like I wouldn't say it was disastrous. Like
I'd say it was a little disastery between all the starving people and the political suppression and the everything.
The starving people was I think basically like a requirement for the industrialization at the speed, which ended up bad in World War II. I don't know. It's like it's debatable whether
there is no evidence that the Holodomor was a necessary component of industrialization whatsoever. The Soviet Union was maintaining a net grain export while 6 million people starved to death in the East, the West Soviet Union. To pay for industrialization.
Like
okay, how do you feel about a country that's like, oh, no prob, let's meet the bill. Let's just let 6 million of our people starve to death so we can afford to industrialize faster. You know they can run a national debt, right? Like we do it.
And then I don't know if they could have.
They can.
I don't. The Soviet Union at the time could have would have been able to industrialize the national debt. I just don't know.
You can put it on the bill. In my mind, personally, if I'm thinking, you know, we only have so much money.
They had no money. They had grain. What?
Maybe we can. Let's see. We can industrialize it and kill millions of people. Or we could not. Like there was a Holocaust level of death. Like, do you think that's acceptable on a spreadsheet, like a budget mark?
I think that situation is complicated by the fact that World War II happened and it ended up like the industrialization ended up mattering. I'm saying
no. You're literally justifying a Holocaust tier death count for economic. Like, are you kidding? Like earlier, you're very concerned over like Turkish involvement in the Middle East, and it's like, oh, well, hey, it was only like 7 million people who starved to death, right? Like, you know, like really, like this is what I mean.
How would they have won World War II without industrializing?
First of all, you don't get to kill millions of people beforehand because you might need to fight a conflict in the future. Second of all, you have no evidence that starving those millions of people by maintaining a grain export was necessary for them to build up those defenses. Third of all, we know for a fact that a huge portion of the Holodomor wasn't actually caused by economic forces, but by Stalin deliberately starving out those people as a way of punishing them for Ukrainian nationalism, which is why anti-Kulak and anti-Kulak and anti-Ukrainian propaganda was being produced by the Kremlin back during the Holodomor. Why would you produce anti-ethnic group propaganda while also those people are starving?
An ethnic group.
Like, if you don't think there was an... Wait, hold on. There was absolutely a massive ethnic component to the condemnation of the kulaks and the broader behavior of the Soviet Union in Ukraine.
Can you let me... I would like to try to at least present what I'm understanding.
I haven't finished listing all the ways in which what you're saying is wrong. Like, I got to 3.
Sure, I just want to mention, like, I don't want to mention the ethnic thing, but I want to preface it with like I would like to be at least heard out. I don't think I'm tanky. I don't want to get like.
Well, wait. Defending the Holodomor is pretty like tanky shit. Okay, saying they needed to do it to like later fight off the Nazis.
I don't know if they needed to do it. I'm just saying like I think it's more complicated. I just think these are a little more complicated than people say.
How could you possibly? You realize like. The U.S. invasion of Afghanistan could have happened 30 times over and we wouldn't have killed as many people as the Holodomor, right? Like, how can you ever clutch your pearls at any bad thing the U.S. has ever done? We've never racked up a death count like that. Not once.
This is World War II. I don't know. I just changed. I just like, also, like, I also like. I'm not saying it's like good. I think it's probably still not bad. I just think people. First of all, I think the ethnic component is overstated.
You have to. You have to understand. Like, you would never say any of this about conflicts which led to 1,000th of the number of deaths. Like this is the problem. This is what I mean by like gaslighting. You know what I mean? It's like I'm supposed to believe that you're not like I hear the stuff from Nazis, right? Like, you know, oh yeah, the Holocaust was bad. I'm not defending it, but and then they go on to be really concerned with the firebombing of Dresden or whatever. Like it's very obvious when you disproportionately condemn different historical events. Like, and this whole time, like NATO's the thing that you're after. NATO. And then it's like, oh, the Holdomer, well, you know, maybe they needed that. Like, do you have evidence of that?
I'm not pro the Holdomer, but like, I have
You're
some
defending
evidence.
it. This is apologia.
I know it sounds bad. Can I just at least have a chance to say what, like basic... can you still hear me? Sorry.
I can hear you.
My computer's... I guess I'm responding to what I hear. Like, I think, like, for example, I don't think I'm like total like extremist on either of these things. I'm not saying NATO is like the worst thing ever, like and shouldn't exist at all, like in any form, like would be like the worst thing ever. I don't think like the whole Holdomer was good. I hear a lot of people, for example, mention things. I don't see a lot of like the intentionality, like the ethnic intentionality. Like we have the archives now, and I just like I looked through those, and I people like, repeat this a lot, and I don't see a lot of like evidence for the like that part of the intentionality. So it's like it's not like a vacuum pushback. I feel like it's contextual within the environment that I hear. Like,
do you understand for how, from my perspective, like leaving aside the factual inaccuracies, like, do you understand how, from my perspective, I'm talking to you for about an hour and a half, where you're very concerned with the negative outcomes of NATO, in which the examples you're providing are things which usually have death counts in the triple or maybe low quadruple digits, and then casually, when the Holdomer is brought up while talking about Ukraine, which led to millions of people dying, the first thing you say is a defense of it. Which is what it was, by the way. That the first thing you did was list out a number of defenses. Okay, from my perspective, can you understand how when you seem outraged at alliances, and that's what you like instantly like?
I guess my perspective on this is that I'm just, I guess I'm trying to move towards, like, if I saw someone like different like defending the Holdomer more than I would, I feel like I would push back in that direction. I just feel like, if my mindset, I'm just trying to...
See, but now it just feels to me like you don't actually care about NATO, and it's just like a Russia simping thing. Like, this is what I mean.
I don't feel like I'm not a Russia simp. I'm not like...
Okay.
I don't think I have anything.
Like Holdomer apologia is like top tier, like Russia simp. Though.
I guess, I don't know if it's like apology, like... If there was a... If someone made a factually inaccurate... From your perspective, obviously, like, factually inaccurate statement about the USA, and you... would you correct them? If they said, for example, let's say they said the USA, they said
I
didn't
say anything that was factually inaccurate, for one.
Sure.
But like additionally, like, no, I think you've been saying plenty of things throughout this conversation that I don't think have been on the point factually. It's very obvious where your sentiments lie. This is just more like standard America bad shit, or like USSR good or whatever. Look, please. You're like panicking to defend yourself, but you're digging a hole deeper. Like, it's just there's no context in which a conversation where we've been straining this level of credulity to get upset over these marginal problems can then be met with casual defense of the Holdomer, and then like, oh, well, like, let me explain why. Like, no. Just
okay,
right now...
What would non-casual defense look like? Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Because 99% of people who defend genocides don't say it was a good thing. They just, like, do apologia for it. You realize most neo-Nazis don't defend the Holocaust, right? They just engage in apologia for it. They downplay the number of people who died. They say that it was an accident. They say that it was grain shortages that were caused by Allied bombings of train yards. They do everything they can to, like, throw it under the rug. And they're like, oh, well, I'm not defending the Holocaust. I've just looked at the evidence, and it seems like a lot of people have factually inaccurate claims when they make, like, and all this after, like, the NATO stuff. Like, you know?
I guess I know it's going to sound sus, so I'd cheer me out. Like, I guess if you had... Like, what would be the... Is there any way I could bring up that point without being like you saying that's what Nazis sound like? Like, I feel like there's...
Well, your response right now was just, I'm just asking questions, which is also the thing.
No, it's not. Okay, basically, I'm looking from, like, I don't know. If you know the book Let History Judge?
I have not read that book.
I think it's a critique of Stalinism. I think it's not a tanky book, in my opinion. And I guess, like, that's like what my main source here. And I guess I just... Like,
okay,
I'm not sure
well then,
how
okay,
I can make
then
the
I will...
critique without being, like, said, you're not to tanky or whatever, you know. Like, I guess I don't know what way I could have brought it up, other than not bringing it up, that would have made it so I wouldn't get criticism. Otherwise, like...
Keep in mind, all I said was all the people starving in Ukraine as evidence to them not benefiting from USSR occupation, which I just don't think you had to say anything to that. I think you could have just let that one go. But, like, if you want to, you can look into it further. And as far as I understand it, and I haven't done this evidentiary discovery for a while. But as far as I understand it, the evidence stands that the Holodomor was completely preventable and completely unnecessary. That a huge part of it was a deliberate neglect from the state as a way of punishing Ukrainian nationalists, that Stalin was perpetually terrified of the ethnic and national constituencies that made together the not always totally working together Soviet Union, like fracturing and falling apart. And after the whole kulak business, he really, really, really wanted to cut down on that. Because keep in mind, like, kulaks didn't do what they did for funsies, They were legitimately being oppressed by the Russian, or by the Soviet Union, and they were protesting against it. You can have disagreements with how they did their protests if you want, that's fine, but they were protesting against legitimate problems with the Soviet state. And in response,
they were also doing things, I guess, like,
yes,
right?
I'm not saying they were perfect actors. I'm only saying that in response to their protests, Stalin did want to cut down on any chance of a Ukrainian uprising. So he broke Ukraine, and he, through policy and through neglect, deliberately allowed for millions of people to starve to death. It wasn't just bureaucratic incompetence; it was deliberate neglect. It was something. It was something he was deliberately aiming for.
I agree that it was like some parts of it were more intentional, were intentional. But I guess the way I've presented, I think I did a lot of reading on this. I looked through the archives. I read a few books on it. I looked at pretty detail, and and so I feel like I guess I could do more research, but I feel like you get this too. Like, if someone tells you to do more research, you've done the research. You can always do more research. But I guess at what point do you just feel confident with what you read? Like, how would you do that? I guess because I feel like I read a lot.
With post-Soviet stuff, it's really complicated. The archives themselves are never that much of a reliable source because the Soviet Union was notoriously dishonest and unreliable with their internal record keeping.
I guess, but I think it's a little. I guess I feel like there are extremely detailed archives on the terror, right? I guess I'll say that.
I haven't read all the archives.
The terror
can't speak to all.
Were very, very detailed, and it'd be weird for. It seems to be weird for the Soviets to keep extremely detailed records on an unequivocally really terrible thing, and then get rid of every single record over the intentionality.
Wait, why would they? Why would they keep records giving evidence that their leader was deliberately killing millions of their own people? You realize,
why would they keep records of the terror?
You realize there's no official order to commit the Holocaust from Hitler, right?
Yeah, and
that was never written down.
We don't have, but in my opinion, the terror is comparable. And we don't have records of we have records of that. So why would
okay? But how do those?
Discrepancy there.
Okay, wait, hold on. What you're talking about right now are records of state brutalization and policing. You realize that with regards to the punishments they would directly enact, they would they would have their trials and records because part of the pretense of the terror was them formalizing these legal proceedings against political dissidents. The whole point of the purges wasn't that it was just the state randomly killing people. It was that the state was finding evidence of all of these traitors and counter-revolutionaries in their midst, bringing them to trial and executing them justly under the Revolutionary Council. The aesthetic, the mechanism through their terror was something which they documented. But if you look through that, you're not going to find them recording evidence of them making it up. That's the thing. If you could read through Soviet records, you could believe every word that they were saying. Oh, this person died because they were counter-revolutionary. This person died because they were, selling secrets to the United States. No evidence provided, or falsified evidence provided. The point is that the record keeping is selective. And if you're going to look for something like policies deliberately enacted to kill millions of people in Ukraine, you're not going to find anything like, oh yeah, and then we just didn't give them money and food so they could die. That isn't the type of record keeping that you're going to get from an autocratic state that uses legal bureaucracy as a mechanism for suppressing its enemies. What you have to look there is you have to look at economic and political analyses of the time. You have to try to...
Sure, but the analysis that seems to make more sense is that they were trying to industrialize, and as part of the industrial, because of conflict factors, there was not enough.
Other countries managed to industrialize without killing millions of their own people.
Not that fast, though.
No,
right?
no,
Not
no,
a region
no,
without a famine.
no. You can look in Asia and find countries that have industrialized that fast or faster, more successfully, with fewer deaths and more effectively. Don't buy. This is Soviet propaganda. The idea, like, oh, sure, millions died, but like at least they industrialized super fast. They didn't. The Soviet economy was, even at its peak, unimpressive. They never even came close to us. It was never a multipolar world, okay?
Oh, I don't disagree there, but I think they did industrialize pretty quickly. I think that is like
Not compared to other countries. It was the 20th century.
which country industrialized? Like
Look at the four Asian tigers. Look at Japan. Look at, like, there were a ton of countries. There are literally countries in Europe.
Didn't Japan industrialize earlier? Like, it was slower. Like, it was still fast, but it was not, the same.
The peaks of their industrialization, there is no evidence that you need to just do mass starvation, especially Russia, the largest country on the planet that had a net grain export at the time. You'd think prioritizing the well-being of your people would be like a good move.
The analysis I read is that they prioritized the urban proletariat over peasant, like the urban population over the peasant population, because their political support was drawn from the urban population disproportionately.
Listen, Russia industrialized at a decent pace and never caught up to Europe. Japan took less time and reached us. Like, the USSR was just not that special. The Soviet Union was just not special. Like, to me, in retrospect, this is like the tanky equivalent of the "he made the trains run on time" argument. Or there were a lot of people who, like, aren't Nazis, but they'll do this weird, like, Hitler was bad, but he improved their economy type deal. But if you actually look at it, like, first of all, Mussolini did not make the trains run on time. Actually, civic infrastructure suffered under his rule. Hitler did not improve the economy. He just forestalled its collapse with war profiteering. And additionally, the Soviet Union was not economically good. Like, they industrialized like great. Other countries did. Like, the only thing that's really impressive about them is, frankly, they took that long to collapse. Like China, like, look at China. China industrialized rapidly, did it not? At least portions of China. And what were they doing? They're fucking pig iron farmer 5-year plan bullshit. Like, look, industrializing quickly if you're willing to kill millions of your own people is just not impressive to me.
I guess I don't know if it needs to be impressive for it to be like. I guess from what I read, it seems like the industrialization was relatively fast for the time period and the resources they had, and the level of poverty, and like I guess, yeah.
But what's the point of industrializing if you have to kill millions of your own people? Like, is that acceptable if America was like?
No, I think it's bad. But I think I guess I'm reacting. Maybe it's like the reacting to, like, you know, I think people in the room with you right now. But I feel like in the spaces I'm in, at least, the position is like the holdover happened for like no reason. Like, it was just like Stalin wanted to kill a bunch of people and he did, like, no reason.
Well, yeah.
I feel like that does.
It's the same reason the Irish potato famine happened. Britain could have prevented that from happening. They could have. There were deliberate things. It's the same reason the Bengal famine happened. Britain wanted to curtail Indian nationalism and wanted to prevent them from leaving and no longer being a colony of Britain. And Churchill was like, "Hey, what if we just like killed millions of them? You know, like wouldn't that be fun?"
Yeah, I guess. But from the reading I read, the reasoning is like the industrialization reasoning seems to have more evidence than the curtailing nationalism reasoning. I guess that's like from the reading I've done. Like, I don't know. It seems like it's stronger argument.
But would you ever go like, oh, like the Bengal famine didn't happen for no reason? Like, the UK really wanted to keep India in their empire. Imagine if I brought up the Bengal famine and your response was like, oh, well, hold on. That wasn't done just because he wanted to kill Indian people. He wanted to keep it in the empire, like the English empire. Like,
I could, to be honest, imagine that if I was in a social like environment where like there was some, it's kind of weird. I can't imagine it's like actually being like if I felt like the mainstream position on the Bengal famine was like something, I don't know, I can't think of something really, really extreme. Like,
the mainstream position is that Churchill and the England broadly killed them because they wanted to curtail national sentiment, like nationalist sentiment within India, which is exactly what I'm said about the Holodomor.
Details. Sure, but my point is like, if I knew about the subject and I felt the mainstream position was, or the common position, at least in the environment I'm in, was extreme, I don't know, I was not with the one I had. I would also probably push back on
Wait,
that.
but
I
the
don't know,
mainstream position for the Holodomor and for the Bengal famine are the same. That in both
I guess-
cases, an imperialist power wanted to maintain control over its holding and didn't want nationalist sentiment in that region to
Sure, I
lead
guess,
them
but
losing
from the
control.
reading I've done, I find the anti-nationalism reading less evidence than the disreport overvaluing urban workers over rural workers while trying to industrialize. Like, I don't know. That's just the
Then
evidence
why
I
did
read. Like,
every other country in the world manage to industrialize without starving millions of people to death?
I mean, isn't the whole China meme is that like
China was hilariously badly run, legitimately. Like Mao was a fucking retard. Like honest to God, the fact that anyone took Mao seriously as anything other than a military commander is a fucking joke. It's insane how stupid revolutionary China was. Legit, like revolutionary China is legit idiocracy tier. If you could go back in time to revolutionary China and you could speak fucking Chinese and you like had a like basic understanding of how the world worked, you could like lead them to the fucking promised land.
I agree. I don't think there's. I just like I don't know. From the reading I've done, like is that the analysis I've read, which I don't think is tanky. So it's about these are these people, the writers are like all critique Stalin. They're not Stalinists. Found that like the industrialization, like I guess the show showed like a.
I just think it's time we started treating people who have these interesting countercultural takes on the Soviet Union the same way we treat people who do the same thing for Nazi Germany. We recognize them as what they really are, Nazis who use like a coat of paint of historical revisionism to push like propaganda for their failed empire. And I think it's time we do the same for the USSR. The USSR was a failed fascist state that killed millions of its own people and hundreds of thousands of people outside of its borders. In an effort to desperately maintain control against the glorious superior political hegemon of the United States. Like it's like, sorry, we do it best, baby. We never killed that many people, except for slavery. We did slavery. Ignore that.
Useful. I mean, no, like, I don't feel. I feel like it's probably you're probably getting a really disproportionate like perspective of me, but I feel like I don't defend the Soviet Union like very much at all. So I sorry, I guess. But like I guess I just like. Sometimes, sorry.
Like you could defend slavery by your logic. Slavery was more economically necessary to the United States back when we had it than whatever marginal gains not feeding millions of people would have been to industrialization back when the Soviet Union was in that particular kerfuffle. Were the millions of slaves who died like worth like, oh, you know, at least economically it was good? Like it's just like why, you know?
I guess I will. I guess I'll do more reading. I guess.
Yeah, I'm not trying to kick into you too hard or whatever. Like it's legit. Like go back 3 or 4 years or whatever, and I probably would have agreed with you on a lot of the whataboutism here. This just feeds into my idea that like so many of the disagreements that I have with other people in the online left stems from this like very broad set of like pro-Russian propaganda talking points that I keep running into again and again and again.
I guess the other thing is I feel like if you take it's just like more like the tactical thing. I feel like if you take like the USSR, that's really bad stuff, and like US, obviously I'm not saying like lie or whatever, or like the America the number one. I feel like I just think especially internationally it's like not a very useful lens. Like that's like more tactical concern. But I just think like it's the same with like Ghana. Like I just think it's like not a. I just like the last thing I comment on that topic is like I feel like internationally it's like a bad tactic, potentially.
Like the whole American hegemony thing.
Yeah, and
I don't really. Do you want to know the hard truth? Lefties will never understand. Okay, nation states are bad. American hegemony is probably like the best one we're going to get right now, and has probably also been, at least over the past century, the best one we've had. Actually, I say easily. Yeah, like America bad, absolutely, but like so is everyone. The main reason we're bad is because of our size and our power, not because we're uniquely bad. We're not.
Sure.
We're actually
We're
uniquely good, or at least liberal democracies are, compared to a lot of other potential hegemons. We're better than China, that's for fucking sure. We're certainly better than Russia. Sure. But we should hate America in spite of that. That doesn't mean we should like America. Fuck America. But we have to hate America while recognizing the mountain that America was built atop. Like we can't, like we should hate America while being aware of the fact that it's also currently the best boat to be on. Because if we can't do that, then we do dumb fuck shit like defending Russia. I'm not saying you did directly here, but a lot of people do directly defend Russia.
I think Russia's bad. I mean, Russia's like, it's capitalist. I don't
It's
know.
like a worse boat.
bad.
It's like an objectively worse boat. But people are like, well, America bad, therefore these other things must be good. Well, no, actually, everything's bad. This is just the less bad. You know? And there's so much of an aesthetic problem because people think, well, that's not a lefty thing to say. I don't give a fuck what the lefty thing to say is. It's true. It's correct.
I just think there are places I think that if you say like if you go too hard America, you would just be hit. Like I don't know, hard. Like I think it's like at least some people should understand like this tactical. Like I feel like going too like obviously like in the United States, you know, it's like probably beneficial to go like hard. Like say the USSR was the word like terrible and America's the best.
It was. Fuck. As a leftist, we should be disavowing the USSR harder than any. Listen, okay. In terms of people who hate the USSR, it should be the CIA and then it should be lefties, okay? Because lefties are like shackled to this failed fucking autocratic state, a horrific fucking failure that came... Listen, okay? At its height, the USSR was farther from socialism than America was. I'll stand by it. Like, we're shackled to it forever now because, like, people... Like we can't move past that. Fuck the USSR. I have no. If the USSR is on the road to socialism, then I don't want socialism, and I'm not a socialist.
Sure,
okay?
I guess like. What was I gonna say? I think these things are like not strict enough that you can't adopt like I don't know, like have your position be at least a little bit molded by the environment, like the social environment you're in.
Well, the USSR isn't around anymore, so I don't think any of my modern geopolitical critiques.
No, sure, but some people like I think if you're like I think going in certain if you especially internationally there's certain point like I think that the pro America stuff can be tactically useful like in the U.S. Especially, but there's certain parts internationally where I think it's like explicitly counterproductive and bad. You shouldn't do it. Like I don't know. I feel like these positions are like malleable enough that you could adopt. Like I mean the positions are all the same. Like at least like adopt the way it's coming from. To suit the social environment to get more people on board. I guess I don't know if I just don't know if one approach is like going to be like universally useful.
It's not about being pro-American outside of like some rhetorical.
Like
framework.
if I was in like a huge tanky circle, I would probably not like I don't know. I probably would like not be like saying anything about the Holodomor because I feel like it's about like the environment, you know.
Well, they're fascists. I don't really care what they have to say. I feel like Americans really need to start beating.
If the people the American online left call like a huge portion call tankies are all fascists, then like I feel like there's a huge portion of the international left that you shouldn't be like writing off as fascist. And
I completely agree. I absolutely 100% agree. You know, and that's why I love it. You know, they're like, well, you think all the MLs around the world are fascist? Yes, bring them to me. I'll tell it to their face. Yeah. Fascism is way easier to jump into than communism. Are you kidding me? To be a communist, you have to read all this fucking theory. You have to care about other people. Being a fascist, you can just be some fucking retard. Just hate an ethnic group. Go for it, you know? It's way, way, way easier. So, with this particular issue, vis-a-vis, appealing to them or whatever, you want to appeal to people? Lefties got to understand, we need to be way the fuck more patriotic, okay? That doesn't mean you have to defend 9/11 to Afghanistan Boogaloo or whatever.
But like patriotic's like country. If you're in a different country, like patriotic's like I don't know. It's patriotic. It's like I don't know. Like in the U.S., sure, like that's probably useful. But like, what do you like? Like I don't know.
If you're not American, I don't give a fuck about you. You can do whatever you want. Look, I'm talking in America, okay? All this performative anti-Americanism, and it's so ideologically toothless too. We hate America because it's capitalist. Oh yeah, like as opposed to all the other countries on earth. Fucking like it's such a virtue signal, and it's so detrimental to our ability to actually get shit done. Because as long as we're the American hating group, you're never going to succeed in American politics. If lefties actually gave a fuck about curtailing American imperialism, they would give more of a shit about actually seizing power within the systems they could use to curtail that imperialism.
I basically agree in the United States, but do you have anything you're going to say to anyone outside the United States? Like the majority of lefties outside the United States
move to America,
at the very least, ML-ish.
Sorry.
Like
that was a joke. If you're outside the US, I don't know. It depends on the country you're in. I'm just look. With regards to like which like block to be a part of or whatever. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, there's only one world power. You can have whatever feelings you want about that, but You know, if it comes down to like simping for America or simping for China, I would choose neither. I would recognize that America is the more stable and politically beneficial hegemon, and then I would do what I can do to try to achieve power within that group. That's all I'm talking about, you know? If you're in America, being performatively anti-American, probably going to bite you in the ass when it comes, comes time to vote.
But there are like basically huge swaths of countries being formally, not even formally, just a lot of countries really hate America, and it's like I would say probably like beneficial. I don't know.
Really? I mean, how, like in terms of the recent UN vote on condemning Russian aggression in Ukraine indicated not necessarily who hates or doesn't hate America, but at the very least who's in which geopolitical bloc. And it's, I think, really the world stands with America here. Like you have, India, China, North Korea, Iran. There are countries that don't, but if you took a look at like the world, both by population and, well, by population, China and India weigh things heavily. So by population, it'd be a little bit more even. In terms of economic potential, though, and like number of countries, I think it's no, I think the world's mostly in with America here. Population wise, they're cheating though, right? India and China just have so many people. So many people. Yeah.
What about like if it's not like a block thing, right? Like you obviously have the blocks. You also have like nationalism, right? Every country that's not one of those blocks has another option, which is just like nationalism, right?
Well, yeah, of course. Again, like it's obviously more complicated than I'm making it out to be right now. I can't summarize all like geopolitics or whatever. I'm just saying, in terms of like where people should be aligning, I think we should be promoting people aligning with America instead of China, because those are pretty much the only two choices worldwide right now, and we can use that relative geopolitical power to our advantage if we actually manage to gain some power within America. That would be my goal.
I think most countries benefit from aligning, like playing them both off each other, right? Like I feel like it's like almost overwhelmingly most countries benefit off that.
Well, small countries, yes. Poor countries, yes. I would agree with that. Playing off both sides.
Yeah.
Well,
most countries are small and poor.
If that's the case, that's their right. If they want to play off both sides, then I think we should offer them the better deal. Like I think we should make a strong, positive argument for the superiority of our position. That's what we did with Ukraine, after all, right? Like, better to side with us than them. And I think we can work off of that. And, ideally they would make the choice to be with us. I don't think we're going back to the Cold War era days where we're just going to start like invading countries in Central America or whatever. If they don't like have trade deals with us. I don't think we're going to have another like United Fruit Company moment, like where we invade, like the CIA is just like, yeah, okay, fuck it.
Like, I guess you're trying to offer better. Like, do you really think if all countries were aligned with the U.S., that would be better? Like explicitly, they were directly aligned with the US. That would be... A
multipolar world is very destructive. The world is not a better place because like multiple superpowers are fighting over billions of people's lives. I don't think that's better at all. I would much rather the world be united under a single hegemon, and then for us to form like mutually beneficial trade blocks within that hegemon with minimal conflict, than having like China and America like constantly battling over the third world.
Don't you have more room for like political variance in a multipolar world though?
Yeah, but for what? Because if there was no, like, if it's political variance for stuff like what China is doing, then I don't care. If it's political variance like within different flavors of socialism, communism, or liberal democracy, then I do care. But the problem that I have is that it seems like the existence of a multipolar world discourages democracies from existing. Conflict discourages democracies from existing. The countries touched by conflict during the Cold War generally were not democracies. So it seems like the more conflict there is, the less democracy there can be, and the more multipolar the world, the more conflict. So my hope would be that a unipolar world would have less conflict. Therefore, it would there would be more room for peace and economic development, and that would mean there's more like a flourishing of democracy and so on and so forth.
I guess where I would disagree. I think it's like military conflict that does the worst. I feel like most conflict the U.S. and China are going to have would be economic. I just don't expect a lot of direct military, conflict between U.S. and Asia, U.S. and China in a multi.
Yeah, but proxy conflicts and also economic conflict can be incredibly destructive, right? So what Russia's doing in Ukraine is unique because it is a military conflict over like regional power. But if we're talking about economic conflict, like, look what's happening in Africa right now, right? Like, the problem is we're essentially getting the problem with capitalism here, where like the competition is going to lead to like negative externalities in the long run. We have the Belt and Road Initiative in Africa, which is going to make those countries economically subservient to China, the same way the IMF and World Bank do all over the world, which, okay, to be fair, China's only like cribbing from our book there. I can't really say that's uniquely bad of them. In fact, in many ways, the Belt and Road Initiatives are better than what we've done with the IMF and World Bank. But like, as long as that continues to happen, you know, those countries will remain subservient to China, our countries will remain subservient to us. It seems like it dampens like regional hegemony, and I don't know. It also kind of feels like a lot of America's like aggression abroad is brought about by potential resource scarcity. So to give you an example, right, like the conflict over Ukraine right now is in large part because of natural gas and because of black peat, you know, the soil, or the soil to grow stuff in. But like, how much of our aggressive resource farming from the developing world is brought about as a component of us trying to compete with other regional hegemons, you know? Like, maybe a lot of the reason why we're so invested in keeping half of the world under our boot is because we have a fear of the other country that's trying to keep the other half of the world under their boot. Maybe if there wasn't another power to fight with, we wouldn't there wouldn't be as much of an economic incentive. We could allow for broader development. I would need to think more about that. I think there's potential
to be like, oh, we won. We're the only hegemon. Now let's just not keep going. And like, I don't know if I honestly, there's no reason I feel like for a hegemon to back down, like, ever really.
Well, they wouldn't need to back down because there'd be nothing to fight over. They could gain the access to those resources.
More control,
now.
Right? Just like more control. Like, U.S. hegemon, but it's not like a total hegemon. You can always like, up until some 1984 stuff.
Control for what? Going. Keep in mind, our closest allies are in Western Europe, and they're also countries we have some of the least control over. They're allies, but they're also our equals.
Sure, but their economies are also the least developed based off like natural like resources, right? This is the most like.
Right, but Norway has its oil fund. I think it's possible for us to extend beyond that. If you want to look at historical allegories, by the way, in terms of peace in the region, which do you think was better for the people in like the Mediterranean? The Roman Empire at its height or at its collapse? Like, it feels like even if there's just one giant evil power or whatever, having everybody under that umbrella allows for a lot more development and a lot more regional security than the conflict and the economic, tumult that you get from different powers fighting it out, whether that be through economic proxies or directly militarily. I guess my goal would be that eventually it could lead to a kind of one world government situation where, because everyone's an ally anyway, like eventually something like the United Nations ends up actually regulating decision making between all these countries. America's strong, but it's not as economically powerful as the rest of the world combined, you know. 1 second. What's up?
You streaming late tonight?
A little late. Probably 11, maybe later.
No, it's I was.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
I don't care.
Continue? Sorry. I'm back.
Yeah. Okay, so I feel like a one world government just gives you more, like, you know, not to be a bit cliche, but I feel like it gives you more room to just like do the whole one, like, I don't know, it's called one world government. I feel like that's kind of a little bit.
Wait,
like,
you don't want a one world government?
That's enforced through like one hegemon government. I guess it depends like how you define government in one world and stuff. But I feel like one hegemon. One world government that's just one hegemon enforced enforced one world is like probably not like ideal, right?
Well, but it wouldn't just be it wouldn't be one hegemon, right? It would be like a one world government. Like, it's not like America controls the United Nations. We can't get the UN to do shit, you know? Like, all you'd have to do is set up some kind of like a global governmental organization. And like, again, the United States is powerful, but we're not powerful. Like, 90% of America's strength is the fact that we have allies. If America was alone in the world, we didn't have any economic, like, trading partners, we didn't have a bloc to call upon, we would be very powerful, of course. But, like, I'm pretty sure that we would be weaker than Europe economically. Guys, I could be wrong on this. Isn't the EU, doesn't it have a higher GDP than the United States? Like, all the EU versus the United States? Yes? Yeah, I thought so. Like we're really strong, don't get me wrong, but like if there was a world power, we wouldn't have sole control over it. I think it would turn into a global democracy.
Sure, but I guess at that point it's like, I guess it's a little semantic whether it's one world government then, right? Because I feel like ideally the government it would have to be some kind of regional democracy, right? You couldn't have like, maybe you can do top down, but I feel like most people would agree a more confederated system probably better, right?
No, I don't want. No, I'm an anarchist. I don't want borders. My goal here is the abolition of all states. The more multipolar the world is, the more divided we are.
That's like ultra confederated then, right? Like,
no, it's not confederated at all. There's just one planet with people on it. You know, yeah. The more divisions we enforce, I don't know.
Like,
I just don't like
confederate can also be
multipolarity.
like a group of people, right? It's just a group of like it wouldn't be just like isn't anarchism mostly conceived as a bunch of like council like recursive councils basically?
Well, I'm a anarcho-syndicalist, so you know you'd have your syndicate councils and all that, but you can't have borders.
How do you don't need borders for it to be like? I feel like anarcho-syndicalism is much more like it's much more accurately conceived of as a whole bunch of different groups in one group, right? Like it's a lot closer to basically like
Not having borders is a pretty explicit requirement for anarchism. Yeah, Chilleft in chat is correct. If you don't like anarchism and you prefer communism, keep in mind that there's no way we're ever going to have a communist revolution if there are other non-communist countries that can fuck with us and engage in counter-revolutionary activity. The communist revolution needs to be global. It requires the simultaneous uprising of the proletariat. If you have a multipolar world, you're never going to be able to achieve this, because if either pole decides to engage in a communist uprising, they would then immediately be fucking crushed by the comparatively autocratic capitalist bloc.
It only assumes that the leftist one is like weaker than the other one, right?
Well, yeah, real
like
communism would entail.
If the USSR was capital, I don't know, it was not the USSR, it was just like the Russian Empire, but like capitalist, like, and the USA had the revolution. Like, I don't think like it would have reversed the situation. Like the US would still have been like the more dominant power.
It would be real communism would be stateless. There would be no USA. And thus they could have
the population of the USA.
There is no, I do believe that anarchist and communist societies can defend themselves. I do not believe communism can survive the entire other half of the world engaging in military action against them. The more, it seems to me that the more idyllic and democratic a civic system is, the more fragile it is. Democracies are more fragile than autocracies, and autocracies are more fragile than like strong men, like brutalist states, like full on, like a totalitarian dictatorship is more fragile than just like a warlord over a desert. The more complicated things are, the more fragile they are, and they have to be protected.
It's one of those things where I look at the data. Like I feel like you can create intuitive answers both ways, right? Like you can make pretty strong. You can make intuitive arguments for why democracy is more stable or less stable. So I'd have to look at that.
Well, how could a communist society maintain a military against like another polar world without a state?
I guess I don't know. I'm not let me think a bit. I'm not like a super particular on like what flavor of leftism. Like I'm not like I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are like really too ideological.
At the very least, I hope we can agree that any real communist revolution would be an incredibly delicate time, in that like region's development, and it would be beneficial if there wasn't like a vulture circling the whole time.
I guess I feel like. Maybe, but I feel like for example, like the Cold War stuff, like the USSR and the US, I feel like the ideologies of what they were mattered way less than their like economic situations at the beginning and at the end. Like I don't know if it like,
but they weren't that different, right?
I don't really feel it was like capitalism beats like state capitalism, or whatever. It was just like the USSR's industrial base beat the USSR's industrial base. And
sure, yeah, but that's not a communist revolution, right?
I feel like leftist-ish, probably. I don't know. I think it's still compatible with a leftist revolution.
Well, the Soviet Union they never had a communist or socialist revolution. Like, Lenin had his revolution immediately after crushed all the worker councils and then implemented an autocratic state where he and, like, hand-picked party members would decide basically every level of the government. Like, they never had... They just... It was literally just like a coup. Like, there was just, like... one autocrat to the next.
I guess I think a leftist revolution could still have an army probably and still be like left. I don't know. I, feel like
I
you
agree,
can have
but
a left
I hope we
military
could
army.
agree it would be a lot easier to do communism if, like, the other half of the world wasn't trying to crush us. Wasn't that the argument that the Soviet defenders would say? Like, hey, America, stop, like, crushing our revolution. It would be easier to do this if you weren't fighting with us. Anyway, look,
I mean, that's also-
unipolarity...
Sure.
Yeah, unipolarity
I
just
agree.
seems like it would make it easier to manage that.
Perhaps. I guess I have to think about it more. I don't know how we're doing on time, but I guess the last things I had on my like little notes and stuff.
Ah, yes, now
like,
from point 2 of 2 now. Yes, hit me up.
As you mentioned the bombings in Yugoslavia and Libya, I don't know what your stance on those are, but like I think, but I recall, at least from what I overheard, was that you were like relatively like, I don't know if pro them, but like didn't consider them that big a deal or that bad.
Yeah, from
And I
what
feel
little I've looked into them, they just don't seem to be as big of a deal as a lot of people make them out to be. It seems like the shit that was happening in Libya was like poorly executed, but not...
Or what about funding and arming rebels, which then did I feel like pumping a bunch of arms to an unstable region and there's not a civil war. I feel like this was like pretty linked. Like we funded a bunch of like
Serbia,
the U.S. and France.
I don't inherently have anything against funding rebels if you do a good job. It's not like the government...
I feel like Libya was a bad job though, right?
Oh,
Like,
I agree, yeah. But like the vast majority of the harm that was done in Libya was not because of NATO involvement. Like, not at all. Like the no-fly zone, like I looked more into it, like the no-fly zone they put over, I think was considered like a moderate success in preventing the bombing runs they were doing against civilians.
I don't know, was how substantial, like, I know at least one report, like from the U.S. military, said the initial air attacks that the no-fly zone was justified on didn't find, like the military intelligence didn't find strong evidence. I don't know if it changed later. Like, I'm not like an expert in this, but I read a report.
Pretty sure it was well documented that they were doing air raids on like civilians.
I guess I'd have to maybe look more into it, but like what I found, at least two reports from U.S. military reports mentioning that they didn't find the initial firing from the air that was not like found through military intelligence after that.
Well, I can look at it. It's
I feel like it's like, I don't know. Also, I feel like we put a bunch of weapons and money in like rebels, like basically arming a bunch of rebels, like and then like, there's not, like I feel like that pretty directly led to like instability, like contributed to the Second Civil War. Right.
I'm pretty sure the conditions were laid for the... Wait, what is the timeline here? Hold on. I'm pretty sure the conditions for the Second Civil War were pretty much laid in stone. I don't think there's any evidence that our involvement there is what caused that later on.
I think at the very least it made it. I mean, you have to be made it worse, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like putting more weapons into a situation kind of made it better, right?
Not necessarily. Like, us giving weapons to Ukraine has made it better. So
sure, but I think Ukraine's, I guess, more stable. Like, isn't the argument for Ukraine is a stable state?
Well, yeah, we were giving it to rebels. I don't know. My position on this has moved with time. It seems like, how do I put this? It seems like every once in a while, like a nation or an organization like NATO will do something that's totally fucking evil and completely indefensible. So for me, the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq are like really clear examples of that. Like 100%, no reservations. Like, were those evil on the part of the United States? Like, no denying it. Absolutely, completely, 100%. You know, and then the left will talk about those invasions the same way they'll talk about like NATO's bombing of Serbia. And I hear that and I go that was
that's the second.
No, I know. I'm just or the Libya thing. And I hear that and I go, oh, those are like the same bad. And then I look into the shit with NATO and it's like, wait, this is actually incredibly complicated. And then I look into it more and I'm like, wait, was this good? And I'm like, okay, well, it clearly wasn't done well. It had bad outcomes, but okay, but was this like reasonable? And like, okay, so what was the death count? It's like, oh wait, there's like 1,000 people. Like, that's bad, of course. It's, you know, like the invasion of Iraq led to hundreds of thousands of people dying, and it all gets bled together, and it's so reductive. You know what I mean? With the Libya stuff, like, did NATO do a good job? I don't think so. But was what they did evil? Was what they did like...
They bombed like water irrigation, right?
I'm sorry?
they bombed like water irrigation, like the water irrigation system in Libya was bombed by NATO, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, modern like military
That's gotta-
doctrine involves the destruction of like pretty much all infrastructure all the
That's
time.
got to be evil. I don't know, destroying water systems is up there. I feel like it's like I don't know, top 5 evil. Like I don't
No,
know.
I agree. I agree. That's bad. I'm talking about the decision to get involved to begin with, because it's not as though when they laid out the plans, like in the NATO headquarters,
Sure,
to
but
get
that's the whole-
involved, they were like,
that's the
"We
whole,
need to
like, mission
bomb this
creep thing, right? That's
Huh?
like they said. I think that's the whole mission creep issue. Like they go in for a no-fly zone over, at least from what I read, reports that weren't like super substantiated by military intelligence later, and then they went from mission like from no, they went from like no-fly zone to like expanding like bombing like to expand like to bombings and stuff, and then like it feels like the whole thing escalated, and every time it escalated, it was like worse. Like I don't know, I feel like
Okay.
the decision to go in the first place was part of like what enabled all the escalations to allow it to be like.
So that
Yeah.
I disagree with. I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever that NATO's involvement was what led to things escalating. It's the same with
So
the
I mean,
bombing
like,
of Serbia.
NATO's involvement escalated.
Well, no, you could
NATO-
say that it de-escalated if you want to make that argument, because the no-fly zone prevented the air raids against civilians for a time. Did it end up working out in the long term?
No, I mean like they started with no fly zone, and then they started like continued, and then eventually it became bombings. Like right, like they're bombing lots of like infrastructure. Like those are like pretty distinct things.
Well,
right? Like
well, yeah. The
the
Libyan government
issue-
was fucking evil. I think that was kind of part. The point was to like stop the Libyan government. It makes sense that they would then do bombing runs.
I feel like bombing water infrastructure has got to be like not.
Again, I'm not
justifiable.
defending that specifically. I'm just saying the involvement generally. I don't want to like get into the
Sure.
parsing the details of the moral worth of every single bomb that was felled. I'm just talking about the involvement generally. And the concept, hey, there's this dictator called, Gaddafi, who's like killing a bunch of civvies and is like a total dick, and we can maybe prevent people from dying by enforcing a no-fly zone with our like gigantic, enormous military power. Like, this is in concept. This is something that I can understand an argument for. I can hear that out and think like, okay, maybe that's reasonable. Same with Serbia, right? Like tens of thousands of people were dying in Serbia, and evidence seems to suggest that NATO bombing curtailed it to an extent. It probably saved more lives than it ended. When I look at stuff like that and I see lefties calling it like evil, maybe poorly done, sure, worthy of criticism, sure, but we don't get that nuance when we talk about this
the
stuff.
lefty argument, and I guess it's my argument here. Like I agree with them here. Is that like these interventions? They disagree with your characterization. They said these were bad. They did not like improve harm, and obviously like they're not like and the idea is like. The U.S. can't successfully pull off interventions. When they do interventions, they cause a lot of harm for not a lot of benefit.
But I think we I'm pretty sure we helped in Serbia with NATO.
I have like I don't think we did like or not we U.S.
But I'm pretty sure we did though. Doesn't the evidence indicate that like I understand that like lefty Twitter is going to fucking hate me for this or whatever, but I'm pretty sure the evidence indicates that NATO involvement in Serbia was.
I don't think like the basic my position, like I don't think it's pretty clear. Like I guess if you look to me it seems like very much didn't like from the evidence like the damage done like there's a lot of like damage done that like hurt the country making it like unable to recover, and U.S. intelligence reports said they predicted they predicted the bombings would lead to escalations, and the bombings happened and then escalations happened. Like
what in Libya?
No, sorry, in Kosovo as a result of the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia. Like, U.S. military intelligence indicated that if these bombings will likely lead to escalations.
But did it? I'm pretty sure things panned out.
There was bombing, then it escalated.
Okay, wait, so what do you mean by escalated, exactly?
The violence in Kosovo between the Yugoslav forces and the Albanian forces, as Kosovo Albanians, escalated as because of the bombing, or after the bombing, which U.S. military intelligence said was because of the bombing. Well, it predicted it, and then
okay, hold on. Start again, please.
Okay, so there was fighting in Kosovo. Like it was like the war, Kosovo War, right?
Yes.
There's this escalating conflict. U.S. military intelligence indicates that intervening, the quote unquote humanitarian intervention which wasn't even a humanitarian intervention then. It was a strategic intervention. Like the explicit reason, like the NATO justified intervention there was for strategic interests. Like only later did they I'm not saying so claiming humanitarian intervention. So then then the bombing started, and after the bombings, the violence there escalated, it became worse. Like there was more violent, like it became worse.
How long after the NATO bombings did Serbia withdraw from Kosovo?
I think it was 80 days, right?
Isn't that pretty good? Like they were doing a genocide, and then we did a bombing run. You know, about 1,500 people died. Most of which were Yugoslav security forces, and then, like, just a few months
public
after,
utilities were destroyed, like civilians were killed, and also
they were
these,
doing a genocide,
and it got worse. The bombing made it worse.
Then why'd they leave after?
What? But they left at the end, but the violence escalated during the bombing.
The vast majority of the deaths and displacements during the genocide were before the NATO bombing. The overwhelming majority. Am I wrong on that? Yeah, hold on.
I don't really know. It's just like
Kosovo War. Hold on. Armed conflict, Kosovo, death toll.
basically, this many like people like I don't actually know how many years there are. But, like I don't know, just say stuff, and I have to like make sure I don't know what they're wrong.
Like millions of people displaced, tens of thousands of people killed. The airstrikes lasted from the 24th of March to the 10th of June in 1999. The Kosovo War lasted about a year and a half. Let me see. After attempts at a diplomatic solution failed, NATO intervened, justifying a campaign as a humanitarian war. This precipitated a mass expulsion of Kosovar Albanians as the Yugoslav forces continued to fight during the aerial bombing. By 2000, investigations had recovered the remains of almost 3,000 victims of all ethnicities. In 2001, the UN-administered Supreme Court, based in Kosovo, found there had been a systemic campaign of terror, including murders, rapes, arsons, and severe maltreatments, but that Yugoslav troops had tried to remove rather than eradicate the Albanian population.
It did escalate right after the bombing started. Like I think
it just says they continued to fight through it, not that it escalated.
Can you reread the top? Can you read which early semi-way second? Because I'm
just looking at the Wikipedia article for the Kosovo War. There's like a million. It's super complicated shit. I'd have to like look into it for a million years to. Also, how do you know that the NATO bombing wasn't part of what led to the end of the war? After all, us invading Germany after World War II had begun led to an escalation in conflict, but it's necessary to bring about the end of the war.
After attempts at diplomatic solution failed, NATO intervened, justifying the campaign as a humanitarian war, although this was later. First, it was strategic interest was their initial...
Hey, don't paraphrase. You're reading Wikipedia. Go ahead. Humanitarian war.
This precipitated a mass expulsion of Albanians. So the bombing precipitated the mass expulsion. So it did escalate things. The bombing created an escalation in the violence.
How do you know? Wait, how do you know it created it? It just said that it came before. And additionally, again,
it made it happen.
Didn't the invasion of Germany lead to a mass expulsion and death of people as well? Like I don't think this changes. Like you realize fighting back in a war leads to more death than just like rolling up. There
was already fighting. This was like it was a war. The U.S. intervention made it worse, which. How do you okay, let me try to get more specific here, okay? So let's say it's World War II and the Battle of the Bulge has happened. We're pushing into Germany. We're going to kill people in Germany, okay? Okay? Now let's say US officials say, "We can push into Germany. It's going to lead to a huge increase in death, but we can do it." And then we do it. Was it wrong for us to do that if it brought about the end of the war? Like, I think maybe NATO involvement there led to a surge in conflict like through that, but it also brought about the end of the genocide, in which case it would be good. Like, but it made it worse. You like, I don't know, you like this is argument like
okay, like maybe it led to an increase in conflict at the time, but it also might have brought about an end to the genocide.
But it might. We like you don't know. Like you can't like.
Well, you can't make assumptions and then shoot down my assumptions, especially when mine sounds pretty reasonable. Hey, the most powerful military alliance on the planet bombed the shit out of your country. That probably is going to put the pressure on them.
It should be against bombings. Like I guess like that's where like the
Wait,
default
I'm not against.
not to bomb
Wait,
things.
I'm not against bombings. They were committing a genocide.
I think the default's like, but it was made. The situation was made worse by the bombing. Like the bombing created worse in the situation.
But it could have ended the war as well. So maybe it led to an uptick in conflict then, but maybe only an uptick in conflict would have been enough to bring about an end to the war, of the genocide, I should say.
This is gonna be like people get mad, but I don't think it's like it's not a genocide, right? It's an ethnic cleansing. Like,
are you being real with me right now?
I told you to get me mad. Like, I'm just saying, like, technically, I agree. I'm not gonna like say it's meaningful. It's not meaningful. I don't think it's meaningful this argument. I'm just want to like under UN law. Like, I think I'm correct. I'm not like.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. On the selective language, you know, what we care to speak on.
I would do that to the US. I don't know. I feel like I'm about. Like, I would
listen.
Like, I mean,
if the bombings led to an uptick in conflict at the time, but also brought about a faster end to the conflict, I think that's good.
The conflict was. It may increase the amount of civilians targeted. Though that's the problem. It escalated the war.
Hundreds of thousands of civilians had already been pushed out of their homes. Tens of thousands were already dead. The bombing killed less than 500 civilians. Tragic, yes, but
the expulsion of civilians was made worse by the bombing. Which was,
how do you know they wouldn't have been expelled anyway?
Because in this case, I'm going to defer to U.S. military analysts.
No. You keep making one argument and then assuming it's made another. Okay, listen. Let me put my feet down, okay? I am okay with the bombing of Yugoslavia leading to more immediate harm because it brings about less harm in the long term. That's the case for basically all military engagement.
Sure,
you engage, which leads to an immediate increase in death and suffering. But the hope is that if you win, which of course we will, it's Yugoslavia, you then end the conflict and therefore prevent more harm in the long term.
But
it's the same thing with Ukraine.
Conflict can change its character because of the intervention, though.
They had already been doing a genocide. I think the character of the conflict was well decided by the time NATO intervened.
So, but the U.S. military intelligence said it would become the civilian like the escalation against civilians would be worsened. Like they said, ethnic violence.
I've already answered this. I've already answered this.
So that indicates to me that without the intervention, it would be the degree would be less like severe.
But it could have kept going on for longer. Like, this is the same thing with Ukraine. You realize right now the death count in Ukraine would be lower if they had just let Russia invade and surrendered? They're fighting and suffering now to prevent decades of Russian occupation in the long term. This is how all military... all military engagements work.
But I think the math would be different, or at least like the calculation would be different. Maybe the end result isn't. If, for example, U.S. military analysts thought predicted that arming Ukraine with U.S. equipment would lead to Russians targeting ethnic Ukrainian civilians more severely.
It has. Us arming Ukraine directly led to the death of more Ukrainian soldiers. If it weren't for us arming them and civilians, the only reason Russia is targeting cities right now is because they're frustrated that they can't get any military victories. Us arming Ukraine led directly to Russia killing more Ukrainian civilians. And that's fine, because the alternative was Russian occupation, which would have killed way more in the long run. This is literally how the concept of military defense works.
Well, I guess I think the degree would have been different. I think escalation was much more severe in this. The intervention caused much more severe escalation.
This is speculation on your part. The math looks really good from my side of things. NATO bombed, and then like 2 months afterwards, they pulled out and surrendered and signed like the peace accords. And they were already doing the genocide for like a year before NATO intervened. Like already like nearly 1 million people had been displaced by that point. I do not think that NATO involvement made things worse. I think it made things better. I'm a pro-NATOist here. I think it's good, actually, to bomb countries when they're doing genocides.
I guess I just think it made it work. Like, I mean, I think it's pretty. I guess I don't know. Like, it's like
Well, what would it take to make you think that it had led to an improvement?
If like the, if it had like if the situation hadn't like if the prediction and the situation hadn't been an escalation in response to intervention.
But that's fine. That's what happens when you intervene. The point is that it ends the conflict. Are you saying you would have preferred the conflict to have gone on for another year if it meant that NATO not involving?
I think that would have been less. Like there would have been less total.
That is insane. An extra year of that genocide would have led to less harm than the slight uptick that took place after NATO bombed, which lasted only a couple months before they surrendered?
I think the bombing made this yeah. I think that only made the situation worse.
How? By what? What mathematical calculation could possibly lead you to believe that a genocide which displaced millions of people and killed tens of thousands would have had less of a negative outcome if it had gone on for an extra year than if it had simply had a surge in its violence as a product of it being ended abruptly by NATO intervention? The genocide would have just kept going. We have no evidence to believe they would have stopped. It seems like ethnic hatred and occupation were their goal.
It was what the goal was to stop the secessionist movement. What?
Are you?
That was the goal, right?
That was what they said their goal was.
Well, like, I'm not saying like isn't it clearly like the goal though? Like that it was a response. Like it was just like that was like.
It was ethnic hatred. There were mass graves. There were rapes and just civilian.
It was escalatory violence. Like,
no, it was ethnic hatred.
I thought the KLA started like it was a series of escalatory conflicts.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, which country did you say you were from again?
What?
What country?
Montenegro.
Okay, now I see.
Was.
You have access to a unique kind of racism that I don't have. You see, I am an American, okay? But I don't have access to the unique Balkan racism. The special fucking skull bump that people in this region of the world have to somehow have the worst possible ethnic positions on their neighbors, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure you're all the fucking same. Holy shit.
Bosniaks, Croatians, and Serbs are all ethnically the same. Albanians are just like a little bit different. But
the fact that you can the fact that you responded to what I just said with that.
You can know that. What do you mean?
The fact that you responded with that. The fact that your immediate response was "Don't lump me in with those Albanians" is so fucking telling.
I'm trying to support your argument here. No, you said they're all the same, and I wanted to clarify they're all the same. But
except for those dirty Albanians who got what they deserved.
It's just a different group. What do you want to say?
In the secession, in the glorious secessionist uprising of the Yugoslavs.
It was bad. It was bad. I'm saying the goal. It clearly was the goal. Was like. The initial goal was clearly stop the secessionist movement. It became worse. Like that's not like doesn't change the initial goal, right?
I don't care what the initial goal was. I care what they did and why they did it. I don't know what the initial fucking Hitler wanted to go to art school, you know? Jesus. It's pretty clear how that turned out. They displaced millions. What liberatory movement was that?
What? It was not liberatory. It's I didn't say it was liberatory. I never said it was liberatory. I feel like you're
secessionist, like liberation.
Yeah, the KLA was secessionists.
Which involves marching into Kosovo.
The Kosovar KLA, the Kosovo Liberation Army, wanted to secede. So they started a campaign like of there's escalatory violence, back and forth between different groups that escalated. Like it didn't initially start like full military, right? This is like not like I'm not making elections here. I feel like this is like just like an accurate description, like a pretty fair historical description of like terrorist attacks, ramping up into retaliations, into terrorist attacks, into war, where one group's goal is to see one group to stop a secessionary movement. That's what I said.
They invaded Kosovo. I mean, it wasn't just like internal.
It was part of there. No, Kosovo was part of Serbia. It's like it's the field, the Kosovo field. I'm not like that's not like an actual thing. Like at the time and historically, Kosovo is the name of the field, like is of like where like the Serbs like fought the Ottomans, like all the monasteries are there, you know, like all the historical ones. Like it's a secession movement.
Okay, but they
like,
they invaded another country.
No, it didn't. Kosovo was part of Serbia. Like it was like it was like Texas. Like it was part of the country.
But they seceded.
Yeah, like, it's a secession. Like the Kosovo unilaterally or it wasn't even declared independence then. A military faction in Kosovo wanted independence, so they attempted to basically secede, and then the military of the country that was part of did what every single country in that situation would do, and sent troops to because of the escalatory violence. Like it didn't start with initially with troop action. It started with basically terrorist attacks, and then police action back, and then like militias, and then attempt to secede, and then military intervention by the main country. Like that's like, I don't think it's good, but it's like very like normal. Like it's very not normal. Like it's very predictable. Like if any country has a group tries to secede from the country, you would expect the country to send the army into that country, like that region of the country, the secessionary group.
To do what they did.
No, but like I'm just saying it was like I'm just saying that the goal was to prevent a secessionary movement. Like that's true, right? Like I feel like it's not like a genocide denial or anything. That's just like is that like I think it's like.
Fuck, I don't. No, you got me on this one. I don't know. I don't know enough about the fucking Kosovo War to dispute this. I wonder if I knew more if I could dispute on this. I just don't know enough. I don't know the there's your crazy little countries down there doing a lot of wacky shit. You know that? There's a lot of history down there.
I mean, it's very silly. Like like especially like the Bosnian stuff. It's like they're all the same people. Like literally genetically, like basically the same. Except religion.
You're all the same.
That's my original point. I wasn't trying to like I don't know be like I'm not an Albanian. I'm actually part
I don't know.
Albanians.
It's just we're talking about the genocide of Albanians, where I'm defending the intervention that probably ended the genocide. And you're like okay, so just so you know, genetically, I'm not at all like those Albanians.
No, I'm not. Like I'm actually kind of am. Like I'm just saying, like I'm from the border. Like Montenegro has a border with like I'm basically from the border of like Albania, Montenegro. Like I mean, I'm a part Albanian. Like it's not like I don't know, not like a massive Balkanoid racist. Like they're all the exact same. Like they're the same people. Like actually, I think there's like maybe of Yugoslavia. Like you mentioned earlier that you thought like the break of Yugoslavia was like happened on its own. That's one of the things like I wanted to add every extra time is like I think the West, like especially Germany and the US, had pretty direct involvement in the break of Yugoslavia.
I mean, it was going to break up anyway. The Soviet Union's occupation of the area was like
it was not part of the Soviet bloc, right? Yugoslavia was its own independent bloc. It was obviously backed in part, but it was like I'm not saying it wasn't connected. I'm saying they were like they were not like they were at least a little bit distinct.
Yugoslavia's situation was definitely a direct product of the geopolitical tension caused by the clash, the Iron Curtain. I don't think it could have survived a post-Cold War world, like, at all.
Well, the U.S. actually initially backed a united Yugoslavia, as long as they were not communist. They backed the united Yugoslavia as long as they could use IMF loans to liberalize the economy, like to decommunize the economy.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that it seems like, I mean, it's not like Yugoslavia was a democracy or whatever. I feel like the Soviet Union did the same shit in Eastern and Central Europe as like what we did in the Middle East or Africa, where we like kept a foot on these parts of the world for so long, and then the moment we like let our foot off, there are a bunch of these like long-standing ethnic tensions that have been kept supplanted by.
Well, it wasn't the Soviet Union there. It was Tito.
Well, in that case, it would be like the pressure created by the position between NATO and the Soviet Union, like the Soviet bloc. I think it would be like it was the Soviet, being hardened to a
Soviet
diamond.
support of socialism in Yugoslavia, socialism to central socialism to over like be on top of nationalism, but then the problem is the part of the IMF liberalization like requirements wanted to depower the federal central government because it was like the most socialist element, obviously, right? Because it's in that kind of economy, and by depowering that, and they in order to do that, they weakened that. They wanted to push reforms that weakened that and strengthen nationalists, because in the the republics that made it up.
Okay, wait. But what does that have to do with the ethnic tensions within Yugoslavia? That
was supporting the nationalists. The nationalists took power and then did a bunch of nationalism.
Okay.
Like ethnic, and then like ultra nationalism.
But there were supplanted ethnic tensions within Yugoslavia for a long time prior to that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but they were not dominant because of the Central Socialist element, and the nationalist groups were not in that much. Were not in. Did not have a lot of power. Like the like sort of like there was like the Serb nationalists like historically like while Tito was still alive tried to push more Serbian power, but and like basically kind of a coup, but that was like shut down and like was like basically diffused. And for example, the whole reason Kosovo exists as like a region because it was an autonomous region set up in like Serbia to like same with Vojvodina to like diffuse the power of like nationalism and power in the region to promote like brotherhood and unity as the doctrine. But it was the weakening
I would have to learn more. I'm sorry. This is the yeah. The Balkan region is just so much of its own horse. I'm looking at this now, and apparently Yugoslavia was literally just like post World War I, a bunch of other countries getting crunched together into one. That's going to cause
really. Those countries were like parts of other empires for a lot of it.
That's going to cause some ethnic. You're going to get ethnic tensions that way. You're going to cause ethnic tensions that way. That's an ethnic tension bundle right there. Yeah, hold on. Following their defeat of the Balkan Wars, the Ottomans ceded Kosovo to Serbia and Montenegro. Both countries joined Yugoslavia after World War I. Following a period of Yugoslav Unitarianism in the kingdom, the post-World War II Yugoslav constitution established the autonomous province of Kosovo and
Sure, but it's a little complicated. Like Kosovo was part of...
Wait, they were autonomous? Wait, Kosovo had provincial autonomy?
That's what I just said. So here's explain. So Tito was the charge. He gave Vojvodina, basically regions like Serbia and Kosovo autonomy as in order to weaken Serbia a bit, because to make the Yugoslavian alliance more balanced and for a more
no wonder you all fell apart after fucking.
But that was actually, and the reason Kosovo was part of this is like the reason it's like a historical Serbian territory, but there's Ottomans. But then there were Albanians living there. Partially they were moved there as part of a deal with Stalin and Hoxha, which is the Albanian socialist guy, because there was a different bloc. But there weren't that many Albanians there at the start. But because Albanians are poor, it's a poor country. It's not racist, Balkan racist. It's just like it's a poor country. Like you can look up Hoxha. He was like called like Stone Age Stalinism, what some people describe his doctrine, because he was like extremely Stalinist, but also a very poor country. It's like a particularly bad mix. And things like, for example, like the Yugoslav government wanted to have a higher population, obviously, because it's a developing country. Like in order to like do, because it was recovering from the war, World War II. So it gave things like grants to like families for kids, as central like states do, which led to the poorest region, like Kosovo, having like, as you know, it's not like racist. Like everyone agrees, like poor countries have more kids, like poor regions have more kids, right?
I'm
like trying to be careful. I feel like everything I would say in another context would be totally unobjectionable, but I'm trying to like hedge my bets because I feel like everyone's gonna be like, like harsh on me.
I admire your self-awareness. Yes, I agree that generally poor areas have more children.
And the combination of like basically the combination happened is of like socialist funding of the region and being poorer meant that like the minority in the region, the Albanians, had a much steeper population. This is not fashion stuff. I'm just saying it's like objectively facts. You can look it up. I'm being very careful. I'm being like little stuff where I feel like people are mad at me, but like I feel like this is. I don't know. It means that the population grew, and part of the tensions is the fact that a small minority population from a foreign group, like a external minority population, became the majority population, like a more majority population in the region. And that's part of the reason like the conflict happened.
Yeah, it's just it seems like historically there have been tensions between the Serbs and the Albanians for a really long time. Like even throughout Yugoslavia, and given that
I feel like it was more tension. Like, the historical tensions with the Serbs and the Ottomans, because the Albanians.
That's going back 100 years.
This is Europe. You're Americanoid. Like I
guess,
yeah.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to think now of the legitimacy of like Kosovoian independence or whatever. And like I'm reading this about like how like Yugoslav fell apart, like Tito died in 1980 or whatever. The 1981 protests in Kosovo with mass riots and nationalist demands across the province. because they wanted a separate country, because they had been literally called the Socialist Autonomous Province of Kosovo through a good portion of Yugoslavia's existence.
Yeah, they were called that though because as a countermeasure to Serb nationalism.
Okay,
Like,
but it doesn't matter for those people, because it seems like they have a history of being oppressed by Serbians, like all the way going back like hundreds of years. It seems like their like demand
most of them didn't
for independence was
Part
valid.
of the complication is the population curve. Like that area was historically and majority population-wise, historically, and also up to pretty relatively recently, Serb. But because of the
Kosovo,
this is like the population. Yes. Kosovo is the name of the field where like the major fight between like the Serb.
No, Kosovo
like
is the name of a country.
No, it's the country's named after a field. It's like I don't know.
Okay, but I'm referring to the country.
Sure, but the region, for example, like it's a historical Serb region with a minority Albanian population.
Okay. Throughout the reign of Yugoslavia, when it was designated the Socialist Autonomous Province of Kosovo, it was majority Albanian, and even at that time there were constant ethnic tensions between the Albanians and the Serbians, correct?
I don't think it was majority Albanian for until like I think it didn't start. I think it became.
But at the very least,
I look at the population curve. But I think the Kosovo Albanians were actually a minority in the region for a certain period of time, and then became like I think there's like basically there's like two curves, and like the curve, their curve, that population curve curves high, more steeper than that Serb curve.
Okay, at the very least, Serbs in the area of Kosovo were ethnically oppressive towards Albanians, because the nanosecond fucking Tito died, students in Kosovo, Albanians, started protesting.
Complicated. Basically, the reason tensions became higher is because, and this sounds bad, like basically population, like the population, there was more, like basically at the beginning it was stable because they were a minority group. So, but then they became, as the population grew, there was competition over things like land and stuff, like in the region, which created like the escalated tensions. Like it's not like that. Like, the tension was much less like it was much less historical. The tension was a lot of it was caused by economic circumstances that arose because of population like change. It sounds bad. Like that's not what happened. I don't know how you'd say that.
It seems like I mean I'm like speed reading this right now. It seems like it's pretty clear that Albanians have a long-standing ethnic claim to Kosovo, that they were given autonomy, at least partially, during the reign of Yugoslavia, and additionally that they've long complained about ethnic oppression from Serbs, and the nanosecond Tito died, they were protesting for national autonomy, like back in 1981, which was like 20 years before NATO's intervention during the Kosovo War. So it seems like their claims for independence are pretty valid here. It's not like Texas rebelling, where it's been a part of the country for 200 years and it's like exactly the same as the rest of the country. It's like this is a separate ethnic group.
Part of has been like Serb for like I don't know, also very long. Like it's like, and so it's a very complicated.
I'm sorry. Are you explicitly against Kosovoian independence?
I don't have a strong opinion on it. That's
what? Okay.
I don't have a strong opinion either. Like I don't know. I feel like people. I think it's more complicated. I think it's both. I think both sides. I don't know. That's a bit centrist, like liberal. I don't know. I think both sides often simplify it in a bad way. I don't know. It's like real. I don't. I feel like I don't know, this conversation been stuck a lot of times where I have to buy bullets that like sound bad, but I feel like it wouldn't be that bad if people were like already like they were in the conflict. I think it's a complicated issue, right?
I mean, I agree with that, but it seems like independence was the answer here. Listen to this. After Tito's death in 1980, the demands for recognition of Kosovo as an independent country were renewed. In March of 81, Albanian students started the 81 protests in Kosovo, where social protests turned into violent mass riots with nationalist demands across the province, which the Yugoslav authorities contained with force. Emigration of non-Albanians increased, and ethnic tensions between Albanians and non-Albanians greatly increased, with violent inter-attacks, especially aimed at the Yugoslavian officials and representatives of authority. In 88 and 89, Serbian authorities engaged in a series of moves known as the Anti-Bureaucratic Revolution, which resulted in the sacking of province leadership in 88 and a significant reduction of autonomy of Kosovo in March of 1989. I don't know, man. It seems like they should have been two separate countries. This seems like a two.
But like, it's complicated. Like the land for like it's like the land like the land is historically like somewhat like not contested, but like it's been off by different groups, and like the independence that you think like what worked out didn't work out. Like literally caused ethnic cleansing on both sides. It's like bad. It's terrible.
Okay, wait, hold on.
It literally did.
Do not both sides.
I'm not both sides in the sense.
You
like,
literally just said both sides.
Bad. Okay, no, okay. I feel like both sides has like a colloquial meaning and like a literal meaning. Like on the colloquial meaning, like they're equally bad. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying you can look at demographics. Like the Serbs, like ethnic Serbs there were also like ethnic. Like I don't know.
Okay, there were both Serbs and Albanians here. However,
yes.
It seems like the difference is the people who were protesting in favor of like an independent Kosovo were pretty okay, at least at first, with Serbs remaining there. It was Serbian occupation and oppression that escalated most of this. Like student protests, which then led to Serbian.
I guess it's a...
Yeah, well, hold on. They seem to have a pretty strong claim to secession. They were an area with a history of autonomous governance that had been historically oppressed by like a neighboring region with a different ethnic like group. They had like a separate claim to the region on account of the historical autonomy, and it seemed like there were like long-standing ethnic tensions that were getting worse with time. They wanted independence for decades, for a century. Like, isn't that enough? Shouldn't they be free?
I think you could make the same. I think you could make most of the same claims to the other side too. Like, I think, but it's something that's complicated. Like,
wait, then fine. Then Serbia declare independence from Kosovo. That's fine.
No,
if both sides,
the Kosovo Serbs in Kosovo can make the same argument that it shouldn't be like Serb. Like they should be like the part of Serb, like the part of Yugoslavia.
How can you be a leftist and take this position? Like, if a region is like being ethnically oppressed by their more powerful, like different autonomy, like neighbor or whatever. Shouldn't we support autonomy in this respect?
I think that it caused a bunch of it was bad. Like it created like it led to bad outcomes. Like I think
no, wait, no, it didn't. Kosovo's independence led to good outcomes. Serbia's desperate attempt to maintain control over Kosovo led to bad outcomes.
It's just like I don't know. I feel like I think if you support a secessionist movement that's like that has terrible outcomes. Like it doesn't.
Wait! I'm sorry. You can't break free. Are we against the American Revolution now? Are we against like the Vietnamese people?
If the American Revolution led to really bad outcomes.
Wait, you keep saying bad outcomes as though Serbia wasn't the one genociding Albanians. Like you keep like lead to bad outcomes. Like don't listen, oppressed ethnic group. Don't you resist your masters because if you do, we'll kill you.
I'm not saying they're equivalent, but there was literally ethnic cleansing on both sides. Like,
no! Stop. No, stop. The Albanian army did not march into Serbia and displace 1 million people from their homes and kill tens of thousands.
Serbs in Kosovo, which was part of Serbia. Like it's like if you're living in Texas, Texas seceded.
The Serbs only started leaving Kosovo after Serbian authorities cracked down on Kosovo nationalist sentiments. I'm pretty sure things would have been a lot better if Serbia had just let Kosovo go, which they wanted for a century. They wanted for a century beforehand. And now they're separate. And Serbia still doesn't recognize Kosovo as a separate country.
I don't know. Like I just think like there was this were like I think that like if the American Revolution had led to was a much more dangerous. It's like. I don't know, the British crackdown.
You can't say ethnic groups shouldn't resist oppression because the consequences of resisting oppression could be like them being genocided. Like it doesn't work that way.
If it's bad enough, I think that's like practical, right? It's pragmatic.
No, the pragmatic thing would be to fight against the people doing the genocide, wouldn't it?
I don't know if that's pragmatic. If you have small groups, just make it work. What? Look what I mean. Like.
Well, hey, listen. I did fight against the people who did the genocide. My glorious NATO brethren bombed the fuck out of them, all right? And upon the corpses of 1,500 Serbs did we pave the path for Kosovoian independence. I did fight the oppressor. You don't think it's practical? Well, hey, NATO disagrees. We found a way.
I think it caused a bunch of suffering on both sides.
How can you? You can't. You're literally like it's like, dude, like you're a Serbian nationalist.
I feel like I don't know. I'm not a Serbian nationalist.
You're a Serbian nationalist. You don't have a strong position on whether, like, you have two ethnic groups that are locked together because of Yugoslavia post-World War I, the Albanians with Kosovo in their autonomous region, and the Serbians. And the Serbians have consistently oppressed them for a century.
It's like not that much. There was a bunch of there's a bunch of Serbs living in Kosovo. Like I don't know what to say. Like
that's fine. Wait. And were the Serbs expelled from Kosovo back in 81 during the protests? Or were the Serbs only leaving Kosovo after ethnic tensions were worsened when Serbia sent troops in to contain Kosovo nationalist sentiment?
Andrew, like,
slow down.
It was like. Can you read the question? Sorry.
With regards to like what led to those outcomes and the expulsions of Serbians from Kosovo, was that not a direct product of the ethnic tensions which arose from Serbia sending in people to crack down on Kosovo independence? Like the Serbs weren't expelled from Kosovo like by mandate back in 81 during the protests. Like they left because ethnic tensions were worsening because Serbia would not let Kosovo go.
Like I guess I think there was a better outcome. I think there was a better solution. I think.
Okay, what would your preferred solution have been?
Well, I think that a seating, like I think some of the man, like I don't know, like first of all, if a region in the U.S. tried to secede, I think most people,
I don't think that's comparable. There is no state in the United States that is majority people who have been for like a century ethnically oppressed by their neighbors, and are like desperate for freedom. I just don't think that's comparable.
Like, read the question. Sorry, you like fuzzed out on me. Sorry, like I didn't hear what you said.
I don't think the situation with Kosovo is comparable to any country in the United States. The fact like, okay, are you against any kind of national secession? Like, are you just against it as a rule?
National secession, in my opinion, is like, it means war usually. So I'm like, basically like my default position is, in my opinion, negative. Like it has to like justify itself because war is, but I think war is like harmful. You know, is that fair? I think it's fair. Like I think the default position of secession is that it has to clear a bar because war's bad, and secession is basically guaranteed war. Like there's no state can not like the concept of state kind of like requires like suppressing like stopping secession. Do you agree with that?
Okay, aren't you taking the side of the oppressor then? If you would disagree with any like, so do you think like India should have never like rebelled against British occupation?
I think that's secession. So that's a little different. But like I think that they cleared the bar there. Yeah, like I think
so?
There was not a better solution in my opinion.
Okay, how do you magically determine what the like? Isn't it better that Kosovo is separate from Serbia now? It's better. There's less conflict.
But the region is worse off for both of them.
How? Before? How was it worse off for both of them? Kosovo's economy.
They're both like poor. They're both poorer.
They were poor before.
Violence. Like they were. But okay, not both group is poorer now. Kosovo stopped receiving. Kosovo was being basically funded by like the Yugoslavian government. Like it was receiving like it was not a net producer. You know how you have states right in the U.S. Like some states are like some states in the U.S. are like exporters, some are like importers. Like Alabama that takes money and California produces money, right? So like one country.
So Kosovo wanted independence.
And like it's worse off, and Serbia is worse off. Like both countries are worse off, and I think there's a solution that makes both countries not less. Like that could have.
But they wanted the independence.
But I think the cost was really high. Like what? It was like extremely like there's a lot of violence.
Why are you so against like the concept of like autonomy? Like you don't get to decide for them. They decided. I don't think the Kosovoian people are idiots. You know, I think they understood like where they were at. They preferred independence.
Does every region get to like
get to decide that they should be free? Yes, I do think people should get to decide that they can be free.
Sort of like California wants to be free, right? They can just declare being free. Like
If the people of California
Unilaterally?
genuinely wanted to secede, if there was an actual reason they wanted to secede, then I would hear them out. But they would have to be freeing themselves from something. Not just,
They're
I think I
freeing
should declare a
themselves
new
from
nation.
the rest of the U.S., right? That's like
No.
that would be
Actual
justification?
freedom. The people of Kosovo experienced a century of oppression by Serbs. They were actually a meaningfully, ethnically, politically, geographically distinct group that wanted to split and had been separate before World War One.
They were like it was a heterogeneous like region.
They
Up
were
until, like,
literally
the
a
violence.
separate country
There's
that got roped
There was
into
like
Yugoslavia.
Serbs were living there. No, it wasn't. It was a Serb region. No, it was originally Serbian, and it was
How far
made
back?
autonomous as
How far back?
like 1300s.
Prehistory. Inhabited for nearly 10,000 years. Well, if we like our blood and soil arguments, let's go.
Oh, like.
Well, oh, hey, by the way,
1389,
interesting.
1389.
Hey, here's a question. Here's a question, by the way. If you're keen on the idea that Albanians are ethnically distinct from the otherwise more or less ethnically homogenous, no, you distinguished Albanians from the rest of you.
They're more ethnically distinct than the other three. Like,
Okay,
those
then why
four
are they
groups.
more ethnically distinct?
I think they're like not Slavs. I think they're like Illyrians.
Where'd they come
Illyrian. Like I think the area. I think Slavs, like the people came. I think they came from like I think the mountains. Like I think they come from the mountains, like on the, you know, in the West Balkans. And I'm like
then
pretty
how
sure.
then how were they in Kosovo in 1300 to be conquered?
What what time? How were they in Kosovo when?
In the 1300s to be conquered by Serbia.
What they were? That was like the Ottoman. That was like the Ottoman. It was Serbs and Ottomans fighting.
Aren't this whole region is pretty small. The West Mountains. What do you mean, like 100 miles west? How fine? How granular are the ethnic distinctions in the Balkans?
Like very, I don't know. Like
I feel like this is like ethnic distinctions between like French and English people, except not even, because I'm pretty sure like the Balkan region is like practically the size of France. So it'd be like
Albanians are
different
the most
groups
distinct,
within
not Slavs. I don't think. I think they're Illyrians. They're less Slav. Slavs like are, which means like they're older. I think because Slavs are like what 7th century, moved down from like north. I think. Basically, like the Albanians are like basically part of the Ottoman. Like we're basically part of the Ottoman Empire. That's like their.
I'm looking up right now. Hold on. The first battle of Kosovo back in 1389. I can't believe I'm learning about this right now. Holy shit! It's fucking 11. Sultan Murad I gathered a coalition of soldiers and volunteers from neighboring countries in Anatolia and Rumelia, which no longer exist, of course. Christian army heavily outnumbered by the Ottomans. The Serbian army was defeated. Oh shit! And Lazar was slain, although Murad I was killed.
It's a big moment. This is like the big. I don't know. What's the equivalent? Like, what do you have in the U.S. the equivalent to this?
This is the Alamo.
Is the Alamo like that?
Yeah, this is the Alamo.
It's like Serbian Alamo. Serb Alamo.
A source recognized Serbian night. Battle been mythologized as a great Serbian defeat. Time divided. Stalemate even. It's victory vassal of the Ottomans. Serbia is part of the empire. Second Battle of Kosovo in 1448. Jesus Christ, you fuckers have been killing each other for nearly 1,000 years. Holy fuck, get a separate country. Okay.
It's like the
Second Battle of Kosovo was fought over 2 days. Hungarian force by John Hunyadi. John. Okay, that's an interesting Hungarian name. I guess I just don't associate it with like mid-15th century battles. Ottoman army led by Murad II, significantly larger than the first battle, with both armies numbering twice that of the first battle. The ending was the same. The Hungarian army was defeated and pushed from the field. Damn, Kosovo! The loss of the battle was a setback for those resisting the Ottoman invasion, not a crushing blow to the cause. Albania and Skanderberg. I'm becoming a Kosovoian nationalist. It's crazy how my brain.
I don't think there's any Albanians there at the time, so I don't know if there's anyone to be like.
No, right here it says the Albanian army under Skanderbeg, an Albanian feudal lord and military commander. Well, he led a rebellion against the Ottoman Empire in what is today Albania, North Macedonia, Greece, Kosovo, Montenegro, and Serbia. Your ancestor, he led a rebellion to free your people. This Albanian.
Everyone here is my people. Everyone here is my people. What?
This Albanian freed
super
you
homogenous. Everyone here,
from the yoke of
everyone
Ottoman
here is my
oppression.
people. Everyone here is my people. I'm like related to all of them. We're like the same people. These Albanians like not that like they're distinct. They're like not like ultra distinct.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm part of that. Anyways.
Albanian
Like, doesn't
people
matter.
and rule. Let me see. Had completely disorganized the Serb state. That was fodder of Skanderbeg at the end of the 14th and start of the 15th century. Managed to carve a principality from Izmir to Prizren at the heart of the region of Kosovo. Region of the modern Kosovo became the Albanian principality of Dukagjini. Lek Dukagjini ruled what is today part of northern
You
Albania.
don't get this with American history. We're like we're talking about the geopolitics of the region. Let's go back to some medieval battle.
Oh yeah, no, American history is nowhere near this interesting. Western Kosovo had a significant reservoir of a native Albanian population by the time of the full Ottoman takeover. Okay, hold on. The Ottomans are about to win. Okay, the Ottomans won. Okay, the Ottomans won. They brought Islam. Christians got epically pwned. Jesus. Let me see. So Serbs and Albanians. There was a migration of Albanians from the Mal Sea, but these were slow, long-term processes. Okay. Centuries ruled by the Ottoman Empire. Despite the imposition of Muslim rule, a large number of Christians continued to live and sometimes prosper. The Ottoman Empire was pretty cringe. They did some cool stuff, I think, but I haven't read up on them. So
it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, I could say it's a mixed bag like MLK. Considerably more rights and privileges than Christian subjects. Okay, 17th century. Catholic Albanians moving from the mountains of northern Albania into the plains of Kosovo. Oh, here we go. The Catholic Albanians moved because they had fled blood feuds or been punished under the Knug of Lik Dugahin. Okay, a set of Albanian traditional customary laws which directed all aspects of the Albanian tribal society. Holy shit, that sounds metal as fuck. Oh my god. The fucking... How far back does this go? Kept alive orally by the tribal elders. Jesus fucking Christ. The Albanians are like...
You can keep going back if you really want to, like...
Jesus.
We started with the Battle of Kosovo, but like you can just keep going.
Yeah, I know. It's like American history starts like 250 years ago, and it's like American history starts after gunpowder is invented. Like, let's learn about the fucking Balkan region, and you go back to like the mammoths in the Paleolithic era. Okay. Sorry, I'm almost done. Hold on.
Which section? What are you reading? I don't stream up.
Just the Wikipedia article in the history of Kosovo. I don't even have the article on stream because I'm a terrible live streamer. Sorry. Okay.
I forgot what you're reading, so I can like follow.
It's just the Wikipedia article in the history of Kosovo.
Okay.
I don't even know what point I'm trying to get at even now. Okay. Oh wait.
History's fun.
That is true. Okay, hold on. Okay. Catholic Albanians from the establishment of the war, the Ottomans, Kosovo, with the Peshalik of Scutari, Albanian dynasty, Albanian
nationalist leader of the cross in Yugoslavia was a historian. That's like not super relevant.
Albanian insurrection. Okay, I think if nothing else, we've definitely established that Albanians have a pretty strong ethnic claim to Kosovo. But then we have the Albanian nationalist movement in the late 19th century. Albanian inhabited lands, League Prize. Then we have the Balkan Wars. Look at the maps. This map is so big. Oh my god, look at this. How the fuck am I supposed to parse this? Holy shit. This is like a Holy Roman Empire map. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ.
Which map are you opening?
Just it's the ethnic map of the Balkans, Heinrich Kiepert, 1882. Balkan Wars, Albanian. Okay, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. It seems like the Albanians have wanted to be free for literally like all of human history. I'm reading through the patterns here, and it just seems like maybe not necessarily Kosovo, but the Albanians specifically have been looking for freedom for a very long time.
Country.
Huh?
That exists. Albania is a country. Like,
well, Albanians,
that's the start of Albania.
Yeah, but like Albanians broadly.
Like, develop a national image. Like, they were like to the nationalism movement.
Like Albanians broadly.
Sure, but like. Like for Kosovo specifically is like not like I would say the strength.
They've been here for at least 700 years.
But that's like the region was like what 20 like
that's enough.
It was like one. But it was like what 75% is enough.
700 years of occupation is sufficient for me to decide that an area is like occupied by a given ethnic.
They were occupied by different people, but it was like occupied by different people. So I don't like the occupation. Sure, but other people were living there too. Like what?
Okay, but it seems like the Albanians weren't the ones forcing the Serbs out. The Serbs were the ones oppressing the Albanians in Kosovo. Look, during this period of the Balkan Wars, the majority of the population of Kosovo was Albanian and did not welcome Serb rule. They've been the oppressed minority in this area for over a century. The region was conquered by Serbia in 1912 and remained occupied territory until 1918 when it became a part of Yugoslav. I was right! Serbians may have had historical claim to the area, but there was significant Kosovoian Albanian independence sentiment and nationalist sentiment for hundreds of years beforehand. And then, like, yoink, Serbia conquered them, and then yoink, the Yugoslav kingdom happened. Like, I was correct. They have they absolutely have a claim. Look, many Albanians still kept resisting Serbian army and fought for the unification of Kosovo with Albania. Yeah! Both Isa Bulletini and Idris Seferi continued fighting. Other well-known rebels at the time were Azem Galika, also known by Azem Bijta, and his wife Shot Galika. What awesome names, by the way. They were a colonized group. And then Albanians were forced to flee. Serbian troops attempted to alter the region's demographic structure through murders and mass expulsions. Between 1918 and 1945, over 100,000 Albanians left Kosovo. Dude, you conquered them fucking 8 years before Yugoslavia, and then in Yugoslavia, you fucking genocided them more? And then after Tito dies, you're mad that they won independence? And then they genocide them again? They genocided them again in 98! I am now racist against Serbs. This is the new arc. We're abandoning the fortress arc.
Pivot against the class part of the Balkan strategy is you just pivot away from being Serb to Serb racist. You know, it's a classic. Montenegrin. That's a new thing. It has its own language now.
Anti-Serbian racism is now my #1 political belief. It takes precedent over everything else that I believe in. I'm sorry. I'm really tired. I'm getting loopy. Vosh say God is Albania. Okay. I'm sorry. No, this has to stop. This has gone on for too long. Okay, we've talked for it feels like we've talked for it's been 3 hours? Okay, wow. Okay. Would you believe me if I told you that I actually really enjoyed the conversation?
I believe you. Yeah, I had fun. I had more fun. Honestly, towards the end. At the beginning, I was pretty nervous, but now I feel like towards the end, I felt like I was having I don't know.
No, I actually really enjoyed it. Thank you for coming on. Seriously, I actually really appreciate it.
I hope I beat the Serbian nationalist allegations.
No, hey, listen, okay.
I'm going to look at chat later. I don't know.
When the trials began, we'll find out. Well, chat. I mean, chat hated you the entire time, of course. They do that against everyone.
I'm certain, but I just want to know how I gotta see it. I don't know if I should see it, but I feel like
okay. Can I be 100% real with you?
I mean, I can't stop you, right? Like
that is true. I genuinely, honest to God, I feel like I'm trying to think of a good analogy here. Okay, your brain is like somebody painted a beautiful portrait. Okay, like somebody painted a beautiful like a romantic portrait of like cherry blossoms over the river. Okay, all right, and then I feel like somebody took a stick and like swooshed right through it. There's like this masterpiece with one drastic alteration that has changed everything, you know, like the paint was still wet. But I feel like if you could simply take the same stick and go and swoosh it in the opposite direction in exactly the same way. Yeah. And what I'm referring to, of course, is you being Balkan. This is the critical damage. No. Real though.
Also, step 2 is like fast forwarding to 2 times speed and like talking way too fast.
Oh no. Well, that's just because you're nervous. That's not a crime. That's fine.
No, I speak. I don't know, really fast all the time. Like, everyone I know complains about it.
Well, no matter how fast, it's a skill. Okay, Ben Shapiro made a lot of money off of it. No, No, I enjoyed the conversation. Seriously, I feel like I'm trying to think of like a good comparison for this. I feel like there are types of disagreements that get built up. There are types of disagreements that people can have that are reflective of really, really strong negative underlying problems. Where like if there are disagreements, like the difference between them is really, really significant. And then I feel like there are differences that feel really significant, but in reality sometimes it's just as simple as like a color swap where you're actually potentially really, really close. It would take no effort at all. There's just like a slight difference. I don't know. But it feels like it's as different. It's just a matter of what to change. Anyway, I'm rambling. I'm super tired. Hey, listen,
yeah, sure. I guess the real solution is I gotta spend more time arguing with Serb nationalists or like, you know, and then I'll definitely like pivot.
Yes.
Like towards you. Like nothing gets me, you know.
We're on the anti-Serbian nationalist arc all over.
Nothing makes me support, you know, Kosovo independence more than arguing with Serb nationalists who are like a little bit mega fascists.
I really appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, it's fun. I don't know. Maybe I'll just give you something later, like email again.
Have a wonderful night. Okay, I didn't expect to go this late. Okay, I hope you all appreciated that conversation, because that was a whole collection of topics that I do not know a ton about. So I was frantically Googling through a lot of that. So some of the stuff there I very strongly believe in, of course. I don't think I made any of my points disingenuously or anything like that. It's just a matter of we went on a fucking journey. Yeah, we did. Genuine question: if you were pretty sure that a secession movement analogous to the Kosovo thing would make the world materially worse, would you advocate against it or hold it to national autonomy as a rule because in general it's better outcomes? For me, it's like it's a process over outcome thing, right? So if you can like magically look into the future and know what the outcome of a national like secessionist movement will be and make decisions based off that, maybe you could, but we can't. So instead we have to follow processes. And as a general rule, it's the same with like Kurds in Iraq, right? And Turkey. Like, I support like Kurdish independence there, even though I know that any real Kurdish independence would lead to a lot of conflict, just because, yeah, I think it's right. I think they have like a right, like a separate ethnic claim, to avoid the oppression they're suffering. Now, if I could look in the future and realize that them doing that would lead to like a mass genocide of every single Kurd, like I wouldn't support it. But I have to support the process, and the process of supporting like oppressed people in their claims for independence. Like I think it's the best that you can do. Soaked on left. They've been trying to make my face like my silly face. Yeah. Just compare this to the independence effort in eastern Ukraine. Yeah, right, the independence. Yeah, of course. Like, you know, you've like the Kosovo, like for hundreds of years, the Albanians are trying to resist oppression, and then the, like eastern Ukraine, it's like, yeah, it's pretty obvious. Yeah. Oh, the Vush died a while ago. Such is life. You see. Bad news from the front. At least one confirmed report of civilian executions, more surfacing as the Ukrainian army reclaims territories. That's not surprising to me. We'll see. There are probably going to be some war crimes on both sides at the end of this. Obviously, massively more so from Russia. Just keep in mind that like almost certainly like it's gonna come out like Ukraine soldiers did some fucked up shit or whatever, and we have to be able to look at that and judge that and critique that, while taking into context the fact that, you know, Russia caused all of this, and B, they've probably done far worse. He sounds like a teenager. We can save him. The guy I was talking to, yeah, he was probably pretty young. Yeah. I actually really like talking to him. I don't know, Flavier. I've only tried so few of them. I need to do more. Yeah, maybe Imperial General. We can't even maintain your name in our place. Guys, I've said this before. I love you guys, okay? But you will never be able to care as much about me as Destiny's community does, okay? Like I said, I took a look at my community. Like, what are you guys saying about our place? It's like, let's make a funny face about Vosh. And then if you, somebody sent me screenshots from like Destiny's like chat and Discord or whatever, like they're seethingly like, hey, like there are DGGers right now who legit have like the web page like on refresh every 5 minutes with fucking Google alerts reminding them and a phone timer making sure that they don't forget the Google alerts, and they have their extra computer that they use for Bitcoin mining up in their like the degree of investment that they show is much greater than anything I expect from you guys. And honestly, I only find their obsession flattering. I mean, it is weird. I won't front and pretend that it's not, but you know. Yeah, I love you, Vosh, but I'm not doing that. It's okay. I'm not asking you to. You know, they're probably also extra mad because I got unbanned from Twitch like the other day. Yeah. You don't want anyone thinking about you that much. The only people I want thinking about me that much are like my immediate family, my friends, and my partner. You know, that's it. Not that I have a partner, my theoretical partner. Fuck, I have a little bit of a headache. God damn it. You gonna multi-stream on Twitch again? No. No, I would get banned from Twitch too easily. Be honest, were you saving your Twitch appeal for when Destiny was inevitably banned? Yeah, I submitted my appeal when Destiny was banned because I thought it'd be funny if I got in, and I did, and it was. So, you know. I'm not going to be streaming on Twitch, though. I would get banned again. I just don't, yeah. The reason I want to be unbanned from Twitch is because I can talk to people on the platform. Like, I can go on their panels, I can talk to them, I can go on their streams. That's the reason why. Now that you're unbanned, when are you going on the hippy dippy? I don't want to do a panel thing right now. I don't. I really want to focus on like us, you know, the channel, because the last like month of streams have been really weird. We had the war streams, then a week-long break, and then all the JK Rowling stuff. And right now what we're doing, there's things saying you did it to dodge Destiny. If I was on Twitch, I still wouldn't have talked to Destiny. I was on Twitch before, and I still wasn't talking to Destiny. Oh, sorry, Destiny, I would talk to you, but I can't. You're banned from Twitch. I can't talk to you now that I'm streaming on Twitch. Like, okay. What? Anyway, they mean on panels? I guess. I mean, the last time Destiny jumped in a panel, he looked really stupid with me, though, right? That was the quivering in terror at the social worker one, where he was like angrily arguing that people would be as scared of social workers in polo shirts as cops and like fucking riot gear shit they were. Yeah. And he stalked me that when he was like watching for an hour, like seething to get on. Then he argued, and when his bubble like got popped, he just sat there for like 2 hours after, not saying much. Yeah. Okay, right. But anyway, the last like month or so of streams have been really like just weird and off, you know. But I want to get back to like the basics, you know. I want to get back to like regular debate scheduling. Right now, I'm going through all of my appointments, you know. So like right now, I'm taking a look at my schedule. 1 second. Take a look at my calendar. Yeah, we've had in the past week, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 appointments in the past 6 days, which is way more than I normally do. Way more than I normally do. So right now I'm trying to get through that, and then I feel like we can get back to regular stuff like news coverage, more morning streams, news coverage, video responses. We can do some debates. We do have some good stuff coming up that I'm really excited for. We still need to talk to the Russian protester. Oh, more content, Tempest. Also, one thing that I'm really looking forward to, even though it's not going to be on my channel, is that I'm going to be having a conversation with a rather prominent anti-trans, Deborah So. She went on Joe Rogan to talk about how the transes are bad or whatever. I'm looking at her bio. Author of best-selling The End of Gender, free on Audible, science columnist, podcast host. It's like, I think it's one of those gender abolitionist, but like the wrong one, where it's like, oh, so gender doesn't matter. So it's like sex is what matters. And your sex is different, sweetie. You have a penis. Like that type of thing. Anyway, I'm going on her podcast, so that should be fun. We have to do Clarence Thomas coverage. Excuse me. Can we have more convos and not just debates? I love how chill those are. My brother in Christ, you're the one who sets the view totals, okay? I'm really sorry, but I've got mouths to feed. Conversations just do not get views. Not even close to what debates acquire. News coverage, video reviews. Judging from the view totals that I get, I'm pretty sure that my most successful channel would literally just be me being a Ben Shapiro reply guy. And every once in a while, I would give a hot take on like J.K. Rowling, and that would be like 20 million views a month, easy, on my main channel, easily, because I can manage 10 million like when on a strong month doing what I normally do, and I think I could get 20 with that. But I have self-respect, so I'm not going to. That's what you guys want, apparently. Reply girl arc, yeah. Look at the picture that Canoe posted. I'll say hey, Shu. Ooh. Look at his fluffy beans. They're so fluffy. Look at that. His beans need a haircut. They're like little hippie beans. I blocked his hands in the previous pic. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Look, he's bringing them together like in a little. He's doing like the ooh-woo. I was just replying to the chat, Norahila. Sorry, I can't be trans. There has to be at least one fucking cisgender guy on the bread tube. Excuse me. Maybe Tempest. Yeah, I'm like the token cis dude, yeah. All right, I'm sorry. I'll read donos next stream. Oh, by the way, in the hindsight, in the retrospect, be nice to that kid that I talked to. I genuinely don't think that kid was lying or dog whistling or engaging in bad faith or trying to conceal anything. You know what I mean? Like you know, I guess for me the big difference, I don't know. He's just kind of dense. I don't think he's dense. Honest to God, I think he's a kid. Serious. Talk to me when I was 17. Holy Christ, you're going to hear some takes. I was defending Hamas on stream just 2 years ago. On stream. I was getting paid for that. You know, what matters to me is the underlying processes, you know, like the underlying, like how he builds up the arguments, right? And the underlying stuff, like that seemed fine to me. You know what I mean? Like that was, you know what I mean? That seemed fine to me. The underlying stuff seemed like functional and good and defensible. So, you know, it's just the stuff that gets layered on top. The genocide stuff. Listen, I'll just put it this way, okay? When he said, "I'm not defending genocide," I just wanted to correct misinformation. I genuinely think that he believed it, or I think that he think that was true. Like I did not think that was like a dog whistle or a front or like an attempt to, you know, position some argument that he didn't feel comfortable fully expressing. You know, I think that it was sincere, and I think that makes a big difference, by the way, because, and again, you know, clip me if you'd like, but when I was like a high schooler, I heard and repeated those stupid, well, Hitler was terrible, but he got the economy working things, because I was a contrarian back then. And it sounded like it was one of those, I'm smart enough to recognize the truth, unlike those sensitive people type deals. Like, you know, I knew he was bad. At no point during any of that did I like downplay or defend any of the, you know, genocide or war business or whatever. To me, it was just one of those like, because there are actual effective equivalents of that, right? Like, for example, Teddy Roosevelt was a ruthless imperialist, but he did do his trust busting, like you can imagine a person saying that. Oh, yeah, Teddy Roosevelt sure did do a lot of ruthless imperialism, but at least he did the trust busting. And in my mind, that's something you could say both to implicitly defend imperialism and also just honestly to point out that he did do some good things. You know what I mean? And in my mind, I was doing the latter as like a contrarianism thing, and I think he might have been in the same position. Um, you know what I mean? Also, lefties do this all the time with Stalin, right? Like, well, at least he industrialized. Like, that's not even that controversial of a position to take. Now, I don't care personally. Like, but that stuff like that gets said all the time. Nixon did X, but he made the EPA. I don't know. You can. Personally, I do have to say though, as long as I'm pointing on this, I think being able to recognize when bad people do good things or good people do bad things is pretty important. In terms of intellectual honesty, you know what I mean? If it's important to recognize such, you know what I mean? Like if there's some like case where it's relevant and worth bringing up, being able to do that, because it can make you look really bad when you'll never see the point. Like Trump. Trump did Operation Warp Speed, getting the vaccines out. It's funny. The one best thing he did during his presidency, and all the people who voted for him won't get the vaccine. Okay. But Operation Warp Speed, that was good. That was unambiguously good. I don't know if it was exceptionally good. Like, I don't think it was something no other president would have thought of, but I think it was good. Pretty sure he siphoned medical funds for that. I don't know. Let's just make the point. Excuse me. Chat reacts to tanky talking points like a shark reacts to blood. I don't blame you guys. Think of all the convos that I've had on this channel. Think of all the convos that I've had. How often do we get honest people? Like during debates, I mean. Non-stop. It's just been this non-stop cavalcade of dishonest dipshits. I don't blame you guys for reacting to everything that could be a dog whistle as a dog whistle. If anything, by the way, I think being able to point those out. Empathy too high, you will never convert people with those talking points. All of his relatives are pro-genocide. That is where those talking points come from. Well, I don't think, okay, I've seen Serb nationalists online. I don't think anything can change their mind. To be fair, okay, Balkan racism is a very unique sociological phenomena that cannot be corrected with any external. Listen, once a Serb nationalist has fully grown into their final form, they are very much set in that space. You can reach out to people. It's a very weird kind of racism. Yeah, I've said that before. It's so weird. The Balkan region, just like all their, like, again, I understand you're coming off a bit chauvinist here, but American racism, I feel like, is very, very simple. Like, America had First Nations people, and we were white Europeans, and then we killed them. And then we, the white Europeans, brought in black slaves, and we were really shitty to them and killed a lot of them. Okay? And that kept being the case for a long time. And then we got independence. And then, like, Mexicans, we didn't like them. Chinese people, we didn't like them. Any group of people, we don't like them. But now it's like, well, what are the racial groups? And it's all like, honestly, like, American racism is like racism for retards because it's fucking color coded. Okay, white, Asian, Latin, black. Like, it's like what? It's like, to be a racist in America, what do you got to know? Nothing. Like, it's just very stupid. Like, we're from Africa. Like, but then you get Balkan racism. And it's like, oh my God, there are people with PhDs in this shit. Balkan racism. What is going on over here? They all act like they don't act like they're separate ethnicities. They act like they're separate fucking species. And they're all, look, that's Italy right there. The Balkans are literally like the size of France. It's such a ridiculously tiny part of the world, you know, for all the ethnic tension that it ferments. And somehow, I mean, look at this. Do you know how big like Kosovo is in terms of its size? Kosovo size, it's like nothing. What are we talking? Rhode Island, 4,200 square miles. Rhode Island size. 1,200. Okay, it's just under 4 Rhode Islands. Let me see if I can convert that to a state, the size of which we actually understand. Give me Texas. Give me a Texas, okay? 250,000 square miles. So that would make it what, 1/50th, 1/60th the size of Texas. It's so tiny. And, you know, millions of people were displaced in the Kosovo War. You know, the genocide of the Albanians. Tens of thousands of them died. Absolutely wild. Just truly, genuinely insane. Go to the true size. You could drag countries around. Ooh, yes. Here we go. Yes. Okay, here we go. Okay, so it's like, okay, so here's the world. Okay, and it's like let's yeah, there we go. Here's the Balkan region. So yeah, if we got, where do we got? Here's Kosovo right here. So we can basically just like, there we go. There's Kosovo. There you go. It's like, yeah, there you go. Right there. Okay, let's take Kosovo here. Kosovo. How do I, oh, I see. I type it up here. Kosovo. There we go. Okay. It's about to get nasty in here, okay? Oh my God. It fits on Chad's nose. Jesus Christ, it's smaller than Israel. Holy Christ. It's like the fucking West Bank. Okay, here we go. It's the size. It's actually about the size of LA County. It's actually, unironically, sincerely, like the size of LA. That is insane. I've done this road trip in a few hours. I've driven, and that's with traffic. That's with LA traffic. I've driven from Burbank down to Irvine, and what? And this people have died for thousands of years. They've been killing each other over this. It's like they have a whole different kind of racism. They're all the. Welcome to Europe. Yeah, I know it's like European racism is different from American racism. I totally get that. It's just like, Jesus. At least Europe broadly has some size to it. Literally, I'm not joking about France being the size of the entire Balkan region, by the way. You can see it right here. Here's France, here's the Balkan region. That's not a joke. They're literally about the same size. Just imagine if France broke into like 8 separate countries and like 12 separate ethnicities that were all literally just murdering each other. Murdering each other. Okay. Yeah. It's just wild. That happened? Yeah, well, you know. Let me see. One more point about the Soviet Union. Whitcroft suggests, and I agree, Soviet killings were mostly documented because the Soviets were legalistic. True mass operations like Hitler were very rare, meaning that people were individually shamed for sentence. Yeah. I saw you saying that in chat as Soaked and Left, and I think I agree with that. The idea. So Soaked and Left. Can you tell me if I'm right on the mark with this one? So Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union both killed a lot of people internally, but a critical difference is that, you know, it's not like Nazi Germany was trying all these Jews, you know, they were being disappeared, like fully disappear, you know, like, oh, where they go, ooh, you know, and they knew, but it was, you know, a mass killing operation. Whereas what the Soviet Union did was an effort to kind of legitimize the terror by framing it through their legal system, which is funnily enough, also the process they took in 1984, Oceania, of course, modeled after the Soviet Union. The idea being that like the party, the Oceania, the party itself, if they wanted to, they could kill any political dissident they wanted, but instead they chose to imprison, torture, try, sentence, and execute the people they wanted to kill. It's very different there. They're trying to legitimize it. They're trying to bake the mass killings directly into the legal structure. Now, of course, I don't think that's relevant with the Holodomor because people who starved to death aren't like tried, I don't think there would be like legal recordings from Russia or from the Soviet Union on like Stalin's evil plan to kill off like Ukrainian nationalism. I just think it's kind of like a synthesized historical analysis of the situation, given what we know now. Also, I don't think it was subtle, right? They could have fed those people. They could have fed a lot of them. Wow. Really makes you appreciate how big Saudi Arabia is. I didn't realize that Saudi Arabia from top to bottom was as tall as the United States at its west coast. I didn't actually know that. I knew it was big, but yes, there's a lot of desert in there. It can't really be inhabited. Iran, really big as well. Pretty much the same size as China. Just about. Not perfectly. They're a bit bigger than us. Yeah, Mercadian projection fuckery is real. India is comparable. A bit smaller than us. Russia, of course, benefits from the projection significantly. But they're still very big. What, about twice the size of the US? Oh yeah, this doesn't include Alaska as well. Yeah, Russia's fudging the numbers. Japan is shockingly large. No, Japan is huge. Look, Japan from edge of the island to edge of the island can easily reach across the US here. No, Japan is quite large. It's all map projections. Greenland is, of course, cheating. See? Greenland's just cheating. It's just the map projection type. Gotcha. Thank you, Soaked on Left. I was introduced to that idea from a Zizek speech, actually, or a Zizek video, where he talked about the legalistic proceduralism of the Soviet Union. Canada's larger than us, I'm pretty sure. Here we are. Right at the equator. We're at our smallest. Then down here, Antarctica, and now it's all nonsense, Brazil is larger than us, or I think like the same size, basically. Thereabouts. I think the United States is the largest country in the world if you're only looking at usable land, if I'm not mistaken. So we're obviously not the biggest country in the world, but most of the land in Canada is tundra, completely unusable for, arable land, not doing much up here. A ton of Brazil is rainforest, Saudi Arabia, desert. No, China might beat us out. Obviously, a ton of Russia is uninhabitable. Does China have any large swaths within it that are just like not capable of being really inhabited? The Gobi Desert? Yeah, like here, right? It's this area, I think. I don't know much about China's geography. Oh, higher? Up here? That's Tibet? Oh, yeah. That's crazy. We really did. Dude, no fucking wonder. King India has the most arable land. Gotcha. Dude, man, no fucking wonder that Britain, the fucking Churchill and and King George, they literally had colonies in the most resource prosperous regions of the planet. India may have more arable land than us, but I'm pretty sure our general like climate is better than India's, right? Like a bunch of India's like really humid, which can be difficult for some kinds of production and industrialization. India is pretty diverse, yeah, but they're closer to the equator. It's going to be a lot hotter. Monsoons as well, yeah. Fuck, dude. It's actually crazy how lucky we are. It's like, it's ridiculous. Like, the United States is naturally incredibly abundant in natural resources. It's basically all arable. Not all of it, Nevada, you know, whatever, but the vast majority of it is arable. We have a huge population, and even then we have a barely populated Midwest. It's basically just like the coast and like the 13 colonies, right? Yeah, like it feels like in terms of geography, like we win. We won. Like we have the best. We can't be invaded because we only border 2 other countries and we're on good terms with both of them. We have the largest fleet in the world. It's fucked up how much of an advantage we have. It makes me wonder how much of my feelings about America are influenced by the fact that we have all these natural advantages. Would I be more of a paranoid nationalist if I was in Kosovo? Born in a country weak and dispossessed, surrounded by people who hate you, not even recognized officially by Serbia, the country you broke off from? Would I be more of a nationalist? Would I be more reactionary? Do I only get to be progressive because I'm like born in a fucking natural fortress of a country? Weird to think about. Yeah, geographically lucky. Yeah, it's just really fucking weird. Of course, there are progressives all over the world. I don't mean to say that can only happen in the US. I'm just saying, you know what I mean. Or like here in Africa. Africa's colossal. Nobody appreciates how big Africa is. It is unbelievable how large Africa is. It doesn't, like, Algeria is like half the size of the continental United States, just on its own, just Algeria. Same with the DRC. Same with Sudan and South Sudan. If you could re-merge them. Let's not, though. Still like 99% desert, though. I think, isn't that mostly like a myth? Like, this strip right here is the not very arable part. But, like, this area right here, like Central Africa, couldn't this be, like... I feel like this could be, like, the ultimate, like, cuck zone. Like, they could cuck the rest of the world if they developed fully, right? Lots of jungle, but so not really. Yeah, but, like, wasn't basically all of Europe forests? We just cut it down, you know? Like, you can't do that much about desert without a lot of money. But in terms of like jungles and forests, I mean, America was like all forests, and then we cut it down. And Europe was like all forests, and they cut it down. I know jungles are more difficult to deal with than forests, but I don't know. I hope there can be like a powerhouse. Yeah, also, I don't know how I feel about deforestation. But like, fuck. Is that even right? Like, do these countries never get to fully industrialize to the potential of Western powers because we only became ecologically conscious after we developed, but not after them? Like, doesn't that feel weird? Like, oh yeah, we get to have a massive population density and extreme levels of infrastructural development because we chopped all our forests down before we realized it was bad to do so. You, on the other hand, you have to keep your forests because of the environment. That's so fucked. Yeah. Well, the real issues of boom dust water. I know there's a lot. You know, it's just no check elevation map. I don't. Okay, listen. I have to go. No. I have to go. Listen, okay. I love you all very much. You're all wonderful people. I think I should be able to stream tomorrow. You're all wonderful and beautiful and perfect people. You're flawless in every way. Who am I hosting? Host Shark. Okay, Shark it is. Yeah, I just yeah, sorry. I know the streams have been a little bit off lately in terms of feel. I don't want you to feel as though that's a deterrence from the Fortress arc, because it's not. We're just laying the very basic bricks. We're not even laying bricks yet. We're clearing land and laying foundation. You have to dig in to lay the foundations. Be nice to Shark, of course. If you are interested, please stay in the offline chat because it's been bopping lately. I peek. The Reddit as well, and the Discord. The Discord been bopping. The Reddit has been bopping. Seriously, I know my Reddit gets a bad rap because it gets brigaded constantly by Destiny fans, but the Reddit has been getting a ridiculous amount of engagement lately. In fact, I can take a look at the traffic stats. Just a moment. I clicked on the thing and now I'm waiting for. Yeah, here we go. These are page views by month. This is highly proprietary information. Okay, very secret. I'm just gonna zoom in so you can only see one table here. Here, unique page views by month. You can see, does this show anything that I can't show because it's on the back end? No, it's fine. There you go, see? So for literally like a whole year, subreddit traffic remained about, look at this, 200,000 unique people visited every month. That's not nothing. And then only in the past 2 months have we seen this huge explosion. Look at this. We're already at 50,000 unique people. And that is, and that's just in the first 2 days of this month. That is remarkable. Yeah. So anyway, you know, things are booming. Get in on the ground floor. I'm going to send you all off to Shark. I love you. I look forward to our next stream. I cannot tell you how blessed I am to be able to do something like this for a job. There we go. I think I typed that in correctly. And good luck.